Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 405, The Juggernaut Bitch. 4. Third-person POV. Nightwing and Firestar rushed in without hesitation to assist Wolverine, even as Juggernaut's monstrous healing factor kicked into overdrive, muscle and bone knitting themselves back together as if the damage had never existed. Torn flesh sealed, shattered fingers reformed, and within seconds the behemoth stood whole once more, radiating brute force and barely restrained fury. Nightwing struck first, vanishing into a blur of motion. He unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks and punches at superhuman speed, striking pressure points, joints, and exposed seams in Juggernaut's armor-like flesh. Each blow landed with surgical precision, yet the sheer mass of his opponent absorbed the impacts like a wall of living stone. At the same time, Firestar took to the air, spiraling around Juggernaut in wide arcs as she unleashed explosive waves of fire. The flames roared and flared, detonating against his body in blinding flashes of heat and light as she tried to overwhelm him from every angle. Empowered by rage rather than slowed by the assault, Juggernaut snarled and swung his arm with brutal force. The backhand caught Harry mid-motion, sending him flying across the battlefield and forcing him to twist in midair and land in a graceful but strained leap to avoid crashing outright. Without even sparing Firestar a glance, Juggernaut shrugged off Lizzie's burning assault as though it were little more than an inconvenience. His attention locked fully onto Logan. With terrifying speed, Juggernaut grabbed Wolverine by the head, his massive fingers closing like a vice. He twisted sharply, violently, as one might snap the head off a doll, then hurled Logan aside like a discarded toy. Wolverine's body skidded and tumbled across the shifting ground of the mirror dimension before finally coming to a halt in a broken heap. God, that is gruesome. Harry grimaced as he sprinted over to help, trying not to stare too long at the unnatural angle of Logan's head. He doubted that someone who could survive being reduced to nothing but a skeleton would bat an eye at having his head twisted nearly backward. Talk about having eyes in the back of your head. If you've got time to joke, Logan growled through clenched teeth, his voice rough but steady, help me get my head back on right. Dude, you're so gross, Harry muttered, grabbing hold of Logan's head, but in such a cool way. With a strained grunt, he twisted the adamantium-laced skull back into place. An audible, sickening snap echoed as everything realigned. Logan rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, soft popping noises traveling down his spine as bone and muscle settled back into their proper positions. He exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing as he refocused on the fight. Around them, the mirror dimension continued to shift and warp. Gwen appeared swinging in from above, landing hard and immediately casting a spell that sent frost racing across the ground beneath Juggernaut's feet. Ice spread outward in jagged patterns, freezing the surface solid in an instant. Juggernaut slipped, his massive bulk betraying him as he tumbled forward across the ice-covered floor. His momentum carried him onward, rolling heavily along the slick surface before he managed to gather himself. With an enraged roar, he stomped down hard, shattering the ice and sending long fractures spiderwebbing outward. Lizzie flew overhead, her hands glowing as she activated her matter transmutation spell. Geometric helixes of light spiraled around her fingers as she aimed downward, transforming the ice into thick, sticky black tar. She didn't stop there, continuing past the frozen ground, she reshaped the terrain itself, creating a long, viscous pit directly in Juggernaut's path. Juggernaut sank into the tar, snarling as his feet struggled against the adhesive mass clinging to him. Each step became a battle, his legs dragging as the tar fought to hold him in place. Still, his immense momentum forced him forward, the black substance parting sluggishly around his legs despite his increasingly dire situation. Ahead of him, the mirror dimension shifted once more. A brick building warped and stretched, opening into a wide archway that revealed a lineup of heroes waiting beyond it. Cyclops stood at the center, visor gleaming. Beside him were Peter and Harry, the latter bouncing slightly as he flicked his hands, energy crackling around his fingers. They stood firmly on the ground, while above them hovered Arya, Jean, Storm, and Lizzie, who had flown in at the last second after hearing the plan. Peter waved his hands at super speed, moving so fast it looked as though he had 8 arms, as he conjured an intricate magic circle around himself. Harry planted his hands near his hips, forming a dense sphere of kinetic chi that hummed with contained force. Cyclops reached up and adjusted his visor, the ruby lenses brightening until they burned with an intense crimson glow. Above them, the others prepared their own devastating attacks. Jean pressed her fingers to her temples as psychic energy gathered, thick and oppressive in the air. Arya's gem flared with a brilliant purple sheen. Wind howled as Storm raised her hands, a forward-facing tornado forming and growing more violent by the second. Lizzie began charging a massive construct with her star chest, light pulsing rhythmically from its core. Lightning crackled violently around Peter's magic circle as it discharged a roaring plasma beam that tore into the ground, overturning earth and debris in its wake. It was the signal. Juggernaut's eyes widened as the collective energies converged, Storm's wind funnel drawing everything together into a single, colossal beam of destruction. Aerg! Juggernaut roared as he braced himself, thrusting his arms forward and planting his feet as best he could within the tar. He pushed back with sheer force of will and muscle, but the energy rushing toward him was unnatural, unstable, and utterly overwhelming. He could feel it, his hands burning as the overwhelming force pressed against him, heat and raw power gnawing at his flesh as though it wanted to consume him entirely. The tar around his legs quivered, his massive frame threatening to be pushed back inch by inch despite his unimaginable strength. They were locked in a brutal stalemate, power and momentum crashing against each other like colliding worlds. The mirror dimension itself trembled violently, its fractured skyline warping and bending as spiderweb cracks began to crawl through the air, threatening to shatter reality under the strain. Wild arcs of energy erupted everywhere from the point of impact, streaks of lightning and unstable force blasting outward in every direction. Buildings twisted, debris vaporized, and space itself screamed under the pressure. If it had been anyone else, any lesser being, they would have been obliterated instantly, crushed beneath the sheer magnitude of the energies colliding. But this wasn't just anyone. This was the Juggernaut. The avatar of Sidorak. Juggernaut's veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, thick cords pulsing as crimson energy surged through his body. His eyes became bloodshot, veins bursting as his aura flared outward in violent, chaotic waves of red power. The energy surrounding him grew unstable, lashing out like living flame. "No-1," he bellowed, his voice shaking the very foundations of the mirror dimension. "Stops." With a thunderous roar, he took a single step forward, just one, pushing through the tar. The energy beam buckled, forced backward as Juggernaut leaned into it with unstoppable force. The Juggernaut. "You're kidding, right?" Harry muttered with an awkward, disbelieving laugh, staring at the impossible sight unfolding before them. Peter opened his mouth to reply, but froze. At the same moment, he and the other spider heroes stiffened as their spider senses exploded into frantic warning. A sharp, piercing sense of danger shot straight through their spines. "Everyone disperse!" Peter shouted. Before Juggernaut could unleash another deafening roar, portals snapped open around the heroes. One by one, they dove through without hesitation. Juggernaut braced one massive hand against the still raging energy beam. With the other, he cocked his arm back, muscles coiling impossibly tight. He swung. The instant his fist collided with the energy, the impact detonated into a blinding flash of white and crimson light. Everyone made it through the portals just in time. An earthquake ripped through the mirror dimension as the resulting shockwave tore outward, uprooting everything in its path. The blast surged forward like a tsunami of debris, raw power, and annihilation. For a brief, horrifying moment, the devastation was visible through the open portal, before it snapped shut, Arya barely making it through as she stumbled forward and Peter caught her mid-fall. From a safe distance, they watched the aftermath in stunned silence. The destruction was absolute. It looked as though a nuclear bomb had detonated in the heart of the city, everything within a mile-wide radius erased, flattened, or reduced to drifting ash. "How the hell do we even stop that thing?" Betty asked quietly, her voice thick with disbelief as she stared at the devastation. "With a really, really good plan," Peter replied, turning to look at everyone gathered around him. "Do you have one?" Scott asked, eyeing Peter with cautious curiosity. Peter's posture relaxed slightly, and a grin spread beneath his mask. "I'm really glad you're the one who asked, because you're the key to it." "I am." Scott blinked, pointing at himself. "Yes," Peter nodded. "Our first plan, combining all that energy, didn't take him down, but it did exactly what I hoped. It weakened the force field around him just enough for my second plan to work." Peter's tone sharpened. "But I'll need everyone to keep him busy while I deal with him charging straight at us. This next part requires total cooperation." As he spoke, his thoughts flowed outward through their psychic link, laying out the details of his plan, step by step, while the echoes of Juggernaut's roar still reverberated through the fractured reality behind them. A portal opened directly around the Juggernaut. In the very next instant, heroes came pouring through from every direction. Hulk, Colossus, and countless others burst onto the battlefield, slamming into the ground or launching themselves midair toward the Crimson Titan. The only ones absent from the chaos were Peter, Cyclops, and Arya, who remained behind, watching as the plan moved into its most dangerous phase. The strategy itself was simple in concept, if not in execution: overwhelm the Juggernaut, keep his attention locked on the brawl, and give Peter the precious seconds he needed to prepare a way to bypass the force field surrounding the avatar of Sidorak. What followed could only be described as an all-out brawl, albeit one centered entirely on a single, unstoppable target. Fists flew from every angle. Energy blasts erupted in rapid succession, waves of freezing cold collided with searing heat, lightning cracked against stone like flesh, and concussive force hammered into Juggernaut's body again and again. Claws of every shape and size raked across his armor-like skin, sparks flying where adamantium and steel scraped against crimson energy. Spider legs stabbed and pinned, gamma-empowered punches detonated on impact, and Colossus slammed into him with bone-crushing force. Juggernaut retaliated in kind. His military training, honed long before he ever became a living engine of destruction, showed itself clearly. He pivoted, redirected momentum, and used the sheer weight of his body like a weapon. Every swing carried devastating force, every charge threatened to level entire structures. He exploited openings ruthlessly, countering attacks with brutal efficiency. Yet for all his power, even Juggernaut was being overwhelmed. The sheer number of coordinated attacks forced him onto the defensive, denying him the chance to build up any more of the unstoppable momentum he thrived on. Behind the front lines, Peter glanced toward Scott. "Okay," he asked calmly, "are you ready?" "No," Scott answered flatly, without hesitation. "Perfect," Peter grinned beneath his mask. "Don't worry, you're going to be safe. I detected dimensional energy coming from your eyes, which Arachnid just confirmed is linked to a psionic field in your brain, concentrated right around your optic nerves." Scott grimaced. "Which I already knew." Right, Peter waved it off. "Anyway, with my chi boosting your body, and Arya stabilizing and tempering the psionic field, you should be capable of generating a blast strong enough to punch straight through Juggernaut's force field." Scott groaned. "Ugh. I already think my powers are hazardous. Do we really need to make them more dangerous?" "Yes," Peter said immediately. Then, with a grin, he added, "Now pucker up, Butterscotch." "Wah, arg." Scott grunted as Peter placed both hands firmly against his back. Rotating magic circles flared to life around Peter's wrists, intricate symbols spinning rapidly, while a much larger circle ignited across Scott's broad back. Light pulsed in rhythmic waves as energy began to flow between them. Scott gasped. He could feel it, Peter's life force surging into him like a tidal wave. His muscles swelled as power flooded his body, veins glowing faintly beneath his skin. Static crackled across him, snapping in the air as his brown hair lifted slightly, standing on end. Holy crap. Scott breathed. What is this power? I feel practically invincible. Is this how you feel every day? How have you not gotten drunk off this? I'll tell you the quote later, Peter snapped, focusing, but for now, focus. Right, sorry, Scott muttered, still awestruck. It's just so incredible. He clenched his fists, eyes wide. He had never felt so alive before. All right, Peter said, finally stepping back. That should last you until you're done. He nodded toward Arya. Arya stepped up behind Scott, placing her hands gently but firmly against his temples. Her gem flared with controlled light as she closed her eyes. Get ready, she warned quietly. They're almost here. Peter weaved his arms in a sharp, precise motion. The mirror dimension shifted violently. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk slammed a gamma-charged punch directly into Juggernaut's chest, payback for Mary Jane. Twisted and turned his body around. Concrete exploded outward as the structure collapsed around him, and his massive form tore through the rubble. Straight into Scott's line of sight. Every hero reacted instantly. Portals snapped open as they leapt away, no one foolish enough to remain anywhere near what was about to happen. Do it now. Peter shouted, seeing Scott hesitate. Darn it. Scott exclaimed. With a sharp motion, he swiped the visor from his face. Red static crackled at the corners of his eyes, energy leaking out in violent sparks. Then he opened them fully. His ruby-like eyes blazed with blinding, otherworldly brilliance, raw power barely contained, as the world seemed to hold its breath. Sound vanished first, as if someone had pressed mute on reality. Then color followed, draining away until everything existed in sharp contrasts and trembling outlines. The mirror dimension answered him, fractured skylines folding like broken glass, reflections stretching and bowing toward the pressure building behind his eyes. The static became a scream. Scott planted his feet, boots cracking the ground beneath him as energy coiled through his spine and up his neck. Veins of red light spiderwebbed across his temples, the psionic field Arya was stabilizing roaring into coherence. Juggernaut hauled himself upright from the rubble, boots grinding into molten glass. His helmet was scorched, armor glowing red-hot in places, steam hissing off his massive frame as he rolled his shoulders and laughed, a deep, thunderous sound. Is that all you? The optic blast didn't fire, it erupted. A supercharged optic beam tore free from his eyes, not a simple ray but an incandescent crimson column of condensed force, red-white at the core, reality warping around it as the mirror dimension fractured outward in concentric rings. The ground between Scott and Juggernaut didn't just shatter, it was erased, glassing over into molten reflection under the sheer kinetic output. The beam struck Juggernaut dead on. For a split second, the unstoppable force met an immovable object. And then the immovable object failed. The shattering of his force field echoed like glass. Juggernaut was driven backward as if struck by a god's hammer. His helmet cracked, spiderweb fractures racing across it before the upper half detonated away in a storm of blazing fragments. The blast chewed through his head and torso alike, armor and flesh vanishing under the relentless pressure. When the beam finally punched through, it left a widening tunnel of scorched air and shattered mirrors in its wake. Silence crashed back into existence. The optic blast cut off. Scott staggered, nearly collapsing as Peter caught him by the shoulders, the residual energy still crackling across Scott's skin like dying lightning. Across the battlefield, Juggernaut remained standing. In a scorched and burned crater that appeared to stretch for miles. Despite him remaining standing, half of his torso was gone from his body, a hole was punched clean through his side. Crimson blood dripping down with visible viscera. The mirror dimension trembled, fractures racing across the sky like spreading cracks in a shattered lens. Hulk stared. Even he was silent. Peter, along with everyone else, gazed with their mouths agape. Scott. He said in acknowledgement after a moment of silence, I think I have just become your number fan. Chapter 406, The Juggernaut Bitch. End. Third-person POV. The Juggernaut finally ground to a halt, his massive frame shuddering as the momentum that had carried him forward bled away. A grotesque cavity yawned open along the side of his torso, as if some colossal beast had taken a single, devastating bite out of him. For a brief moment he swayed in place, boots scraping against fractured concrete, before taking one unsteady step forward and collapsing heavily onto one knee. His cheeks suddenly bulged, muscles straining as he fought against the inevitable. When he opened his mouth, a violent spray of blood erupted outward, splattering across the ruined ground and pooling beneath him with a wet, sickening squelch. He coughed and wheezed, each breath a ragged struggle. His enormous body convulsed as waves of pain tore through him, blinding his senses and consuming his thoughts entirely. His jaw clenched tight, cracked teeth grinding together as blood seeped between them, a low, animalistic snarl rumbling from deep in his chest. That growl grew louder. From the center of his chest, a crimson aura began to bloom outward like a malignant flower, pulsing with raw, unnatural power. His eyes ignited with an unholy blaze as his bond to Sidorak asserted itself once more. Bone knit together with audible cracks, nerves rethreaded themselves, and torn muscle fibers visibly reformed, the extensive damage repairing itself before their very eyes. Commence Phase 2, Peter ordered calmly, his voice cutting through the chaos as he watched the regeneration take hold. Hatred burned in the Juggernaut's gaze as his body continued to rebuild itself. A portal snapped open nearby and Colossus burst through it at a full sprint, his metallic hands clasped together. Without slowing, he drove an uppercut straight into the Juggernaut's jaw, forcing the behemoth back onto his feet with a thunderous impact. The Juggernaut staggered, momentarily dazed, stumbling backward as the world reeled around him. Another portal flared to life above his head, and MJ dropped straight down onto his shoulders. Her webs lashed out instantly, forcing the Juggernaut's arms to cross tightly over his chest as a glowing psychic construct formed around him, solidifying into the shape of a straitjacket. The moment her feet touched down, she kicked off his back and vanished into another portal before he could react. The Juggernaut snarled again and took a heavy step forward, instinctively preparing to charge once more. His muscles flexed, veins bulging as he began to build momentum, ready to tear free of his restraints, only for another portal to open behind him. Jean emerged from it, floating effortlessly in the air. Her eyes blazed with psychic energy as she reached out, and with a single, decisive command she locked him in place. Ugh. Jean grimaced as she made contact with his mind. The connection sent a shiver through her as she felt Sidorak's influence writhing within him, an overwhelming presence that thirsted for destruction, screaming to kill, to crush, to reduce everything around him to ruin. Do what you need to do, quickly, Jean urged, her brows knitting together as sweat beaded at her temple. He's starting to develop resistance to my intrusion. We've stopped him too many times before using this method. Peter was already moving. From a running start, he kicked off the ground and slid into position directly in front of the Juggernaut. His palms glowed with swirling magical energy as he struck forward, slapping one hand flat against the Juggernaut's stomach and twisting sharply upward. The pressure folded the Juggernaut's massive body inward as though struck by an invisible hammer. In an instant, his astral form was violently torn free from his physical shell, along with a glowing ruby gem that followed it into the air. What? Kane exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his own translucent astral projection. He looked up slowly, looking at his own broad shoulders and towering frame as though seeing himself for the first time. A web shot out and latched onto the ruby, yanking it through the air toward Gwen, who stood waiting atop a nearby rooftop. The moment her gloved hands closed around it, whispers flooded her ears, promises of power beyond imagination, of strength unrivaled, of invulnerability to all physical harm. But Gwen's mental fortitude proved far stronger than Sidorak's insidious influence. She didn't waver. Two glowing magic circles appeared within her palms as the crimson gem levitated between them. Drawing on her ice magic, Gwen began forming a seal around the gem of Sidorak. Frost spread rapidly, encasing it within a solid cube of ice that slowly stained itself red from the corrupt power trapped inside. When she finished, she held the frozen cube firmly in her hands. The whispers faded into silence, completely cut off at last. Meanwhile, Peter forced Kane's astral body back into his physical form. Kane gasped sharply as consciousness returned, his massive frame beginning to shrink and contract. The monstrous bulk melted away until only a normal, ginger-haired man remained, kneeling on the ground with his arms still bound within the psychic straitjacket. One by one, the team gathered around him, encircling Kane from all sides. Scott leaned heavily against Jean for support as he stood beside Peter, both of them facing the defeated men in silence. Peter casually held his fist out to the side, relaxed and almost playful in contrast to the tension still hanging in the air. Scott caught the gesture immediately, grinning as he shook his head and tapped his own fist against Peter's in a brief, familiar show of camaraderie. "Marco," Scott said, his tone shifting back into interrogation mode as his smile faded. He fixed Kane with a sharp look. "How did you even come into contact with the gem of Sidorak? I thought we made absolutely sure it was kept as far away from your hands as possible." "Wait, hold up, pause," Felicia suddenly interjected, throwing her hands up and gesturing for a timeout. "Did you just say Marco?" "Yes," Arya replied calmly, glancing at her. "His last name is Marco. His first name is Kane." "Wow," Felicia said slowly, blinking in surprise. She let out a short laugh as the X-Men stared at her, clearly confused as to why that revelation seemed to hit her so hard. What a strange coincidence. The Spider family immediately chuckled, nodding in understanding as if the reaction made perfect sense. "I don't understand," Jean said, glancing around at everyone. "Is this some kind of inside joke?" Felicia smirked, resting a hand on her hip. "Let's just say this, if I had a nickel for every bad guy I've fought within the last 24 hours whose last name was Marco, I'd have exactly 2 nickels. She shrugged. "Which isn't a lot, but it is weird that it happened twice." Peter snickered quietly, while Jean's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, are you talking about the attack on the beach last night?" she asked excitedly. "I saw that on the news this morning." "Anyway," Scott cut in firmly, clearly done with the detour. He turned back toward Kane, his expression hardening. "Back to important matters. Answer my question." Kane scoffed, lifting his chin as he looked down at them all with open disdain. "What do you think?" he sneered. "The gem belongs to me. I'm its rightful owner. No matter where you hide it, no matter what precautions you take, it will always find its way back to me." Scott glanced toward Jean, raising a brow in silent question. Jean closed her eyes briefly and reached into Kane's thoughts, her expression tightening. After a moment, she reluctantly nodded. "He's telling the truth," she admitted. "He's personally met Sidorak. Sidorak considers Kane his most suitable avatar. The gem and Kane are tethered. Drawn to one another. Even if we throw that stupid gem into another dimension." Logan growled, his claws sliding partway out with a metallic snikt. "The answer is still yes," Gwen replied, casually tossing the gem up and catching it in her palm. "We all are familiar with the gem of Sidorak and its owner due to our magical studies, and let's just say that dimensional lords are pretty insistent when it comes to their avatar." Logan's lips curled into a snarl. "Then our best option is simple. Kill him before the two of them ever come into contact again." He started walking toward Kane, claws fully extended now. "No." The word came simultaneously from both Peter and Harry, each stepping forward and placing a firm hand against Logan's chest to stop him. Logan growled, brushing their hands away. "You got a better plan, then." "Even if they didn't," Storm said dryly, rolling her eyes, "you know the professor would never allow it, Logan. Especially given that he has a soft spot for Kane. You know the relationship these two have." Kane snorted. "He's no brother of mine. We don't even share the same blood." Scott straightened, his posture rigid as he spoke. "That doesn't matter to the professor. You grew up together under the same roof, with the same parents. To him, that makes you family. To him, you'll always be his brother." Kane grimaced in disgust. "Ugh. Would someone please shut him up? If I have to hear any more of this sentimental garbage, I might actually throw up." Several of the X-Men shook their heads in quiet disappointment. Peter cleared his throat, drawing attention back to himself. "Anyway," he said lightly, "we actually do know a place where the gem can be kept secure, and far away from anyone who might want to misuse it." "And where would that be?" Storm asked. "The Sanctum Sanctorum," Peter replied, his tone dropping into something deliberately mysterious. "Home of the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme of the mystic arts." Logan slowly turned toward Nightwing. "Is he fucking with us?" he muttered. "I honestly can't tell if he's fucking with us, but it really sounds like he is." Harry chuckled, shaking his head. "Nope. He's serious. The Ancient One's our mystic arts teacher. How else do you think we can open portals and use magic? The silence that followed spoke volumes. Chapter 407, Yao's Warning. Third-person POV. Within the fractured stillness of the mirror dimension, Gwen carefully extended the frozen crimson cube she held between her palms, its surface shimmering faintly as though something inside was straining against its icy prison. She stepped forward and presented it to the Ancient One standing before her. The Ancient One reached out and tapped the cube once with a single finger. At the point of contact, the surface rippled like disturbed water, golden light spreading outward in intricate, arcane patterns that briefly enveloped the entire cube before the object disappeared, as if it was teleported elsewhere. "Worry not," she said calmly, her voice steady and assured. "I will ensure this remains hidden and protected, so it does not fall into the wrong hands." As she withdrew her hand, Yao turned her attention elsewhere. Slowly, deliberately, she shifted her head and fixed her gaze on Jean. The intensity of that stare made Jean stiffen instantly. It felt as though layers were being peeled away from her, leaving her exposed beneath Yao's scrutiny. "What?" Jean finally snapped, unable to take it any longer. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice," Yao replied, her tone quiet but weighted, though it is closer to a warning than simple counsel. "Ultimately, how it affects you will depend entirely on how you choose to receive it." The sudden shift in mood made several of the others tense, eyes flicking between Jean and the Ancient One. "What is it?" Jean asked, suspicion creeping into her voice. "A furnace sealed too tightly does not grow cold," Yao said softly. "It grows hotter, until the walls can no longer contain it." Jean blinked, clearly thrown off, then gestured at herself with a frown. "Wait, am I the furnace in this scenario? Is Jean in danger?" Scott asked immediately, stepping closer to her, worry etched deeply into his expression. The Ancient One offered no response. Logan's patience snapped almost instantly. "Well, lady," he growled, his claws glinting dangerously, "how about you answer the damn question?" "She's not going to elaborate, is she?" Storm muttered with a weary sigh, already familiar with how these ominous prophecies tended to go. "Nope," Peter said at the same time as the rest of the Spider family, their confidence disturbingly unanimous. Logan began to stride forward, his face twisted into a feral snarl. "Good thing I'm real good at making people talk." "I wouldn't do that," Peter started, reaching out too late. Logan leapt with a roar. In an instant, writhing eldritch tendrils erupted from the air itself, snapping shut around him mid-jump. They coiled tightly around his frame, yanking him to a halt and suspending him helplessly. Logan thrashed and snarled, muscles straining as he fought against the bindings. He even snapped at them with his teeth, but the tendrils didn't so much as tremble. The Ancient One shook her head slowly. "Forgive me," she said, unbothered, "but I cannot say more than what has already been stated." "You didn't say much at all," Jean muttered under her breath, frustration clear in her voice. The Ancient One sighed softly. She slightly regretted opening her mouth, but it was too late now that she did. "I have seen worlds fall because someone believed they could lock away the very thing that frightened them," she said. "When the time comes for you to confront who, or rather, what, you are destined to be not afraid. Embrace it." "Be not afraid," Peter echoed, pointing at her with his thumb. "That's totally from the Bible, right? She's quoting scripture at us. I can't be the only one who caught that." Yao's face twitched beneath her hood. Harry covered his mouth, snickering. "She was probably there when it was first written, it can't be helped." Peter wheezed, his composure completely collapsing. His knees buckled as he dropped to all fours, laughter bursting out of him uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. Oh my God, he's saying you're so old you witnessed the Bible being written." He pointed at her between gasps, pounding his fist against the ground. Harry rubbed the bridge of his nose with smug satisfaction, proud of himself. The rest of the Spider family quickly looked away, covering their mouths as their shoulders shook, desperately trying not to laugh themselves into trouble. Beneath her hood, the Ancient One simply stared at them, her expression utterly unimpressed. Peter's laughter echoed through the mirror dimension, the only sound breaking the silence. With a sharp huff, the Ancient One turned away. A portal spiraled open before her, its edges glowing softly. Without another glance back, she stepped through it, and the portal snapped shut behind her. Felicia and MJ each took one of Peter's arms, helping haul him up from where he had collapsed onto the mirrored floor. Peter bent forward slightly, hands braced on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath, a final wheezing laugh escaping him as he leaned his weight against them. "Ha!" He exhaled loudly, dragging a hand down his face. "I am so in trouble the next time I see her." "If you're in trouble," Harry said, flashing a wary, uneasy grin, "just imagine how bad it's going to be for me. I'm the one who actually said the joke." "Well, that wasn't unsettling at all," Colossus muttered dryly as he made his way over to Logan. He wrapped his massive metal hands around the eldritch bindings and pulled, muscles straining as he tried to pry them apart. Despite his incredible strength, the tendrils barely budged. "These are annoyingly effective." Seeing his struggle, Lizzie stepped in, murmuring under her breath as she dispelled the magic holding Logan in place. The tendrils unraveled and vanished like smoke, dropping Logan unceremoniously back onto his feet. Peter, noticing how the Ancient One's words still hung heavily over the group, straightened up and stepped forward, raising his hand slightly in a placating gesture. "Hey, listen," he said, his tone softer now. "Don't overthink what she said. She's cryptic for a reason. Stuff like that usually comes from a place of goodwill. She will only say something and intervene when whatever obstacles or hard times are waiting ahead can be handled." Or, Felicia cut in, shrugging casually, "You can take her words as the ramblings of an ancient old lady who enjoys messing with people's heads. If that helps you sleep better." "Don't listen to her," Gwen said, rolling her eyes. "The best thing you can do is keep moving forward the way you already are. Remember her words when the time actually comes. Worrying about something you don't understand yet won't help anyone." Scott let out a long, frustrated sigh. "I suppose, you're right." Jean stood beside him, reaching over towards his hand. She gave it a gentle squeeze, nodding in quiet agreement. "Oh." Lizzie whispered to herself, her eyes flicking to their joined hands and then to Logan, who was pointedly staring at their joined hands before looking in the opposite direction, jaw tight as he muttered something under his breath. "I'm detecting a love triangle," she whispered toward Felicia. Felicia leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Looks more like a healthy relationship with a very grumpy, reluctant spectator." "Don't be mean," MJ whispered sharply, shaking her head. "And I'm pretty sure he can hear you." They all turned just in time to see Logan glaring straight at them, fangs bared as a low, menacing growl rumbled in his chest. Felicia and Lizzie both laughed nervously, rubbing the backs of their necks. "Sorry," they said almost in unison. With the crisis resolved, the group began filing out of the mirror dimension. Hulk and Betty peeled off to head home, leaving the rest behind as reality settled back into place. "Ah!" Jean suddenly exclaimed, pressing her fingers to her temple. "Jean," the X-Men shouted in alarm, immediately tensing as though ready to rush to her side. She quickly waved them off, holding her hands up. "There's no need to shout, Professor," she called out, wincing slightly. "I can hear you perfectly clearly." There was a brief pause as she tilted her head, listening intently. "Eh? Oh, right," Jean continued, nodding slowly. "Cerebro couldn't locate us because we were inside another dimension. We'll explain everything later. But don't worry, we managed to take down the Juggernaut, thanks to Spider-Man and his team." She forced a small, strained smile as she rubbed her temple again, easing the lingering ache. Everyone watched as Jean continued nodding, responding with short acknowledgements. Okay, yep. I'll be sure to tell him." Finally, she turned toward Peter. "The professor says you owe him a meeting. He's been waiting for you to visit, but you never showed." "Oh wow, yeah," Peter said suddenly, snapping his fingers. "I do remember that." He glanced over his shoulder at the rest of the group. "So, anyone got plans today? Because if not, I know exactly where we're spending the rest of the day." Seeing nothing but nods and enthusiastic approval, Peter turned back to Jean and flashed her a wide grin, giving her 2 thumbs up. "Tell him we'd be more than happy to stop by Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters." Chapter 408, Meeting the X-Men, 1. Third-person POV. Jean, having finished her quiet conversation with Professor Xavier, turned back toward the group and cleared her throat slightly to draw their attention. "The other part of the team is already on their way to pick us up," she explained calmly. "The professor sent them out as soon as we disappeared from Cerebro's radar. They should be arriving shortly." "Are we really going to keep dragging this luggage around with us everywhere?" Felicia asked dryly, motioning her thumb toward Kane. Kane immediately shot her a sharp glare, clearly unimpressed by being referred to that way. "For the meantime, yes," Scott replied, never taking his eyes off Kane. His posture remained tense, shoulders squared as if ready for anything. "The professor will decide what to do with him once we're back." "I don't want to alarm anyone," Gwen said, her tone cautious as her eyes scanned their surroundings, "but we're starting to draw a lot of attention." The group collectively glanced around and quickly realized she was right. Having exited the mirror dimension in the middle of the city, they were now standing in full public view. Civilians had slowed to a stop, some openly staring, others already pulling out their phones. A few were taking photos, while several more were actively recording videos, whispering excitedly among themselves. "Just smile and wave, boys," Peter said cheerfully, lifting both hands and giving an exaggerated royal wave. Smile and wave. Peter, and the rest of the Spider family, were far more accustomed to public attention, cameras, and unwanted fame. The same couldn't be said for the X-Men, who shifted uncomfortably. Years of secrecy and caution made this level of exposure deeply unsettling for them. Thankfully, the moment didn't last long. A thunderous roar cut through the air as the X-Men jet screamed overhead. The aircraft hovered low, its engines rumbling so powerfully that several nearby pedestrians stumbled backward from the sheer force of the wind. The jet's rear hatch slowly opened, revealing a young woman standing confidently at the edge. She wore a green and yellow X-Men uniform, her brown hair streaked with two bold white fringes that framed her face. "Well, what are y'all waiting for, folks?" she shouted, her southern accent thick and unmistakable. "An invitation. Get in already." Standing beside her was a boy with a distinctly devilish appearance, blue skin, wild hair, yellow eyes, and a long, pointed tail swaying behind him. With a sharp pop, he vanished in a puff of faint mist, only to reappear instantly beside Colossus and Kane. Before either of them could react, he grabbed hold of them both and teleported again, the same popping sound echoing as they vanished inside the jet. "Cool," Harry muttered in awe. "Very cool," Peter agreed at the exact same time. "We can teleport too, you know," Gwen added casually. With a flick of her wrist, she opened a glowing portal that led directly into the interior of the plane. One by one, everyone stepped through, emerging inside where the rest of the X-Men were already waiting. "Oh, come on!" Nightcrawler exclaimed, his thick German accent immediately noticeable. "I want to show off and make, that is it you call it, a good first impression." "I already think you're cool, my man," Peter said as he passed through the portal, flashing Nightcrawler a thumbs up. Nightcrawler turned toward the others with an excited grin, practically glowing as he exclaimed, "Did you hear that? The Spider-Man thinks I'm cool." "Yeah, good for you, Kurt," a short girl with brunette hair tied into a ponytail said flatly, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. "Sorry for ruining your performance," Gwen said, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly as she closed the portal behind her. "It is fine," Kurt replied, trying to play it off with a shrug. "As the Americans say, ZE river flows under ZE bridge." He paused, frowned, and muttered to himself, "Wait, that isn't right." Gwen snickered, then smirked as she corrected him in German. "I think the phrase you're looking for is, water under the bridge." Kurt's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. "You know how to speak German," he exclaimed. "We all do," the entire spider family replied in unison. Kurt let out an excited, joyful noise that he didn't even try to suppress. Meanwhile, Scott made his way toward the cockpit where Beast was already seated at the controls. The large, blue-furred man glanced over and handed Scott a spare headset. Scott accepted it and took the seat beside him, finally allowing himself to relax, just a little, as the jet prepared to take off. "If everyone would please take their seats and strap themselves in," Beast announced, his voice refined and articulate despite his imposing, blue-furred appearance. He adjusted a few controls with practiced ease. "We are about to enter terminal velocity." Peter glanced around the interior of the jet, finally taking a moment to properly register the X-Men who were present. He already recognized several of them, Rogue, Nightcrawler, Kitty Pryde, and Beast, of course. His gaze lingered briefly on the men with large, white feathered wings folded neatly against his back. "Yeah, that's definitely Angel," Peter thought. "So basically, we wasted our time coming to get you," Angel said with mild annoyance, leaning back in his seat with his arms crossed. "You guys weren't even in any real danger." "Nope," Jean replied calmly as she fastened her seatbelt and leaned back, completely unbothered. "Thanks to Spider-Man and his team, we managed to take Juggernaut down fairly easily." Angel hummed, his attention drifting as he turned his head slightly. His eyes landed on Felicia, who was seated beside him, relaxed and leaning comfortably against her seat. He studied her for a moment before a smooth, charismatic smile spread across his face. Extending his hand, he spoke with easy confidence. "Nice to meet you. Most people call me Angel. What can I call you?" "Taken," Felicia replied without hesitation. She still shook his hand, polite but firm. Jean immediately covered her mouth, and Rogue leaned closer to her as the two of them burst into quiet snickering. "Ah, better luck next time, sugar," Rogue teased, her southern drawl thick as she continued giggling. "I wasn't even hitting on her," Angel muttered, his cheeks flushing as embarrassment crept in. "Yeah, right," Kitty added, grinning as she happily joined in on the teasing. Angel turned back to Felicia quickly, clearly flustered. "Just to be clear, I really wasn't hitting on you." Felicia lifted her chin just slightly, a confident smirk tugging at her lips. "I wouldn't have blamed you if you were." Lizzie, Gwen, and MJ all rolled their eyes in perfect synchronization, shaking their heads in shared exasperation. "Come on, Angel," Scott said from the pilot's seat without even turning around. "These are our guests. Try not to embarrass us or give us a bad reputation by being rude." "I wasn't trying to be rude," Angel protested, throwing his hands up. "And I wasn't hitting on her. It was just a greeting, I was being friendly." The rest of the jet ride passed in an atmosphere of laughter and light-hearted teasing. Introductions were exchanged casually as everyone began to relax. Those who had participated in the battle eagerly recounted how they had worked together to take Juggernaut down, drawing wide-eyed reactions and excited commentary from both Kurt and Kitty. Before long, the jet descended toward Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, hovering briefly above the basketball court. Students scattered across the grounds quickly moved aside as the aircraft lowered smoothly onto the landing platform. Waiting below was Professor Charles Xavier himself, seated in his wheelchair. He was being pushed forward by Bobby Drake, better known as Iceman, who was currently fully encased in ice, his X-Men uniform shimmering beneath the frozen exterior. Even the professor was dressed in his uniform as the jet's hatch opened and the Spider family emerged alongside the X-Men. "By the way," Kurt said eagerly as he walked down the ramp beside Spider-Man, "could I maybe get your autograph?" Thunderous applause erupted across the school grounds. Students cheered from the yard, balconies, and even open windows. "Spider-Man. I'm your biggest fan. Sign my shirt, please. Ghost Spider, can I take a picture with you? Nightwing. Firestar. What about us?" MJ muttered under her breath, folding her arms and pouting. "Why isn't anyone shouting for us?" "Because we're redundant," Felicia replied bluntly. "Ouch." MJ whispered, clearly wounded. "Spider-Man. Ghost Spider. Scarlet Spider. Spider-Cat. Nightwing. Firestar." Professor Xavier greeted each of them in turn before pausing and looking thoughtfully at Arya. "And forgive me, but I don't believe I know you." "Arachnid," Arya said, bowing politely. "Lady Arachnid," Xavier corrected warmly with a small smile. "I officially welcome you all to my school." "Thank you for having us, Professor," Peter said, extending his hand. Xavier accepted it, and the two shared a firm, respectful handshake. "Lady Arachnid," Arya repeated, puffing out her chest proudly. "I like that. I always thought just Arachnid sounded kind of plain, but Lady Arachnid is so much better." She struck a dramatic pose. "From now on, I shall be known as Lady Arachnid." Xavier chuckled softly, nodding approvingly. "I'm glad the addition pleases you." Chapter 409, Meeting the X-Men, 2. Third-person POV. After everyone had exited the X-Men jet, the basketball court beneath it began to split apart with a low, resonant mechanical hum. The polished surface folded back in precise segments, revealing the concealed hangar below as the aircraft slowly descended. Within moments, the jet vanished from sight, swallowed by the depths of the facility. The court slid back into place just as seamlessly, leaving no trace that anything had disturbed it at all. By the time the final panels locked together, Spider-Man and the others were already making their way toward the school grounds. Gwen and Peter naturally fell into step beside Professor Xavier as they headed toward the main building, Iceman guiding his wheelchair along the smooth pathway. "It's honestly an honor to meet you, Professor Xavier," Gwen said, unable to keep the excitement out of her voice. "I've wanted to meet you and have a proper discussion with you ever since I read your thesis, and your published papers, on genetic mutations and evolutionary divergence." Professor Xavier turned slightly in his chair, blinking in genuine surprise before a warm, pleased smile crossed his face. "My goodness," he said, directing his full attention toward her. "I must admit, I don't often hear my research mentioned outside of academic circles, certainly not with such enthusiasm. What interested me the most," Peter added as he joined the conversation, "was your theory regarding the origin of the X gene and how it might act as a catalyst rather than a direct cause." Felicia let out an exaggerated sigh. "Oh no," she muttered, folding her arms. "They're going to geek out and start talking in what might as well be an alien language, the one language the rest of us definitely don't speak." "Nerd. Really?" Kitty asked curiously, glancing between Gwen and Peter. "You consider those two nerds?" "They didn't exactly give off that impression." Felicia nodded firmly. "They're the biggest nerds you'll ever meet. Don't let their casual, cool attitude fool you." "Well, we've got a nerd of our own, don't we?" Kitty teased as she affectionately patted Hank on the arm. "Nerd is such a derogatory term," Hank replied, adjusting his glasses as he placed them back on his face. "I much prefer the term scientist, personally. Or perhaps intellectually gifted." "Well then," Lizzie said with a weary but hopeful smile, "I just hope they can keep the conversation to something I can understand. I'd really like to know if I can learn more about my powers here." "Wait, what?" Jean interjected, surprise flashing across her face as Lizzie's words drew everyone's attention. "Do you mean to say you're a mutant?" "Huh." Lizzie blinked, startled by the sudden focus. She then smiled shyly and rubbed the back of her head. "Oh, yeah. I'm just like all of you. I'm a mutant. My powers are a result of the X gene." Her admission instantly sparked the group's curiosity, and they began bombarding her with questions all at once. "How long have you been a mutant? You've seriously been operating openly as a superhero. How haven't you been caught? What level mutant are you? Have you been tested? What exactly is your mutation?" Whoa, easy." Nightwing intervened quickly, stepping in when he noticed Lizzie shrinking under the attention. You're overwhelming her. He's right, Cyclops added firmly as he looked over the group. You all know better than to behave this way. Nightcrawler scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, Ja. We were just excited to learn that one of the heroes we always see on TV is, well, just like us. We're sorry for suddenly ganging up on you, Jean said apologetically, noticing how Lizzie had instinctively moved closer to Nightwing for support. It's fine, Lizzie said softly, though confusion crept into her expression. But, is it really such a big deal that I'm a mutant? The group exchanged uncertain glances, no one immediately sure how to answer. Storm was the one who finally spoke, her voice calm and measured. It is far more significant than you realize, she said gently. Based on your question, it is clear you have not faced the prejudice that often comes with being born a mutant, being feared for powers you never asked for, sometimes even by your own family. Abilities beyond your control can inspire awe, but more often, they inspire fear. And that, she finished quietly, is never a pretty thing. Nightcrawler nodded solemnly in agreement, his tail flicking faintly behind him. Most of you don't exactly have the privilege of just walking out in the open without being looked at funny, he said quietly. Being called a freak, not having a place to call home. For many of you that is the norm. I knew from Spidey that mutants weren't exactly treated well, Lizzie said softly, her expression clouded with genuine concern. But I had no idea it was that bad. It's far worse than just bad, Logan muttered as he turned away from the group, already heading toward a direction that wasn't the main building but one adjacent. You stop being treated like a person. You're either a weapon they think they can control, or one they're afraid they can't. He glanced back only briefly. There's damn near no in-between. The group watched him walk ahead, leading the Juggernaut along as he entered the building first, his broad shoulders tense with old anger and unhealed scars. Lizzie and the rest of the Spider family couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity about his past. From the bitterness in his tone alone, it was clear his story was anything but pleasant. Professor Xavier released a quiet sigh as the heavy tension settled over everyone. He turned toward Peter and Gwen, his expression apologetic yet understanding. Let us continue our discussion regarding genetic mutation another day, when we have more time, he said gently. In the meantime, why don't we give you a tour of the school? It will help you become more acquainted and comfortable with how we operate here. Everyone agreed, the mood easing slightly. Peter gave Charles a thumbs up. Nice save, Professor. Charles's cheek twitched with amusement as he replied warmly, Thank you, Spider-Man. As they entered through the front doors, they were greeted by a crowd of students waiting inside. Most of them were younger children, their eyes wide with awe as they stared at the Spider family alongside the X-Men with open admiration. Kids ranging from 5 to 14 quickly gathered around them, while the older students lingered by the stairwell or leaned against the railings, watching with detached curiosity. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Can I get your autograph? Can you sign my notebook, please? Please, can I take a picture with you? With most of the attention focused squarely on Spider-Man, the others looked on in mild amusement. They really seem to like Spider-Man, MJ said, chuckling as Peter struggled to respond to everyone at once, turning in slow circles as hands and notebooks were thrust toward him. That's because some of them are children he's rescued before, Jean explained with a faint, knowing smile. They've developed a special fondness for him. They love me. They really, really love me. Peter declared dramatically, pretending to sob as he struck an exaggerated pose. Finally, in your face, Nightwing. Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't stop himself from snickering. Scott and Storm were about to gently usher everyone along so they could move on to lunch, but both Harry and Gwen raised a hand in unison, smiling at the wholesome chaos. Let him have his moment, Harry said with a grin. Do you remember me? A small boy asked hesitantly. Faint scars lined his arms, partially hidden beneath his sleeves. Peter's lenses curved upward, mimicking a smile, as he crouched down and gently ruffled the boy's hair. Of course I do, he said warmly. You were the 5th kid in line when Ghost Spider and I rescued everyone from that mansion. I was singing, Follow the Leader, to keep you calm while we got you out. He chuckled. You even tripped going up the stairs. I never forget a face, especially those I had the great fortune of saving. The boy flushed red with embarrassment, but his heart swelled with joy at being remembered. Chapter 410, Meeting the X-Men, 3. Third-person POV. After the fan meeting finally wrapped up and Peter, along with the rest of the Spider family, finished taking pictures and signing autographs, the X-Men smoothly transitioned into the next part of the visit. With practiced ease, they began guiding their guests through the sprawling halls of the Xavier Institute, eager to show them around the mansion that also served as a school and safe haven for young mutants. These rooms were all remodeled to resemble proper classrooms, Professor Xavier explained as he rolled calmly down the corridor, his voice measured and welcoming. The group followed closely behind him, occasionally glancing through open doorways or peeking at the plaques mounted beside each room. Here, we teach the younger students a wide range of subjects, everything from how to responsibly control and understand their powers, to more mundane but equally important topics such as mathematics, science, and history. Xavier gestured toward the X-Men walking alongside them as he continued, "You've already met some of the faculty here. Aurora, though most know her as Storm, teaches science and specializes in helping students develop control over their abilities. Hank handles courses involving algebra, physics, and chemistry. Scott, on the other hand, teaches language arts while also overseeing classes on strategy and battlefield tactics." Peter's eyes widened as he looked over at Scott, clearly caught off guard. "Whoa, man, you're a teacher," he blurted out. When Scott raised a brow in response, Peter immediately began waving his hands defensively. I didn't mean that in a bad way. You just look pretty young, so it kinda threw me off." Scott allowed himself a small pause before replying, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "I'll take it as a compliment." "Please do," Peter replied with an awkward laugh, scratching the back of his head. MJ shifted her attention toward Jean, curiosity flickering across her expression. "Are you a professor too?" "I am," Jean answered with a proud nod. "I recently began teaching a class focused on ethics, morality, and psychology. It's important for the students to understand not just what they can do, but what they should do." Peter then glanced upward toward Colossus, his gaze traveling from the towering mutant's steel-plated boots all the way to his face. "Let me guess," he said thoughtfully, "you're the PE teacher." Colossus chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Is it truly that obvious?" Peter burst out laughing. "Whoa, I was just messing with you, and I was right." He reached out and began patting Colossus's metallic arm appreciatively. "Don't worry, big guy. Physical education is just as important as any other class." "Touch," Peter muttered absent-mindedly as he started running his fingers along Colossus's chrome arm, fascinated by the texture. "Stop it," Gwen hissed, quickly swatting his hands away. She cleared her throat, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "Please, continue." "But earlier he said I could," Peter pouted, his shoulders slumping as he lowered his head dramatically. A few amused chuckles rippled through the group as they resumed walking. Xavier wore a faint, fond smile as he observed how easily Peter seemed to bond with his team. "And right over here," he said smoothly, "we have the cafeteria." Felicia leaned closer to MJ and smirked. "Look, your favorite subject." MJ slowly turned her head, locking Felicia in a chilling death glare. "Are you perhaps tired of living?" "Ha ha ha." Peter laughed loudly. "She said lunch is your favorite subject, basically calling you fat." "Give us just a moment please," MJ said calmly, raising a single finger. Before anyone could react, MJ grabbed Felicia by the ear and Peter by the collar, dragging them away like two unruly children. The rest of the group watched in stunned silence as she hauled them to the far corner of the room, forced them to kneel in front of her, and began berating them animatedly. Rogue and Jean covered their mouths as they snickered, while Kitty openly giggled at the spectacle. MJ's hands flew wildly as she lectured them, and both Felicia and Peter flinched occasionally, keeping their heads down and avoiding eye contact at all costs. "Is this normal behavior for them?" Bobby asked, barely holding back his laughter. "More than I'd like to admit," Gwen replied with a weary sigh. Once MJ was finished, she grabbed the pair in the same way she dragged them off and marched them back toward the group with an irritated huff, leaving behind a trail of suppressed laughter and wide-eyed amusement. "Well, I can't say that wasn't entertaining to watch," Kitty admitted, a faint giggle still lingering in her voice as she glanced between Peter and Felicia. MJ let out a small groan and rubbed the back of her neck, a light blush coloring her cheeks. "Sorry you all had to witness that," she muttered, clearly embarrassed despite her efforts to remain composed. No, don't apologize," Rogue said with a playful grin, waving a dismissive hand. "You do you, sister. Sometimes people just need correcting." Charles watched the group with an amused, knowing smile. Once he was satisfied that the chaos had fully settled, he smoothly resumed leading the tour, seamlessly transitioning into a brief history lesson about the mansion, its origins, past renovations, and the generations of students it had sheltered over the years. "Wait," Peter suddenly said as they finished passing through the science classroom, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Are we gonna be, like, guest lecturers here at the school? Because that would honestly be awesome." Charles chuckled warmly at Peter's enthusiasm. "Only if you wish to," he replied. "But I'm quite certain the children would be absolutely thrilled to learn from you." "Oh man," Peter said immediately, already spiraling. "I'd need to prepare a new suit so I at least look presentable, and what would I even teach? I'd need a lesson plan, handouts, visual aids. Perhaps a lesson about your daily life AZ Spider-Man." Kurt suggested thoughtfully, his tail swaying slightly as he spoke. Peter froze for half a second before his face split into a wide grin. "That's actually not a bad idea." He slung an arm around Kurt's shoulders enthusiastically. "We'll call it Superheroing 101, featuring Professor Spidey." There is just one more room to show you all, Charles announced calmly as he began rolling forward once more. Professor. Angel spoke up hesitantly, glancing ahead. Are you sure it would be wise to take them there? It's quite all right, Angel, Xavier replied reassuringly. I pride myself on being a good judge of character. Spider-Man and his friends are trustworthy people. Showing them this room will do us no harm. Well, that isn't ominous in the slightest, Arya muttered under her breath, earning a few awkward smiles and quiet chuckles as the group proceeded down a long, isolated corridor. They soon arrived before what looked like a heavily reinforced vault door, its surface lined with metal plating and marked prominently by a large X-shaped insignia. Charles rolled forward toward the center of the door, and with a soft mechanical hum, it slid open automatically. Beyond it lay a vast, pristine white room, wide, empty, and strangely unsettling in its stillness. Welcome to the Danger Room, Charles announced as everyone stepped inside. This is where we train abilities, coordination, and teamwork under controlled, but challenging, conditions. Nightwing looked around slowly, his trained eyes taking in every angle. This reminds me a lot of our own training room, he said. It's almost identical. You guys have your own Danger Room? Bobby asked, clearly surprised. I thought this was kind of our thing. The Spider family nodded in unison. Arya, however, narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing something subtle yet profound beneath the surface. This room. She thought. It feels almost alive. Can we try it out? Peter asked eagerly, practically bouncing in place. Please. The Danger Room isn't just a place to mess around, Bobby warned. It's called that for a reason. Peter tilted his head, a playful grin spreading across his face. Are you, perhaps, looking down on me? Don't worry, Bobby, Storm said calmly, stepping in. He can handle it. I can second that, Scott added, adjusting his visor slightly. My fingers are still tingling from the amount of power I felt earlier. Is he really that strong? Bobby asked, stunned that both Storm and Scott were backing Peter. Did you forget, Kitty chimed in, that he once held up an entire skyscraper until everyone was evacuated? She leaned closer to Peter and whispered, that was when I became your fan, by the way. It was very cool. Peter rubbed the side of his nose sheepishly. Hey, thanks. I literally held back too, Gwen muttered with a slight pout. But nobody ever mentions that. Chapter 411, The Danger Room, 1. Third-person POV. Peter stood alone at the very center of the Danger Room, the vast metallic space stretching endlessly around him. He rolled his shoulders, stretched his arms overhead, and twisted his torso from side to side like an athlete warming up before a big match. A grin tugged at his lips as he cracked his neck once, then twice. All right, he muttered before raising his voice, bring it on, baby, and let everyone bear witness to the one, the only, the amazing Spider-Man. High above him, near the reinforced ceiling, a wide viewing deck overlooked the entire chamber. Thick panes of specialized glass separated the observers from whatever chaos the Danger Room was about to unleash. From there, the X-Men and their guests could both monitor the test and actively control the environment below. Kitty Pryde leaned forward slightly, arms crossed, watching Peter with a wary smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Isn't he taking this a little too lightly, she said, her tone uneasy. Even if he's Spider-Man, the Danger Room is no joke. She paused, her expression briefly darkening as old memories surfaced. If you underestimate it, she added quietly, it has a way of leaving scars. Mental ones. Harry shook his head with a small chuckle. That's honestly just how he is, he replied. That's how he faces everything, every opponent, every disaster. He glanced toward the others. We dealt with multiversal-level threats not too long ago, and he didn't change his attitude even once. Huh. Nearly every member of the X-Men turned sharply toward Nightwing, disbelief written plainly across their faces. Multiversal danger. Hank exclaimed, stepping away from the control console entirely. His eyes practically lit up behind his glasses. Are you telling me the multiverse is a confirmed reality and not merely a theoretical construct? Before anyone could elaborate, Peter cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted up toward the deck. Hey! When do we start? I've got a reputation to maintain here, I need to look cool. We'll share the full story later, Arya said calmly, a note of amusement coloring her voice. At the moment, Father is becoming rather impatient. Father. The entire viewing deck erupted. They were somehow even more shocked than they had been moments ago. Spider-Man's your dad, several voices shouted at once. Charles blinked, clearly taken aback. Is he, your biological father? He asked, still struggling to process the idea. The thought of Spider-Man as a parent had never once crossed his mind. Yes, Arya replied without hesitation. Her tone was firm, confident. Considering she had created her body using Peter's DNA as a foundation, it wasn't inaccurate in the slightest to call him her biological father. I refuse to believe that guy is, like, a 40-something-year-old man, Kitty said flatly, staring down at Peter as if sheer disbelief might make the statement untrue. I must admit, Charles added, rubbing his chin, I am genuinely stunned. And who is the mother? Storm asked, her gaze shifting thoughtfully between the 3 spider-themed women present, clearly searching for any resemblance. I mean, it's obviously Scarlet Spider, right? Jean chimed in, tilting her head. They both have psychic abilities. A few of the others nodded in agreement. It made sense, at least on the surface. Both Arya and MJ shook their heads in unison. Then, as if rehearsed, every member of the Spider family raised an arm and pointed directly at Gwen. Gwen puffed out her chest proudly, striking a victorious pose as though she had personally carried Arya for 9 months, despite the fact that her actual contribution had been limited to genetic material combined with Peter's, forming Arya's unique DNA. Well, I'll be damned, Rogue muttered, glancing back and forth between Gwen and Arya. With Gwen's full bodysuit concealing her features, no obvious similarities could be seen. Suddenly, WHPP. A sharp sound echoed through the chamber, followed immediately by something hitting against glass. Everyone turned just in time to see thick strands of webbing plastered across the viewing window. A second later, Peter yanked himself upward with startling force, sticking effortlessly to the glass. He crawled across it upside down before knocking loudly with his knuckles. Hello. Chat, am I muted? He called out. When can I begin the exercise? Is the first level an endurance test for patience? Because if so, mine is being seriously tested. Professor Xavier chuckled warmly. Our apologies, Spider-Man, he said. We became a bit sidetracked. That was not our intention. It felt like I got left on read, Peter complained dramatically. Which hurts more when it happens in person, by the way. With that, he kicked off the window, flipping gracefully through the air before landing perfectly back in the center of the danger room. Hank, if you would, Charles said, nodding toward the blue-furred scientist at the controls. We'll begin with level 1, Hank announced as his fingers danced across the console. From there, the difficulty will steadily increase. How many levels are there? Felicia asked, studying the panels with interest. There are 5 primary levels, Hank replied calmly. Each one contains unique variables, abnormalities, and escalating challenges that the subject must overcome. Peter's spider sense flared to life in an instant. Without even looking down, he calmly twisted his body to the side just as a massive saw blade burst upward from the floor where he had been standing moments before. Sparks flew as the spinning metal shrieked through empty space, missing him by inches. Peter didn't so much as flinch. He casually slipped both hands into his pockets and began moving forward at an easy, unhurried pace, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through a park rather than navigating a lethal training chamber. Traps sprang from the floor, ceiling, and walls with vicious speed, yet Peter merely bopped, weaved, and stepped around them with effortless precision, his body flowing naturally from one movement to the next. Without warning, thick steel walls erupted up on either side of him, attempting to crush him between them. Peter planted a foot against one wall, skipped along its surface, and launched himself backward into a smooth, controlled backflip. He landed in a relaxed crouch just as the walls slammed together in front of him with a thunderous, rattling bang. A barrage of spinning blades shot toward him from every direction. Peter leapt into a corkscrew spin, twisting through the air as blades whizzed past his head and limbs. One came too close, so he simply kicked it mid-spin, altering its trajectory and sending it crashing into several others in a violent chain reaction. From the walls, rows of razor-sharp spikes extended outward and fired toward him like bullets, each one positioned for a lethal strike. Peter's grin widened. An invisible aura of repulsive force bloomed around him as he subtly manipulated attraction and repulsion through the van der Waals force. The spikes and blades never even reached him, each one ricocheted away the instant it came close, scattering harmlessly across the chamber. Wah, how is he even doing that? Kurt asked, his tail flicking in disbelief as his eyes followed Peter's movements. His agility is something else entirely, Rogue muttered, watching the fluidity of Spider-Man's dodges and spins. It's not just agility, Bobby added thoughtfully. It's his flexibility, his control, his acrobatics. He shook his head slowly. I don't think I've ever seen someone move with that much grace. If you're this impressed just watching him move, Felicia said with a knowing, almost wary grin, I'm curious how you'll all react when he actually starts taking things seriously. That caught Charles's attention immediately. Hank, he said, eyes sharp with intrigue, increase the danger level to 2. Hank's fingers flew across the control panel as the danger room responded. The hum of machinery deepened, the atmosphere growing heavier. The traps began activating faster, far faster, and their lethality increased dramatically. Drones poured into the chamber, buzzing through the air as they unleashed volleys of high-caliber gunfire and launched rockets in rapid succession. Flamethrowers jutted from the walls, spewing roaring infernos that flooded entire sections of the room with searing heat. Peter didn't break rhythm. He leaned forward and began skating across the floor, his feet gliding effortlessly as he manipulated attraction and repulsion beneath him. With no friction to slow him down, he moved like a professional figure skater, carving smooth arcs through chaos while bullets and flames tore through the space he had occupied moments earlier. He spun cleanly between two walls of fire, slipping through a narrow opening like a needle threading fabric. Landing on one knee, Peter chuckled as he finally pulled his hands from his pockets. "Looks like level 2's worthy of me using these," he said lightly. Rockets streaked toward him in response. Peter took a firm stance and punched the air once. A massive wave of repulsive force detonated outward, colliding with the rockets and causing them to explode simultaneously in a deafening cascade of fire and smoke. He surged forward toward the oncoming drones as they descended on him, emptying nearly their entire arsenal in a desperate attempt to bring him down. To Peter, the world slowed. He punched straight through the first drone, obliterating it in a single strike. He tore through another with his bare hands, ripping metal apart as though it were paper. Using their falling remains as stepping stones, he bounded upward, launching himself high into the air. Flipping upside down, he crossed his arms mid-flight, calm and composed. At the apex of his jump, Peter extended both hands and thrust them outward repeatedly, unleashing a storm of glowing azure webs from his wrists. He spun rapidly, firing in all directions like a living turret, his body rotating like a disco ball of crackling blue light. The webs struck true. Electric energy surged through them, freezing every drone mid-air as they spasmed violently and malfunctioned, suspended helplessly above him. Peter landed lightly on his feet, forming a precise mystic hand sign, each finger touching perfectly, as he spoke a single word. Latum. The webbing flared brilliantly, the blue glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. Then everything exploded. A chain of brilliant azure detonations tore through the air above him, shock waves rattling the chamber as shredded metal rained down in smoking fragments. The echoes of destruction lingered long after the final blast faded. Peter lifted his head toward the viewing deck, a wide grin on his face. "Please tell me there's more," he called out cheerfully. "I'm really starting to enjoy myself." "What a monster," Angel whispered, a faint chuckle slipping out despite himself. Around him, the rest of the X-Men nodded slowly, still trying to process what they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, every member of the Spider family shared similar thoughts in their own way. That's all it took to impress them. That's enough for him to be called a monster. It seemed that, in the end, the definition of a monster differed greatly depending on who was watching. Chapter 412, The Danger Room, 2. Third-person POV. "Come on," Peter called out as he glanced up toward the observation room, placing his hands on his hips theatrically. "That can't be all, can it? I was expecting a little more, oomph." Up in the viewing chamber, Angel folded his arms, a sharp smile tugging at his lips. The provocation had landed exactly as Peter intended, and he wasn't about to let it slide. "Hank," he said without taking his eyes off the boy below, "give him the most difficult stage 3 scenario you can possibly come up with." Hank hesitated and instinctively looked toward Charles for confirmation. Charles leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin as he observed Peter's relaxed stance and unreadable confidence. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded slowly. "I believe he can handle it," Charles said calmly. That was all the confirmation Hank needed. He turned back to the control panel and began rapidly reconfiguring the danger room. His fingers flew across the holographic interface, inputs stacking upon inputs as the machinery beneath the floor hummed to life. Below, the vast chamber began to shift, panels retracting, walls sliding apart, and mechanical components sinking back into hidden compartments. Peter glanced around as the environment around him dissolved and reformed. The sterile training room faded away, replaced by towering holograms that built themselves piece by piece. Steel structures rose from the ground, smokestacks forming in the distance as thick plumes of gray smoke curled into a once clear blue sky. Within seconds, Peter found himself standing in the heart of an enormous industrial district, an endless array of steel factories stretching in every direction. The air felt heavier, thick with the illusion of heat, soot, and machinery. He tilted his head, brow furrowing in curiosity, until his posture snapped upright. The hairs along the back of his neck stood on end as a sharp pulse of danger screamed through his mind. His spider sense flared violently. Behind him stood a towering figure clad in red and purple armor. A long, regal purple cape billowed behind him as though caught in a phantom wind. His helmet gleamed, polished to a mirror shine, its crimson surface accented with deep violet. "Are you the insignificant bug," the man said, his voice cold, commanding, and dripping with arrogance, "that dares stand in the way of mutant supremacy?" Peter spun on his heel instantly, pointing a finger upward in correction before the threat could fully sink in. Actually," he said lightly, unable to stop the grin spreading across his face, "spiders are arachnids." The smile widened when he realized exactly who he was facing. Magneto. "It matters little to me," Magneto replied dismissively. He spread his arms wide, palms open, as raw power surged outward from him. Invisible waves of magnetism rippled through the area, and the world itself seemed to respond. I will crush you beneath my boot all the same. The distinction makes no difference. The environment erupted. Steel beams tore free from the ground. Poles, pipes, sheets of metal, loose screws, bolts, shattered debris, everything metallic rose into the air as if answering a silent call. They swirled around Magneto in a raging storm, orbiting him in deadly, controlled chaos. "Oh boy," Peter muttered, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet as excitement bled into his voice. "This is going to be so much fun." He began hopping side to side, building momentum, his movements loose and playful. If someone didn't know better, they might have thought he was dancing rather than preparing for battle. Magneto's hand sliced through the air. The storm answered instantly. Metal screamed as it cut through the sky, dozens of projectiles firing downward toward Peter in a lethal barrage. A massive steel beam slammed into the ground where Peter had been standing, but he was already gone. He moved like water. Peter spun, twisted, leapt, ducked, and slid across the ground with flawless athletic precision. Each attack missed him by inches as he flowed effortlessly between them, never slowing, never hesitating. Two steel beams suddenly jutted from the ground in front of him. Peter fired twin web lines at them and launched himself skyward just as the speed of the assault intensified. Metal rained around him, but none found its mark. He fired more webs, snagging falling debris, yanking himself sideways, then upward, using fragments of metal as temporary platforms. He bounded from one to the next, weaving through Magneto's attacks as if he were dancing between raindrops. Up in the viewing room, Scott stared at the display in disbelief. "Honestly," he said quietly, "the way he moves is insane." He shook his head. "I don't think I've ever seen anyone with that level of mastery over their own body." Hank adjusted his glasses, eyes rapidly tracking Peter's trajectory. Based on his movement pattern and approach vector, Hank added, impressed, "It's almost as if he's predicting the most optimal and least dangerous path toward Magneto. Not a single movement is wasted. Almost as if every action is precisely calculated." "That's because it is," Arya said, speaking up at last. Everyone turned to her. "Every time Father moves," she continued confidently, "he's running calculations in his head. Force, speed, distance, weight, every variable. He does it constantly, even in the middle of combat. To him, fighting is just another equation that needs solving." Peter became a flashing streak of motion as he leapt from one airborne projectile to the next, using flying debris, torn steel beams, and twisted metal shards as temporary footholds. Each step left behind a glowing neon afterimage, a streak of electric blue light that traced the exact path of his movement through the air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly above Magneto, fist drawn back and clenched tight. Bolts of electricity erupted around his arm, crackling violently and letting out shrill, piercing cries as the energy intensified. Peter fired a web line past Magneto, anchoring it to a thick metal pipe behind him, and yanked himself forward like a living missile. Magneto reacted instantly. An electromagnetic barrier flared to life around him, a translucent shield of rippling force that absorbed the brunt of the impact. The collision detonated against the shield in a blinding flash of light and sound, but while the barrier held, the sheer force behind the blow was impossible to fully contain. Magneto was hurled downward, smashing into the ground below. Peter met him there. As Magneto recovered, jagged arcs of energy began to dance across his armor and body, violent and unstable. Unlike Peter's brilliant electric blue, Magneto's power crackled in deep, regal purples, raw electromagnetic force manifesting in sharp, violent waves. Magneto extended one armored hand, his expression hardening as he exerted his will. The magnetic field around Peter surged dramatically, intensifying to crushing levels. At the same time, the terrain itself twisted and shifted, steel plating buckling upward, metal fragments tearing free and launching toward Peter from all directions. The ground beneath Peter trembled violently. Rather than fight it directly, Peter reacted instinctively. He activated his repulsive force and lifted himself just an inch above the surface, skimming across the battlefield like a skater on ice. He weaved through the oncoming barrage with impossible speed, metal shards and spikes narrowly missing him as they attempted to pierce his body. He was simply too fast. However, with the magnetic pull strengthened, the projectiles adjusted midair, curving sharply, tracking him like guided missiles. Peter clicked his wrists together. SHKK. Twin metal claws burst from beneath his sleeves, sliding free with a sharp metallic snap. The sudden reveal drew immediate reactions from the viewing room as Peter surged forward instead of retreating. He tore through the storm of metal head-on. With expert precision, Peter slashed apart incoming attacks, his movements fluid and lethal, each strike perfectly timed. Metal screamed as it was cleaved in half, fragments scattering harmlessly around him as he carved a clean path forward like a master swordsman. "Are those?" Kitty asked, eyes wide with disbelief. "Like Wolverine's?" Kurt finished, equally stunned. "Seems to be that way." Rogue leaned forward, squinting at the chaos below as electricity and shockwaves lit up the battlefield. Why isn't Magneto stopping Spider-Man with his magnetism, she asked. He's clearly got metal on him. Magneto should be tossing him around like a rag doll. It's not that he isn't, Harry said calmly, eyes never leaving the screen. It's that he can't. He adjusted his stance. Our suits are enchanted, designed to resist and completely negate electromagnetic influence. Magneto can't get a grip on him. Below them, Peter spun through the air and unleashed a barrage of crescent-shaped energy blades. They tore forward in a glowing storm, forcing Magneto to retreat and raise his defenses as the attacks exploded around him. Peter landed lightly, the ground fracturing beneath his feet as he braced himself, then vanished. With a thunderous crack, he accelerated forward at super speed. He reappeared directly in front of Magneto and brought his claws down in a brutal cross-slash. The force field shattered instantly, splitting apart with a violent burst of energy that detonated outward in a rippling shockwave. Peter didn't pause. He retracted his claws and shifted seamlessly to his fists, which blurred as they began moving at impossible speeds. Every punch landed with devastating precision. Magneto's armor dented and buckled under the assault as his body jerked violently with each impact, convulsing beneath the relentless barrage. The strikes blurred together into what looked like a single, continuous attack. Then Peter switched to one hand. Still striking at the same blistering pace, he turned away slightly, his posture relaxed, almost bored. With his free hand, he casually brushed his mask as if it was his hair, as though the fight were beneath his attention, his lone fist continuing to hammer Magneto without pause. That's just disrespectful, Harry muttered, snickering as laughter threatened to escape him. Only Peter could dismantle one of the most dangerous mutants alive with such blatant arrogance. I don't even know how I'm supposed to feel about this, Jean said with a tired sigh. Watching Spider-Man handle Magneto so easily, especially when none of us can beat him on our own. I know exactly how you feel, Scott replied, shaking his head. Magneto is far from an easy opponent, Charles said gravely. And remember, this is only a simulation. I'm absolutely stealing that move, Harry added, still chuckling as Peter continued to dominate the fight with effortless confidence. Chapter 413, The Danger Room, 3. Third-person POV. Peter stood with his hands resting casually at his waist, watching Magneto sway unsteadily where he stood. The once pristine armor that had defined the master of magnetism lay ruined and fractured, chunks of it scattered across the floor like scrap metal. His skin was deeply bruised, his face bloodied and grotesquely swollen, each mark a testament to the relentless force behind Spider-Man's punches and close-quarters assault. Magneto panted heavily, barely able to remain upright. Peter extended one hand, curling his middle finger back against his thumb. Bing, he said aloud, mimicking the sound effect as he flicked Magneto squarely on the forehead. The impact shattered the holographic projection instantly, Magneto's image dispersing into fragments of light before evaporating completely. Phew. That was a nice workout, Peter sighed, wiping his brow with the back of his hand. A lazy grin tugged at his lips. What a good warm-up. From beyond the reinforced glass of the spectator room, Peter could practically feel the disapproving glares boring into his back. He didn't even need to look to know they were watching him with a mix of irritation and disbelief. The fact that he had dismantled one of their most dangerous villains so effortlessly clearly wasn't sitting well with them. Peter chuckled quietly to himself, thoroughly amused. He rolled his shoulders, stretched his arms, and twisted his torso from side to side as if he were about to start a light jog. So, he called out casually, Stage 4. He's really good at being irritating. Kitty muttered, her expression twisting as she folded her arms. Very, the rest of the Spider family answered in perfect unison, without a hint of hesitation. Meanwhile, Hank was already at work. His fingers danced across the controls as the danger room began its next transformation. The holographic projectors lining the walls hummed louder, flooding the space with shifting light as the environment around Peter warped and reassembled itself. Peter immediately felt the gravity increase, pressing down on his body with crushing force. The air itself seemed heavier, denser. But the pressure barely registered. Thanks to his supernatural strength, he simply rolled his neck once and shrugged it off, standing tall as if nothing had changed. His movements remained just as fluid and sharp as before. The steel factory setting dissolved around him, replaced piece by piece with devastation. Crumbling buildings, burning storefronts, and collapsed homes filled his vision. Fires raged unchecked, smoke curling into a darkened sky as abandoned streets stretched endlessly in every direction. It was a post-apocalyptic cityscape, silent and ruined. Oh, I wonder what this could be, Peter began. His question was answered instantly. A red beam of light screamed through the air, piercing straight through his head and slamming into the ground in front of him. The explosion tore up the street in a violent burst of debris and flame. But when the smoke cleared, it was nothing more than an afterimage that dissipated into the wind. Peter was no longer there. Instead, he stood balanced effortlessly on the broad shoulders of a towering sentinel. One hand was raised above his eyes like a visor as he scanned the horizon. "So, did you get him?" he asked cheerfully. The Sentinel's massive head turned, mechanical eyes narrowing as it processed the anomaly now perched on it. Peter patted the giant robot on the side of its head. "Don't worry, big guy. You were really close." The Sentinel's eyes glowed brighter as it raised one enormous hand toward its shoulder. From the center of its palm, a yellow laser discharged, tearing through the air toward Peter at blinding speed. Peter reacted instantly. With one clawed hand, he deflected the laser bolt aside, the beam ricocheting harmlessly into the distance. With the other, he plunged his claws straight through the Sentinel's head. Energy erupted. Peter let his power surge outward, channeling raw electricity and static into the machine's core. A violent storm of crackling light burst from the Sentinel's skull, arcs of energy lashing wildly in every direction. The robot staggered backward as its systems overloaded, before detonating into thousands of flaming fragments that rained across the ruined street. Peter leapt clear just as the Sentinel collapsed, landing lightly on his feet. Without missing a beat, he moved. Explosions of light erupted all around him as beams tracked his movement with eerie precision, predicting his path and firing where he would be rather than where he was. Peter weaved through the chaos, twisting and accelerating, narrowly slipping past blasts that scorched the ground inches from his heels. As he vaulted over a crumbling car, he glanced upward, and froze for half a second. What he saw was an army. Dozens, no, hundreds, of Sentinels were scattered throughout the city, standing atop buildings and lining the streets. Every single one had its glowing eyes locked onto him, massive hands raised and primed to fire. How scary, Peter thought, a faint, almost playful smirk crossing his face. He brought his hands together, weaving intricate hand signs with practiced ease. A radiant barrier flared into existence around him, the shield of Seraphim. Blasts slammed into it from every direction, explosions rocking the area and hurling rubble skyward, but the shield held firm. Within it, Peter levitated calmly, arms crossed as chaos erupted outside. Then he moved again. His hands flashed through another sequence, and suddenly copies of himself burst free from his body, dozens of them, each formed entirely of glowing chi. "Let's turn this into a real party," all the Peters said in unison before launching themselves forward at super speed. "He can clone himself too?" Bobby asked from the observation room, clearly impressed. It reminded him uncomfortably of his own ability, though his constructs were made of ice rather than energy. "No," Gwen corrected, watching closely. "They're not really clones, per se. They're more like energy constructs shaped in his likeness, extensions of his power that he can control." The X-Men watched in stunned silence as Peter seamlessly coordinated with the energy constructs surrounding him. He swung effortlessly through the ruined skyline, web lines snapping taut as he vaulted from crumbling buildings and shattered streetlights, while his chi made double sprinted across the ground below like living comets of light. One of the constructs was obliterated mid-stride by a powerful optic blast, exploding into sparks and vaporized energy. For a brief moment, smoke and debris filled the air, then another construct burst upward through it, completely unharmed. It landed on a Sentinel's arm, slashing viciously. Metal fingers and an entire wrist were severed in a single blur of motion. The construct raced along the Sentinel's limb, carving it apart into shredded ribbons of alloy before leaping straight for its head. One devastating punch caved the metal face inward, warping its systems beyond recovery. The Sentinel staggered once, then detonated in a violent explosion. Above it all, Peter arced through the air, gathering crackling orbs of condensed chi in both hands. At his silent command, the glowing spheres launched forward like artillery rounds, slamming into towering mutant hunting machines and detonating with thunderous force. Each explosion sent metal limbs, armor plating, and debris raining across the battlefield. Mid-swing, Peter recalibrated his web shooter with a flick of his wrist. Below him, one of his constructs tore a Sentinel's head clean from its shoulders with a brutal upward strike. Peter fired a web, catching the severed head midair. He yanked it toward himself and immediately began swinging it around on the web line. "Ha ha ha. Musical notes, I came in like a wrecking ball." Musical notes, Peter sang at the top of his lungs as he whipped the massive metal head into another Sentinel. The impact shattered both machines, reducing them to rubble and sparks. From the observation room, they could only stare as Peter laughed and sang maniacally, swinging his improvised weapon again and again until nothing remained but wreckage. Lights flashed. Explosions thundered. Maniacal laughter echoed, punctuated by off-key singing, as the danger room descended into complete chaos. "Is he okay, up here?" Rogue asked slowly, tapping her temple with a finger. "We honestly don't know," Lizzie replied with a scoff, arms crossed as she continued watching. "I'm pretty sure he was dropped on his head one too many times as a kid," Harry added helpfully. Peter suddenly shifted tactics. He dropped to the ground and began skating across the floor at blistering speed, weaving between rubble and ongoing explosions. His body became little more than a blur as he slid with near-frictionless precision. His claws extended, glowing intensely as electrified chi surged along their edges, making them sharper, and far more lethal. The final Sentinel struggled to keep up. Its sensors whirred wildly as it tried to track Peter's impossible movements, firing erratic blasts in every direction. Then Peter vanished. A heartbeat later, he reappeared directly in front of the towering machine. He slashed downwards. Peter landed lightly in a crouch directly in front of it. He stood, casually dusted off his hands, and turned away. With exaggerated pep, he began to walk off, swinging his arms in wide arcs and whistling softly as if nothing had happened. Behind him, a thin blue line glowed down the center of the Sentinel's body. The machine froze, then slowly split into two perfectly symmetrical halves, which peeled away from each other and crashed to the ground with a thunderous rumble. "So," Peter asked cheerfully, glancing back over his shoulder as the last projections fizzled out of existence, "what's Stage 5 like?" "He is so cool," Nightcrawler whispered, pressing both hands against the viewing glass, eyes shining with admiration. Arya, meanwhile, lifted her chin and puffed out her chest proudly, as if every one of Peter's victories belonged to her as well. Chapter 414, The Danger Room, 4. Third-person POV. Peter looked around with open curiosity as the last and final stage of the danger room locked into place around him. Heavy panels slid into position with a mechanical hum, holographic emitters flaring to life as the simulated battlefield finished forming. The corner of his lips twitched upward into a crooked smile the moment he realized exactly what he was up against. Standing directly in front of him, Scott Summers straightened to his full height, one gloved hand rising to lightly touch the edge of his visor. His voice rang out with practiced authority. "To me, my X-Men." At his command, figures began to materialize one by one around him in flashes of hard light, Rogue cracking her knuckles, Kitty phasing into existence beside her, Storm descending gracefully as the air pressure subtly shifted. Bobby slid into place on a thin layer of ice, Kurt popped into existence beside them, Colossus's massive form hit the ground with a heavy thud, and Logan stood front and center, claws already unsheathed. Angel hovered just above them all, wings flexing as he prepared for combat. "So this is Stage 5, huh?" Peter muttered, sounding more amused than intimidated. He glanced up toward the viewing room where Charles and the others were watching closely. "Just so we're clear, once I'm done kicking your butts and clearing this level, don't take it personally, yeah? He's got another thing coming if he thinks we're that easy to beat," Rogue said, crossing her arms with a confident smirk. "He's going to regret it if he thinks we're no threat to him," Kitty added passionately. "I'm honestly very curious to see how he handles himself against all of us at once," Storm said, her tone far more interested than it had been during the previous 4 tests. Okay, let's see." Peter tapped his chin theatrically. "Inny, mini, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. Jean barely had time to register the warning spike in her mind before Peter reappeared directly behind her, claws already extending with a sharp snick. Before they could reach her, an invisible force snapped into place. His arms locked mid-swing, frozen by Jean's psychic grip as her danger sense flared to full power. "Haha, oh man," Peter laughed, completely unfazed as he struggled against the telekinetic hold. "And I wanted to take out the most dangerous one first." A red blast slammed into him from the side. Scott's optic blast sent Peter rocketing across the room, tearing through the air before he twisted his body mid-flight. His claws stabbed into the ground with a shriek of metal on metal, carving deep trenches into the floor as he bled off momentum and skidded to a stop. The moment his feet touched down, the rest of the X-Men charged at Scott's signal. "Eh? He considers me the most dangerous?" Jean asked, genuine surprise creeping into her voice. Despite herself, she felt a small, pleased warmth bloom in her chest. "It's a very reasonable assessment," Charles said calmly from the observation room. Above them, dark storm clouds rapidly formed as Storm asserted her control over the environment. Snow began to fall, coating the battlefield in a slick, icy layer. At the same time, Colossus scooped Logan up and hurled him forward like a missile. Peter met him head-on. Adamantium claws collided with a sharp, ringing clang, sparks flying from the impact. Peter caught Logan's arm with his free hand, twisting his body and using Logan's own momentum against him. With a grunt, he spun and hurled him back toward the others, sending several X-Men scattering like bowling pins as they scrambled to regain their footing. Bobby surged forward, skating effortlessly across the frozen ground before launching himself upward, forming icy pathways in the air. Waves of biting cold rushed toward Peter from both sides, but Peter reacted instantly, firing a web line upward and yanking Angel straight down in front of him. Angel cried out as frost rapidly formed across his wings and back. Before he could recover, Peter grabbed him by the face and released a sharp pulse of electricity. Angel screamed as the shock raced through his nerves, his body locking up midair. Peter finished it by slamming him headfirst into the ground with brutal force, the impact cracking the floor and causing Angel's holographic form to shatter and dissolve. Angel just silently stared, while everyone else slowly turned to look at him. No one said a word for several long seconds. Angel finally kicked at the floor and slumped. "Why was I the first one out?" "The better question is what exactly you did to him," Bobby teased, covering his mouth as he struggled to hold back laughter. That takedown felt personal. He was just a little peeved that you hit on Cat earlier, MJ added quietly, a soft chuckle escaping her. Felicia swayed slightly, holding her cheeks as she giggled. He can get quite jealous and possessive, he. Huh, most of the X-Men said in unison, turning toward them with identical looks of utter confusion. Why would he get jealous? Kitty asked, tilting her head in confusion as she pointed her thumb toward Gwen. Isn't he dating her? And let's not forget the fact that they have a daughter together. Jean added slowly, her brow furrowing as if she were trying to solve an especially complicated equation. Gwen responded by silently rubbing at her temple, already regretting this entire conversation, while the rest of the Spider family snickered amongst themselves, clearly enjoying the growing confusion. Even Charles couldn't help but feel a bit nosy. Adjusting himself slightly in his chair, he turned his attention toward Felicia, curiosity evident in his expression. If you don't mind us asking, and only if you're comfortable sharing, what exactly is your relationship with Spider-Man? Felicia's lips curled into a mischievous grin as she noticed just how intently everyone was staring at her, practically leaning forward in anticipation. She giggled softly before hooking her arms through Gwen's and MJ's, pulling them in close as she proudly declared, "The three of us are all part of his harem." "I am seriously starting to hate that word the more I hear it," Gwen muttered under her breath, her eye twitching slightly. "I prefer to call it a polygamous relationship," MJ added casually, shrugging as though she were talking about the weather. A heavy silence followed. Every single person in the room just stared at the three of them in utter disbelief. Slowly, several of the X-Men turned their heads toward the danger room window, watching Peter continue to fight the holographic X-Men with ferocious intensity. Then, just as slowly, they turned back to the trio. "They're messing with us, right?" Scott asked, looking toward Nightwing for confirmation. "Nope," Nightwing replied flatly, arms crossed over his chest. "It's exactly what you think." Firestar nodded beside him, offering no further clarification. "Congratulations," Jean said uncertainly, glancing around as if hoping someone else would explain what was happening. "Wow." "Just, wow," Bobby and Angel said at the same time, both clearly stunned. "Can he get any cooler?" Nightcrawler exclaimed in awe. "Spider-Man is the man." "I am in no place to judge your relationship," Storm said diplomatically, "but it is certainly interesting, to say the least." Several of the others nodded in hesitant agreement. "As long as the four of you are happy and content with the arrangement," Charles added warmly, "that is all that truly matters in the end." "Y'all might not judge," Rogue said bluntly, eyeing them skeptically, "but I will." "That's weird." Kitty nodded beside her, clearly in agreement. Gwen, MJ, and Felicia didn't take offense. They knew full well how strange it must look from the outside, especially to people who knew nothing about them or their circumstances. And honestly, they were okay with that. While the rest of the X-Men slowly came down from their collective shock, Peter was in the middle of fighting in a frozen tundra, courtesy of the combined efforts of Bobby and Storm. Ice cracked beneath his feet as gale force winds battered against him. Ugh. Peter grimaced as a powerful psychic force slammed against his mental defenses, threatening to fracture his focus and dull his senses. Kitty sprinted toward him, phasing straight through his body. As she passed through, Peter's suit glitched violently, its systems malfunctioning as the ground beneath him gave way. He was dragged downward just as Colossus burst forward, fist cocked back for a devastating punch. Peter reacted instantly. He blocked the blow with his own fist, the impact generating a thunderous shockwave that rippled outward. Webbing shot toward Colossus's head as Peter tore himself free from the ground, yanking himself upward and driving his knee squarely into Colossus's face. Nightcrawler suddenly popped into view, three swords flashing. Stab. He vanished. Stab. Vanished again. Stab. Gone. Peter weaved through the relentless assault, narrowly dodging random lightning strikes from above, optic blasts aimed at his openings, Wolverine's claws slashing inches from his throat, Bobby's freezing waves, Rogue's flying punches, and Jean's psychic blasts hammering at his defenses. The pressure was mounting. They were coordinated. Focused. Determined. This wasn't a group of individuals anymore, it was a unified team intent on bringing him down, no matter the cost. And Peter loved it. A grin spread across his face despite the chaos. "I'll be honest," he said breathlessly, "I really underestimated you guys. For that, you have my apologies. I guess it's time I stop holding back." "Wait, what?" Rogue exclaimed. "Hold on. He's been holding back." "Spider-Man never goes all out," Nightwing explained calmly. "He avoids using his full strength because he doesn't want to seriously injure, or accidentally kill, someone. He didn't seem to have that problem when fighting me." Angel muttered bitterly. Nightwing ignored him and continued, "Holding back is second nature to him. So the fact that you've pushed him this far speaks volumes about your skill and teamwork." Chapter 415, The Danger Room, 5. Third-person POV. Storm raised her arms with deliberate precision, her movements slow and commanding as the atmosphere itself answered her will. The air pressure around the battlefield thickened and multiplied, pressing down like an invisible ocean. Breathing became laborious, each inhale feeling shallow and strained, while gravity itself seemed to intensify, dragging everything toward the ground with crushing insistence. Even under those punishing conditions, Peter refused to stop. He forced one foot in front of the other, muscles screaming in protest as the ground beneath him cracked and sank under the sheer strength required to move. Every step was an act of defiance, yet his posture remained steady, eyes sharp and focused. Seeing Peter advance regardless, Colossus let out a metallic growl and charged. The ground trembled as the towering mutant barreled forward, swinging a massive fist meant to end the fight in a single blow. Despite the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Peter moved with uncanny grace, slipping inside the arc of each punch. He blocked, parried, and redirected the blows with precise timing, his movements fluid and efficient. Webbing snapped and recoiled as Peter used it to yank himself around Colossus, constantly invading his personal space. He stayed close, too close, never giving the metal giant a moment to stabilize. From that proximity, Peter unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his fists hammering into Colossus's torso again and again. Each punch grew faster than the last, momentum stacking upon momentum. The impacts rang out like thunderous gongs, blurring together as they became charged with crackling energy. With every successful hit, a visible shockwave rippled outward, forcing everyone else on the battlefield to keep their distance. Even under the immense pressure crushing down on his shoulders, Peter's speed never faltered. He moved in rapid arcs around Colossus, his fists a near-constant blur. Shallow dents began to form along Colossus's metallic frame as arcs of electricity danced across his steel sheen. The massive mutant was driven backward, unable to regain his footing, until Peter suddenly slid directly in front of him. Both of Peter's fists pulled back at once. They shot forward simultaneously, supercharged with power, striking squarely into Colossus's midsection. The resulting shockwave tore straight through, visibly bursting out behind him as his body folded inward and was hurled backward like a missile while vomiting blood. He slammed into the air at tremendous speed before his form fractured and dispersed, the holographic projection shattering into nothingness. Peter barely had time to breathe before his spider sense screamed a warning. He turned just in time to see Scott lowering his goggles, crimson light already burning behind his eyes. Peter twisted his body and planted his feet firmly into the ground, crossing his arms just as the optic blast slammed into him with the force of a runaway train. The beam carved across his suit, tearing pieces of fabric away and sending them flying. Still, Peter held his ground, grinning wildly. This is so much fun, he laughed. He punched forward, his fist colliding with the beam itself. The force recoiled, driven back by sheer strength. Peter stepped forward and punched again, then again, each strike pushing the blast farther back until Scott was forced to retreat. At the same time, Rogue swooped in from above, her fist cocked back and ready to strike. Peter reacted instantly. With one hand, he caught Scott's blast mid-motion, and with the other, he seized Rogue's wrist. Using her momentum against her, he flipped her overhead and drove her into the ground with bone-rattling force, the impact sending her bouncing upward. Peter raised his foot high and brought it down in a crushing stomp, ending the projection in a burst of light as it shattered into countless fragments. Before the dust could settle, Peter vanished in a blur just as Bobby, Jean, and Storm attacked together. Ice surged across the battlefield, lightning split the sky, and psychic force tore through the air, all converging on his last known position. Peter reappeared elsewhere, racing across the terrain at super speed, weaving effortlessly between the attacks. Scott tried to track him, sweeping his optic beam across the field, but Peter ducked beneath it and continued charging forward, his eyes sparking with barely contained power. He stomped the ground hard enough to make the earth quake, then lunged forward, becoming imperceptible for a fraction of a second. Suddenly, he was behind Scott. In the next instant, Scott's projection destabilized, his head spinning helplessly in the air as his optic blast fired wildly. Peter flipped backward through the air, grabbed Scott's head as the hologram began to dissolve, and aimed the force of Scott's optic blast straight toward Storm. Caught completely off guard, Storm was struck midair and sent crashing down, losing control of the storm she had summoned. Scott's projection vanished entirely as Storm hit the ground hard, injured and bleeding from the hit and rough landing. Jean let out a raw, anguished scream as she witnessed Scott fall, grief and fury overriding any sense of caution. Power flared wildly around her as she charged forward without hesitation, her control slipping under the weight of emotion. Peter reacted instantly. A repulsive blast erupted from beneath his feet, the force launching him upward while simultaneously knocking Jean off balance. He flipped cleanly over her, twisting midair before coming down hard onto her back, pinning her in place before she could recover. Placing both hands against the sides of her head, Peter couldn't help but quip, his voice sharp and almost theatrical. Execution by the electric chair. A surge of contained energy discharged from his palms, crackling violently as it poured into her brain. Jean screamed, her psychic presence unraveling as the construct destabilized, her form breaking apart into cascading pixels that dissolved into nothing. Peter barely had time to land before the air warped beside him. Nightcrawler appeared in a burst of brimstone, twin blades already in motion as he slashed toward an opening in Peter's damaged suit. Peter twisted aside at the last possible second, weaving through the attack with reflexive ease. One clean punch followed, fast, precise, and overwhelming, sending Nightcrawler's projection flickering before it vanished entirely. Then came Logan. Wolverine charged in with a feral snarl, adamantium claws flashing as he swung with relentless aggression. Peter stepped into the attack instead of retreating. In a sudden move, he clapped both hands sharply over Logan's ears, the impact throwing him completely off balance as his eardrum burst, blood visibly gushed out. Before Wolverine could recover, Peter reached into his utility belt and slapped a small disc onto the side of Logan's head. The device activated silently. Almost immediately, Logan stiffened. His adamantium skeleton began to destabilize as the frequency interfered with the metal, causing it to break down from within. Gray liquid trickled down from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. He dropped to one knee, his form flickering erratically before collapsing and shattering into light. Peter straightened just in time to see Kitty and Bobby rushing him together. He brought his claws together with a sharp metallic scrape, then began rubbing them rapidly. A piercing, resonant vibration filled the air, growing louder and more intense with every movement. Bobby's ice constructs wavered, cracks racing across their surfaces before they shattered apart. Kitty cried out and dropped to her knees, clutching her head as the sound overwhelmed her senses, forcing her to curl in on herself. Peter ended it swiftly. He drove his claws into the ground, releasing a controlled electrical surge that raced through the terrain. The energy rippled outward, catching both Kitty and Bobby at once. Their projections destabilized simultaneously, dissolving as the electricity surged past them. Silence followed. Peter lifted his head and saw only Storm still standing, hovering above him amid the roiling clouds. "Give up," Peter said casually, brushing dust from his suit. "You and I both know you don't stand a chance." Storm's eyes burned with resolve as she spread her arms wide, the storm answering her defiance. The wind howled louder, clouds spiraled violently, and towering funnels formed around the battlefield. "As long as I live, hope will prevail," she declared, her voice carrying through the thunder. Peter tilted his head slightly. "Then hope will be short-lived." In one smooth motion, he opened a portal and fired a web through it. In the same instant, Storm was yanked off course and pulled directly toward him, her focus broken by the sudden displacement. Peter met her midair, slashing once with precision. Her projection fractured immediately, dispersing into light. With Storm gone, the raging weather around the battlefield began to fade. The winds died down, the clouds thinning until only silence remained. Peter rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "I was starting to sound like a full-on villain back there." He opened another portal and stepped into the observation area. The rest of the X-Men stood frozen, faces pale, eyes locked on him with a mixture of shock and unease. Scott swallowed hard, rubbing at his neck. Rogue held a hand against her chest, as if she had been the one to be stomped out. Jean clutched her head, visibly shaken. "Overdid it a bit, don't you think?" Gwen said, amusement creeping into her voice. Peter shrugged. "I did say I wasn't going to hold back. Not my fault they proved themselves to be so capable." "That was terrifying to watch," Kurt said honestly, but also incredibly impressive. Peter laughed sheepishly. "Hey, thanks." His gaze shifted to Professor Xavier and Hank, his tone growing more serious. "So, Professor," Peter asked knowingly, "what do you think? Did I pass your test?" "A test?" Scott echoed, confused. Professor Xavier smiled wearily, folding his hands together. "So. I was found out," he admitted. "You are remarkably perceptive." "It wasn't that hard to figure out," Peter replied with a casual shrug. Xavier's expression sobered. "Forgive me for testing you, Spider-Man. I needed to be certain your abilities truly matched your reputation. A matter is upon us now, one that threatens the safety of mutant kind itself. And you, along with your group, may be the only ones capable of helping us." Chapter 416, Sentinels. Third-person POV. A crisis. "Cool, I'm in." Peter answered immediately, flashing a wide grin as he shot two enthusiastic thumbs up into the air, as if the decision had never been in doubt. Charles blinked, then let out a small amused breath as he regarded Spider-Man. "But you haven't even heard what the situation is yet," he pointed out, one brow lifting slightly in curiosity. Peter shrugged without dropping his thumbs, his tone light but sincere. "Doesn't really matter what the crisis is. What does matter is that you need help, and you asked for it. I'm obviously not going to turn you down, so you can pretty much count me in already." A ripple of quiet approval moved through the room. Several of the X-Men smiled at the easy confidence in his voice, while the rest of the Spider family exchanged nods of agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. "You have my gratitude," Charles said sincerely, bowing his head just a fraction in respect. When he straightened, his expression grew more serious. "I'll explain this so-called crisis, as you named it, as clearly as I can. One of my X-Men has gone missing." "Missing?" Nightwing repeated, his tone sharpening as he caught the subtle shift in Charles's voice. "More like kidnapped," Scott added grimly. His arms crossed over his chest as he leaned back against the wall, jaw tight with restrained anger. Peter's playful demeanor faded, replaced by focused concern. "All right. Who is it, and who took him?" "He goes by the name Darwin," Hank answered as his fingers moved rapidly across the danger room's control panel. A moment later, a holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the image of a young mutant. "He's an exceptional X-Man with a truly remarkable ability, one with extensive evolutionary applications." "Hank," Bobby cut in with a tired sigh, tilting his head. "To the point." Hank cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses with a sheepish look. "Right. Apologies." He straightened before continuing more concisely. "Darwin possesses the rare ability known as reactive evolution. His physiology instinctively and instantaneously adapts to any environment, threat, or form of trauma in order to ensure his survival." He gestured to the hologram as it shifted through various simulated scenarios. "For example, if submerged underwater, he develops gills. If exposed to the vacuum of space, his body adapts to survive without oxygen. To date, there has been no confirmed limit to what he can adapt to." He finished with a quiet sigh, the weight of the implication settling in the room. Gwen let out a low, impressed whistle. "Okay, yeah, talk about a biological marvel. Guess the name Darwin makes a lot more sense now." Felicia crossed her arms, her brows knitting together. "Then how does someone who can adapt to anything end up getting kidnapped?" she asked, glancing toward the X-Men expectantly. "And why?" Lizzie added quickly. "I mean, yeah, it's obviously something shady, but is there a specific reason they went after him?" "The people responsible have a boy with them," Jean answered, her voice calm but troubled. "His name is Leech. Anyone within his vicinity has their X gene suppressed completely. Mutant abilities shut down entirely. Once he's nearby, none of us can activate our powers. That's how we believe they managed to take Darwin." A tense silence followed before Charles spoke again. "As for why Darwin was their target specifically, to understand that, you need to know who took him." He turned his gaze toward Hank and gave a small nod. Hank pulled up another file, replacing Darwin's image with that of a man wearing a lab coat, slick black hair neatly combed back, thin glasses resting on his nose. "This is Larry Trask," Hank said. "Son of the late Boulevard Trask, the creator of the Sentinel robots used to hunt mutant kind across the globe." Charles's expression darkened as he continued. "Boulevard Trask created Master Mold, the first prototype Sentinel, driven by fear, mistrust, and deeply misguided beliefs about mutants. However, in the end, he recognized the error of his ways. He chose to shut down the Sentinel program and destroy Master Mold, even knowing it would cost him his life." A somber pause followed. "He sacrificed himself to stop the Sentinels, machines that had begun to see themselves as superior to humanity." "Let me guess," MJ said, breaking the silence with a knowing look. "His son blames mutants for his father's death and wants revenge, so he's restarting his dad's work." "Yes," Kitty replied with an exhausted shake of her head. "As cliché as it sounds, that's exactly it." "I'm pretty sure we can already guess the rest based on what we know," Peter said, his usual humor completely absent now. His expression had grown grim, jaw tightening as the implication settled in. Gwen nodded beside him, her face equally serious. "If they've taken Darwin and somehow managed to extract or replicate his powers, then merge that with Sentinel technology." She trailed off, not needing to finish the thought aloud. "Then you'd end up with an army that can adapt to basically anything thrown at them," Harry concluded, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Energy attacks, physical force, environmental hazards, none of it would matter. They'd practically be unstoppable." "It also explains why you'd need our help," Arya added, folding her arms as she looked toward Charles. "The Sentinels are programmed to prioritize mutants. That puts us squarely in their blind spot. We're not their targets, which makes us the perfect trump cards against them." Harry turned toward Lizzie, his expression shifting from analytical to openly serious. "That said, on this mission you'll need to be extra careful," he said firmly. "You're actually a mutant, which means if anything goes wrong, you'll be their priority target." Lizzie simply smiled at him, clearly more touched by the concern than worried by the warning. "Actually, now I'm curious," Rogue cut in, tilting her head slightly as she studied Lizzie. "What rank are you, in terms of mutant ability?" "Rank?" Lizzie echoed, turning toward her with a puzzled look. "What do you mean?" "Although Rogue says rank, it's more of a classification system," Scott explained calmly. It's how mutants are categorized based on the scale of their power and the potential danger it represents. The levels go epsilon, delta, gamma, beta, alpha, and finally, omega. The X-Men took turns elaborating, carefully explaining what each classification meant, how rare the higher tiers were, and what separated raw power from reality-altering capability. While that conversation unfolded, Gwen and Peter drifted slightly off to the side with Charles. "There's more to it, isn't there?" Peter asked quietly, keeping his voice low. Charles nodded, his expression heavy. "The Sentinels are learning. They're being deployed more frequently, actively hunting mutants and taking them prisoner instead of eliminating them outright. Before they can evolve any further, I believe it would be wise to strike first, to dismantle the operation before it reaches a point where stopping them becomes impossible." "I agree," Peter said with a solemn nod. "But we can't rush in blindly. Would it be possible to review everything you have on Darwin? If we understand his abilities in depth, maybe we can identify a flaw, or at least anticipate how they might try to weaponize him." Charles inclined his head. "That can be arranged." By then, the X-Men had finished explaining the classifications. "Well, now I'm curious about my own," Lizzie said suddenly. She turned toward Peter, eyes bright with interest. "Could I turn off my blocker? I want to know where I fall." "Your blocker?" Hank asked, pushing his glasses up his nose as he looked between them, clearly intrigued. "Yeah," Lizzie replied casually. "Spidey put it in me so my mutant status wouldn't be detected." A few of the X-Men frowned instinctively, though none of them spoke right away. Noticing the shift in the room's atmosphere, Lizzie raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Nothing," Angel said with a strained smile. "It just kind of sounds like you're hiding it because you're ashamed of being a mutant." "What?" Several members of the Spider family exclaimed at once, Lizzie's expression shifting into outright disbelief. "I get that you're all proud of being mutants, and that's great," Lizzie said slowly, looking around at them. "But I don't want to be hunted, tracked, or targeted. Spidey put the blocker in place to protect me, and from everything I've learned lately, I'm honestly grateful for it." She tilted her head slightly. "Valuing my privacy doesn't mean I'm ashamed of who I am. It just means I don't want my existence to be everyone else's business." An awkward silence followed as people shifted uncomfortably, realizing she had a very solid point. "Go ahead," Peter said after a moment, giving her an encouraging nod. "You can always turn it back on if you want to stay undetected." Lizzie nodded, closing her eyes as she focused. The moment the blocker disengaged, alarms blared throughout the mansion. Sirens echoed through the halls, loud and urgent, instantly putting everyone on edge as instincts kicked in, more than a few people prepared for an attack. Then the speakers crackled to life. "Omega-level mutant detected. Omega-level mutant detected. Current location, Xavier's mansion. Omega-level mutant detected." "Oop," Lizzie said, making a face like she'd just been caught red-handed. Everyone stared at her, mouths hanging open in collective shock. She pumped her fist into the air triumphantly. "Oh yeah, baby. I even get a public announcement, with music." Lizzie immediately started spinning in a circle, waving her arms in rhythm with the blaring sirens, gleefully mimicking the sound. Hoop. 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 Chapter 417, Strategy Meeting. Third-person POV. As Hank finished shutting down the warning system, the last echoes of alarms fading into silence, Lizzie was still very much riding the adrenaline-fueled high of the announcement that had just been dropped on her. Her grin was borderline unstoppable. She straightened up, chest puffed out slightly, and pointed her thumb at herself with shameless pride. "You hear that?" she said smugly, eyes sparkling as she looked around at her team. "I'm an Omega." Felicia let out an amused snort as she leaned comfortably against MJ, shaking her head. "Oh, she's going to be riding this high for a long while," she said, dragging out the word. The rest of the Spider family, who all knew Lizzie far too well, nodded in collective agreement. "Wait, hold on." Lizzie suddenly paused mid-victory lap, her expression shifting into something more thoughtful. She turned back toward Charles, Hank, and the rest of the X-Men. "How rare are Omega-level mutants exactly?" Hank rubbed his chin thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses as he considered how best to put it into perspective. "Let's say that, as it currently stands, the mutant population worldwide numbers well into the millions," he began calmly. "However, among those millions, the number of Omega-level mutants can quite literally be counted on one hand. Statistically speaking, the probability of someone being born with an Omega-level X gene is roughly 1 in a million." Lizzie blinked once, then immediately turned back toward everyone else, pointing dramatically at herself again. "You hear that, everyone? Me. I'm 1 in a million. Why did you have to go and say that?" Peter groaned with a mock sigh, shoulders slumping theatrically. "Now she's going to get a big head that we're all going to have to deal with." Lizzie shot him a look and held up a hand to silence him. "Shoo. It's all right," she said magnanimously. "I'll allow you to be jealous. I understand what it must be like for you to be a normie. She gave him a pitying smile. It just couldn't be me. Peter's lips twitched beneath his mask before he turned toward Harry, voice flat and completely serious. Control your girl. Harry, meanwhile, was just smiling at Lizzie with an openly enamored grin. I say we let her indulge in the moment, he replied easily. Just for a bit. Kurt tilted his head, yellow eyes studying Lizzie with genuine curiosity. What exactly is your power, he asked. Is it just fire? Nope. Lizzie shook her head and lifted her hand, fire and heat subtly warping and shimmering around her clenched fist. Fire and heat are just the simplest applications of what I can do. At the lower, more standard end of my abilities, I can generate intense levels of microwave radiation. She flexed her fingers slightly, the air around her distorting. And at the highest level, I'm capable of producing and releasing lethal amounts of gamma radiation. Talk about being deadly. Kitty muttered, instinctively taking a cautious step back, clearly not eager to tempt fate or sudden radiation poisoning. To manipulate radiation across the electromagnetic spectrum to such an extent. Hank murmured, awe creeping into his voice. That is nothing short of phenomenal. He looked at Lizzie with a mixture of fascination and concern. The true nature of your ability, your potential, is mastery over one of the fundamental forces of the universe. The room grew noticeably quieter as Hank continued. At its absolute apex, your power borders on weak force manipulation. In theory, you could weaken the bonds that hold atoms together themselves. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. If pushed far enough, that kind of power could tear reality apart, reducing everything to its most basic components. The rest of the X-Men stared between Hank and Lizzie in stunned disbelief. They all knew that Omega-level mutants had no true upper limits, but hearing the full implications laid out so plainly was still deeply unsettling. Or so I've been told, Lizzie said casually, flashing a peace sign and puckering her lips as if none of it was remotely concerning. Peter secretly raised a brow beneath his mask, half expecting Lizzie to casually mention the final and far more terrifying truth, that she also possessed the ability to manipulate the strong force. It would have fit her current victory lap a little too well. However, contrary to his expectations, she didn't say a word about it. Good, Peter thought to himself, a faint sense of relief settling in. It seems she didn't let it go to her head completely. She's still being cautious, still smart enough not to reveal all of her strength. He silently praised her restraint. Power like that wasn't just dangerous to enemies, it was dangerous knowledge to let slip. Scott stepped forward shortly after, clapping his hands once to pull everyone's attention back on track. All right, he said firmly, shifting the atmosphere of the room. Now that we know we have an additional Omega-level mutant on our side, I think it's time we start strategizing. We need an attack plan for our upcoming confrontation with the Sentinels. Peter nodded in agreement, as did the rest of the Spider family. The playful energy from earlier quickly gave way to something more serious. Do we know where the Sentinels are being manufactured? Harry asked, his tone sharp and focused. And where Darwin is being held, MJ added immediately, folding her arms. Not to mention the rest of the mutants the Sentinels have already captured, Gwen chimed in, her gaze shifting toward Charles expectantly. We do, Charles replied with a firm nod. We have allies, friends within the government, who strongly oppose the Sentinel program and consider it both unethical and inhumane. Thanks to them, we've learned that deep within the mountains of Colorado, there's a hidden facility, far from the public eye. That location serves as both a production site for the Sentinels and a containment center for captured mutants. As Charles spoke, Arya quietly closed her eyes, her expression going distant. She linked herself directly to the satellite network, her consciousness racing through data streams at impossible speeds. She isolated Colorado, scanning the mountainous regions for anything concealed, buried, or intentionally erased from public records. It didn't take long. Hidden among dense forests and carved directly into the mountain walls, she found it, its defenses masked, its energy signature deliberately obscured. Through the all-seeing eye, the truth became clear. Found it, Arya announced, opening her eyes and immediately drawing everyone's attention. The coordinates are. After she was done sharing the coordinates with everyone, they were all staring at her as if she'd suddenly grown a second head. How? Storm began, clearly at a loss for words. We have a satellite, Arya replied simply, flashing a proud grin and offering no further explanation. With a subtle gesture, her cybernetics activated, projecting a detailed holographic map of the terrain into the air. The mountain facility, its entrances, surrounding patrol routes, and defensive structures were all clearly visible. We can use this to plan our approach and determine the most optimal route in and out. The X-Men exchanged glances before nodding in understanding. With that, the strategy meeting officially began. Files detailing Sentinel models, combat data, and Darwin's adaptive abilities were distributed to the Spider family for review. About halfway through the discussion, Logan finally joined them, having secured Juggernaut in a safe location. Jean and Professor Xavier quickly filled him in on what he'd missed using their psychic abilities, saving time. Peter, meanwhile, hung upside down from a thin spider thread near the ceiling, flipping through the files as he processed the information at lightning speed. Once he finished, he looked up and spoke, his tone focused and decisive. "I say we split into 2 teams," he began. "A rescue team and an assault team. We divide responsibilities to maximize efficiency. The rescue team's main objective will be freeing the captured mutants, Darwin included, and safely extracting them back to the mansion. That part should be simple enough," MJ added casually. "Teleportation magic makes extraction easy." Peter nodded but didn't stop. "The assault team, on the other hand, will be responsible for shutting down the Sentinel production line and stopping Larry Trask. And despite how easy I'm making it sound, this is going to be the hardest part of the plan." His voice grew more serious. "Darwin's ability alone makes fighting the Sentinels nearly impossible under normal circumstances." He then turned his head toward Felicia, fixing her with a knowing look. "That's why," Peter said evenly, "you're going to be the key to our victory." Felicia blinked once before letting out a dry laugh. "Oh, sure. No pressure at all," she said sarcastically. "Everyone's lives are on the line, the fate of captured mutants hangs in the balance, and it all rests on me. Totally fine." She smirked, hands on her hips. "Don't worry, I got this. Leave it all to me." Chapter 418, New Edition. Third-person POV. As Peter finished recharging his chi, azure energy coursing through his meridians in a controlled, steady rhythm, the faint glow spread outward and seeped into his suit. The enchanted fabric responded immediately, threads knitting back together as scorched plating smoothed itself out, repairs completing in seconds as if the damage had never existed in the first place. With a quiet exhale, Peter rolled his shoulders, feeling the familiar balance return. That was when his HUD chimed. Peter blinked and glanced at the translucent display hovering in the corner of his vision. "Incoming call, fire breath." "Huh." Peter raised an eyebrow. He stepped away from the rest of the group, who were busy finishing their own preparations, adjusting gear, checking weapons, and exchanging last-minute remarks, before accepting the call. "Johnny?" Peter asked, his tone uncertain. "Save me." Johnny Storm screamed through the comm, his voice dripping with exaggerated anguish. "I'm dying over here." Peter immediately stilled, his senses flaring instinctively. However, he didn't detect any sense of urgency from Johnny or that he was any real significant danger at the moment. "What?" Peter asked flatly. "Johnny, you sound fine." "I'm dying of boredom." Johnny wailed. Actual, soul-crushing boredom. Peter pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Aren't you supposed to be in the Savage Lands right now?" "I am." "And yeah, sure, it was cool for like 5 minutes," Johnny said. "Dinosaurs, jungles, ancient ruins, the whole prehistoric vibe, but guess what? Even giant murder lizards get old after a while." Peter frowned. "I don't buy that." "Reed and Sue are off collecting samples and doing science stuff," Johnny continued, completely ignoring him. "Ben's out there, connecting with nature, or whatever, it's probably a rock thing. Meanwhile, I get stuck on stupid guard duty, watching the mobile lab and counting stone and pebbles." Peter rubbed his brow, already regretting answering the call. "Johnny, I really can't help you right now. I'm in the middle of something important." There was a brief pause. "Are you Spider-Manning?" Johnny asked, his tone suddenly hopeful. "Yes," Peter admitted. "Something came up. It needs my attention." "Is it dangerous?" "Very." Another pause, then Johnny excitedly exclaimed. "Can I come?" "Please say yes." "That's what she said." Johnny burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, okay, but seriously, take me with you." "I swear, I'll behave. I'll be on my best behavior." "That's not reassuring," Peter replied. "Also, Susan will kill us both. You for ditching guard duty, and me for letting you." "Don't worry," Johnny said confidently. "I'll take all the heat from my sister. You know I'm great at handling fire." Peter groaned. "Hold on. I'll ask the others. This mission is special. Not something I can decide on my own." "Aren't you the leader?" Johnny asked, genuinely confused. "Not how this works," Peter muttered as he put the call on hold and turned back toward the others. After explaining the situation, Scott adjusted his visor and spoke for the group. "We'll leave the decision up to you. He's your friend. You'd know best whether he be a liability to the team or an asset." Gwen crossed her arms and sighed. "As reckless as Johnny can be, I can't deny his power set is impressive." Lizzie, meanwhile, pouted openly. "Why do we even need another flame user when you already have me?" she said with a huff. "Need I remind everyone that I'm an Omega-level mutant?" The spider family collectively groaned, drawing an amused giggle from Lizzie in response. After several minutes of discussion, weighing risks against raw destructive capability, the conclusion became clear. Extra firepower, especially that kind, could make all the difference. Peter reactivated the call. "All right, Johnny. You can come." "Yes." "Finally." Johnny shouted. "Get me out of this prehistoric nightmare." Peter lifted his hand and traced a slow circle through the air. Reality warped, folding inward as an eldritch portal tore open, its edge glowing faintly, revealing a glimpse of dense jungle beyond. A streak of blazing fire burst through the portal at super speed. "Woohoo!" Johnny yelled mid-flight. "Where's the danger?" He spiraled through the air, taking in the assembled heroes with obvious excitement, before landing cleanly between the spider family and the X-Men. His flames retracted smoothly back into his body, leaving him standing there in his blue and white Fantastic Four uniform, grinning like a kid who'd just been let out of detention. Johnny's attention drifted immediately, his eyes sweeping across Rogue, Jean, Storm, and Kitty in open appreciation before he slowly turned back toward Peter. A grin spread across his face as he stepped in close, slinging an arm around Peter's shoulders and pulling him into an overly familiar embrace. "You're the best," Johnny said sincerely. "I love you, man." Peter snickered and shoved Johnny's face away with 2 fingers. "Behave yourself, you clown." "Here," Arya said calmly as she approached. She raised a hand, tapping the faintly glowing purple gem set into her forehead. Soft light pulsed from it as she pressed 2 fingers gently against Johnny's forehead. Johnny barely had time to react before his eyes slowly rolled back, his body stiffening for a moment as a flood of information poured directly into his mind. Tactical briefings, mission parameters, threat assessments, team dynamics, it all slammed into place at once. At the same time, unseen psychic barriers formed, Arya carefully weaving a protective mental shield around his thoughts, locking away sensitive knowledge and safeguarding the team's identities from prying minds. A moment later, Johnny staggered back, blinking rapidly. "Ugh. Christ," he muttered, rubbing his temple. "That is insane." Arya stepped back, satisfied. "Remind me to call you next time I need help with my exams," Johnny added, letting out a breathy laugh. Then his expression shifted. A slow, delighted smile spread across his face as he lowered his hand. "So let me get this straight," he said. "I'm going to be fighting giant killer robots." He looked around at the assembled heroes, visibly thrilled. "Can this day get any better?" Johnny turned toward the X-Men and raised both hands in greeting, already slipping into his usual showman persona. "Name's Johnny," he announced confidently. "Johnny Storm." Flames flickered to life in front of him, swirling together and forming his name in blazing letters as he flashed a charming grin. "You might have heard of me," he continued. "I'm a member of the Fantastic Four. Best buds with Spidey over here." "No you're not," Harry muttered flatly. "Never heard of you. No clue who you are." "First time I've ever heard that name." "A friend of Spidey is a friend UZ." Each comment landed like a punch to Johnny's ego. His smile faltered slightly with every response, shoulders slumping just a bit. "Wow," Johnny said quietly. But being Johnny Storm, the moment passed just as quickly as it came. He straightened up, rolled his shoulders, and smirked. "That's fine," he said confidently. "That just means I'll have to go all out on this mission, so none of you ever forget me. I'll burn my name straight into your memory." Peter shook his head, fighting a smile. "All right. Is everyone ready?" Charles nodded from his chair. "Hank and I will remain behind. We'll keep a close eye on things using Cerebro." Hank adjusted his glasses and folded his arms. "And we'll be prepared to receive and treat anyone you send back." Scott nodded once, then turned toward Peter. "Let's move. Every second counts." 3 portals opened simultaneously, reality folding inward as shimmering gateways revealed a forested mountainside beyond. One by one, the team stepped through. The portals snapped shut behind them. They emerged at the edge of a dense forest high in the Colorado mountains, the looming silhouette of the Sentinel facility partially visible further up the slope. Johnny took a step forward. And was immediately stopped as Peter raised an arm in front of him. "Hold it," Peter said quietly. "Nobody move." The mood shifted instantly. "I'm sensing electronics," Peter continued, his eyes narrowing. "A lot of them." He turned toward Nightwing and tilted his head. Nightwing nodded, reaching into his utility belt and pulling out a compact canister. With a flick of his wrist, he activated it. A thick cloud of smoke burst outward, blanketing the clearing. As it spread, thin glowing red lines appeared throughout the haze. "Motion sensors," Peter said evenly. His eyes briefly glowed as his enhanced vision kicked in, revealing concealed machine guns, artillery emplacements, and layered kill zones hidden among the trees. "This entire forest is a minefield," he added. "Traps, weapons, and automated defenses designed to stop anyone from getting close." Scott's gaze hardened. Shadowcat. Red, Peter said at the same time. They both looked at their respective teammates. You're up, they ordered in unison. Kitty and MJ stepped forward together, exchanging a knowing look and a confident smile. Leave it to us, they said simultaneously as they moved toward the forest. Chapter 419, Against the Sentinel, 1. Third-person POV. Kitty immediately began to sink through the solid earth as if it were nothing more than mist, her form phasing seamlessly downward until she vanished from sight. At the same time, MJ closed her eyes and drew in a slow, steady breath, her expression shifting into one of focused concentration. The forest around them suddenly felt alive. Leaves rustled, branches trembled, and the faint sound of movement echoed from every direction at once. Heads snapped around as everyone instinctively searched for the source. What is you doing? Nightcrawler asked, his yellow eyes fixed curiously on MJ. Calling for assistance, Peter replied with a knowing smirk. Almost on cue, small spiders began emerging from everywhere. They poured out from beneath rocks and roots, crawled down tree trunks, and skittered across the forest floor in organized waves. Some descended from branches overhead, others surfaced from cracks between stones, all moving with eerie coordination toward MJ. EW. Jean exclaimed, clamping her eyes shut and shaking her head vigorously. I hate spiders. Hey, nearly the entire spider family protested in unison, several of them bristling with exaggerated offense. Not you guys, obviously. Jean hurriedly clarified, opening one eye. You're cool. But the real ones just give me goosebumps and the heebie-jeebies. She rubbed her arms as if to chase away an imaginary crawl. You folks are an arachnophobe's worst nightmare, Rogue muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. Johnny's attention snapped to her instantly. Whoa, is that a southern accent I hear? He asked, turning toward her with clear interest. What's it to ya? Rogue shot back, one eyebrow arching. Johnny only braced against a nearby tree, that familiar, effortless grin spreading across his face as he leaned forwards with a head tilt. Nothin'. Just sounds real pleasant to the ears, especially comin' from such a pretty lass. I'll make sure to strike up conversation more often just so I can hear you talk. Rogue pressed her lips into a tight line, a faint flush creeping up her cheeks as she turned her head away. That seriously worked on you? Bobby asked flatly, unimpressed as he stared at her. Shut it, Bobby, nobody asked you. Rogue snapped, giving him a sharp kick to the backside in embarrassment. Rogue. Jean sighed, shaking her head. You are way too easy. You really do need to raise your standards, Storm added calmly, joining in. Rogue grumbled under her breath as the group continued moving through the forest. Ahead of them, MJ and Kitty worked with swift, practiced efficiency. Kitty phased in and out of the ground, disabling hidden traps from below, while MJ coordinated her spiders to dismantle threats above. The spiders chewed cleanly through wires, severed cords, and disabled cameras with surgical precision, all while emitting faint, almost imperceptible screeches that sounded disturbingly like chants. Ayaya. The Queen's orders are absolute. For Her Majesty. Glory to her greatness. MJ pretended very hard not to hear them. It had stopped being amusing after the first few seconds and was now just painfully embarrassing. Meanwhile, Kitty resurfaced nearby, emerging from the ground while hauling a bundle of explosives, mines, concealed weapons, and buried devices meant to activate when intruders were detected. One by one, she collected them, popping up at random spots before finally jogging back toward the group. By the time the front gate of the facility came into view, along with several armed guards, every trap had already been neutralized. Kitty dropped the bundle of explosives and machinery at everyone's feet with a dull clatter. MJ's spiders paused just long enough to give her a synchronized, almost ceremonial salute before scattering back into the forest. Why exactly are we being stealthy? Johnny asked quietly as they ducked behind trees and thick foliage. It's all gonna end the same way, right? One big fight either way. From their hidden vantage point, they could see not only guards, but sentinels as well, taller, sleeker machines carrying massive equipment across the compound. They weren't acting as enforcers alone, they were being used as labor. The Sentinels weren't the same ones Spider-Man had found in the danger room, they were slimmer, more refined in design, their bodies coated in polished silver chrome rather than bulky armor. Peter turned toward Arya and tapped his temple with his thumb. She nodded in understanding, activating the Mind Stone and forging a psychic link between the entire team before responding to Johnny. If we'd been detected out here, Arya explained calmly, her voice echoing in their minds, the Sentinels would have locked down the perimeter, making entry nearly impossible. Teleporting directly inside would have left us surrounded on all sides. Entering through the forest gave us the highest chance of avoiding complications. I'm detecting 6 sentinels on the outer perimeter and over 50 guards, Jean added, focusing her senses. We can take them down fast, Peter said, eyes narrowing, but only if we do it cleanly. They'll adapt if we give them time, and the same move won't work twice. Every Sentinel has to go down in one hit. He then turned toward Felicia and gave her a brief nod, an unspoken signal. Darwin's power had two critical weaknesses. The first was that it could only adapt to threats it had time to react to. The second, and far more dangerous flaw, was that Darwin himself had no control over how his body chose to adapt. The response was automatic, instinctive, and often inefficient when faced with unpredictable variables. And thanks to Felicia, they were about to exploit both weaknesses to their fullest extent. She was their trump card, their ace in the hole, the linchpin that would allow them to dismantle the Sentinels before adaptation could even begin. Felicia clicked her wrists together, the sound sharp and deliberate, and began weaving her hands through a rapid sequence of precise hand signs. Beneath her feet, and then spreading outward to encompass the entire team, a glowing magic circle blossomed into existence. Etched into its center was the unmistakable symbol of a black cat, sleek and predatory. "Go," Felicia said with a confident smirk. "Fortune favors the bold after all." The moment the spell finalized, everyone who needed to move moved. There was no hesitation, no second guessing, only perfectly synchronized action. "Flame on!" Johnny shouted, his grin widening as his body erupted into living fire. He rocketed forward, blazing straight toward the first Sentinel in his line of sight. Johnny unleashed a wide wave of flame from above, the force of the blast slamming into the Sentinel hard enough to drive it down onto one knee. Almost instantly, the chrome plating across its body shifted and restructured, mimicking the flames engulfing it. The Sentinel retaliated by releasing its own torrent of fire back at Johnny. "Ha ha ha ha." Johnny laughed, completely unfazed. Instead of counterattacking, he spread his arms and absorbed the flames, siphoning the heat directly from the Sentinel and leaving its adaptive shell momentarily exposed. In a burst of speed, Johnny surged forward like a comet and drove straight through the Sentinel's chest. Superheated metal liquefied instantly, leaving behind a massive, molten cavity as Johnny tumbled out the other side and skidded across the ground. The Sentinel collapsed in a heap behind him. "Johnny won, Adaptive Robot 0, he declared, flashing a thumb and pinky victory sign. Bobby was already moving. Iceman slid across the battlefield in a rush of frost, coating the remaining Sentinels in layers of ice. Before they could fully counter, he formed a massive ice construct, an axe larger than himself, and brought it down in a single, decisive strike, cleaving straight through one Sentinel as freezing mist poured from his breath. Above them, Lizzie soared forward and traced two glowing circles in the air with practiced precision. Twin portals snapped open directly above two Sentinels. With a swift downward motion of her hands, she dragged the portals down along their bodies, then abruptly clenched her fist. The portals slammed shut at their waists. The Sentinels didn't even have time to register what had happened before their upper halves slid free and crashed to the ground. A blur of motion tore across the battlefield next. Guards turned just in time to see a zigzag of lightning racing toward them, but Peter was already among them. He struck pressure points along their necks with surgical precision, moving faster than their eyes could follow. Peter came to a halt several yards ahead, two fingers extended forward as a trail of static faded behind him. One by one, 7 guards collapsed unconscious to the ground. Nightcrawler appeared in a banff of smoke, grabbed 2 additional guards, and teleported straight into the sky. A second later, he reappeared beside Peter, giving him an enthusiastic double thumbs up and a wide grin. Behind them, 2 bodies dropped from above, hitting the ground with dull thumps, unconscious, but alive. Peter covered his mouth, snickering, and returned the thumbs up. Elsewhere, Arya phased up from the ground directly behind another Sentinel. Without a word, she unleashed a concentrated beam from her forehead. The energy sliced clean through the machine, splitting it neatly in 2 before it could even begin adapting. High above, Angel released Kitty in a sudden aerial drop toward the final Sentinel. As she fell, Kitty grinned. "Whoa, you can phase too," she exclaimed mid-descent, slipping effortlessly through the Sentinel's body before disappearing into the ground beneath it. The Sentinel immediately began to malfunction, sparks bursting from its joints as its systems failed to compensate. Rogue came screaming in from the air, her fist cocked back, and delivered a devastating uppercut that tore straight through the machine's neck. Its head flew free as the body crashed down behind it. Around them, the rest of the X-Men and Spider family mopped up the remaining guards. Aurora alone raised her hand, summoning a powerful gust of wind that lifted 15 guards off the ground at once before slamming them back down in a controlled but decisive drop. Despite this being only their second team-up within the same day, the coordination between the 2 teams was nothing short of flawless. Every movement flowed into the next, every attack covering another's blind spot. Not a single guard had time to react, or even realize they were under attack, before being subdued. It was a swift, overwhelming victory. One that, unfortunately, wouldn't last. Chapter 420, Against the Sentinels, 2. Third-person POV. After officially neutralizing every guard and Sentinel stationed along the outer perimeter, Spider-Man and his team burst through the facility's main entrance in one coordinated motion. The moment the reinforced doors blew inward, the building screamed to life. Sirens wailed at full volume, a shrill, piercing alarm that echoed through the massive structure as red emergency lights snapped on and began to pulse violently along the walls. Their footsteps thundered across the wide metallic corridor as they sprinted forward, the sound swallowed and multiplied by the cavernous space. Everyone already knows the plan, Spider-Man's voice cut through their minds via the psychic link, calm but edged with urgency. The key to fighting Sentinels is not doing it alone. Watch each other's backs, stick to your roles, and above all, survive. At the first major junction in the corridor, a squad of armed guards rushed in from both branching paths, weapons snapping up and locking onto the team. Before a single trigger could be pulled, Felicia calmly extended her hand. There was a brief flicker of distortion in the air, and every gun clicked uselessly, internal mechanisms jamming and misfiring all at once. Rogue launched forward like a living missile, while Gwen vaulted overhead on a webline. The two tore through the guards with brutal efficiency. Rogue smashed straight through the center of the formation, her flight and super strength turning bodies into ragdolls as she plowed through them without slowing. Gwen moved like a dancer mid-performance, fluid, precise, and impossibly fast, firing impact webs and freezing blasts in perfect rhythm, pinning guards to walls, ceilings, and the floor in sheets of ice and hardened webbing. Everyone split up like planned, Cyclops commanded sharply. Without hesitation, the team divided into two units, boots skidding against polished metal as they veered off in opposite directions. Peter and Storm led their group deeper into the facility, toward the heart of the Sentinel deployment. Meanwhile, Scott and Nightwing took the second team down an alternate corridor, racing toward the detention sectors where the captured mutants were being held. Peter's spider sense screamed the instant they rounded the next bend. "Storm, move." He didn't wait for her to react. Peter lunged, shoving her aside just as a Sentinel phased halfway out of the wall itself, its body tearing through solid steel as if it were smoke. A long, lance-like arm extended at blinding speed, aimed straight for Peter's chest. He caught the metal limb inches from impaling him. The impact sent a shockwave through his arms, but Peter gritted his teeth and released a surge of venom shock directly into the Sentinel. Electricity crackled violently across its metallic surface, crawling over its armor like living lightning. In response, the Sentinel adapted. Its exterior rippled unnaturally, plates shifting like overturned scales before hardening into a dark, unmistakable sheen, vibranium. Before it could finish recalibrating, Arya phased forward, her body turning intangible. She flew straight through the Sentinel's chest, exiting the other side with a brilliant, glowing core clenched in her hand. The machine froze mid-motion, then collapsed in on itself with a heavy, metallic crash. Storm gave Peter a brief nod of gratitude before turning back toward the corridor ahead. "Everyone stay sharp," Peter warned as they resumed their charge. "They're going to hit harder from here on out." The deeper they pushed into the facility, the louder the alarms grew, an ear-splitting, teeth-rattling wail that vibrated through steel walls and massive support beams. Bulkhead doors slammed shut behind them, sealing off corridors and cutting off any easy retreat. The building itself felt hostile now, humming with power as internal defenses and anti-mutant countermeasures fully activated. They burst into a wide circular chamber that functioned as a major intersection. 3 massive doors stood opposite one another, each leading deeper into unknown sections of the facility. "Which way?" Wolverine growled, claws half extended as he scanned the doors. "Straight ahead," Felicia said confidently, already moving. Bobby glanced at her, confused. "And how exactly do you know that?" Felicia smirked. "I'm lucky when it comes to things like." She stopped mid-sentence and gracefully flipped backward just as a Sentinel materialized in front of her, its blade-like arm stabbing into the floor where she had been standing. The impact cracked the reinforced plating beneath it. The team instinctively fell back as more Sentinels phased in from the remaining doors. In seconds, 4 of them stood in the chamber, towering and silent, optical sensors locking onto their targets. "Oh wow," Felicia said lightly, hands on her hips. "We might actually be in trouble." "Luckily trouble's my middle name." Johnny Storm shouted as he rocketed forward, engulfing himself in flame and unleashing a blazing inferno at the nearest Sentinel. The others engaged their own targets, but Johnny's attack quickly proved useless. The Sentinel strode through the fire unharmed, its systems instantly compensating and becoming fireproof. A massive metal hand shot out through the flames and grabbed Johnny mid-flight. The Sentinel tightened its grip mercilessly. "Error!" Johnny screamed as metal crushed flesh, the sound of bones cracking beneath the pressure. Before it could finish him, MJ stepped forward, her eyes glowing as she manifested a pair of psionic scissors. With a single decisive motion, she sliced clean through the Sentinel's arm. The severed limb crashed to the floor, sparks and molten metal spraying outward. Johnny dropped free and shot upward, coughing and gasping as he struggled to regain control, narrowly avoiding the ground as the battle raged on around them. "Johnny boy!" Felicia shouted as she raised her hand and fired a crackling bolt of probability magic straight into the Sentinel's chest. Reality bent around the machine. Its metal frame warped and softened, transforming into something disturbingly organic. The Sentinel's body sloughed over into wet, moss-covered bark as it morphed into a massive plant-like organism. Thick vines and roots burst from its limbs, regenerating in seconds as it plunged its arms into the floor. The ground violently split apart, and an entire patch of artificial forest erupted inside the chamber, towering roots, thorn vines, and twisted growth spreading in every direction. MJ was forced instantly on the defensive, mechanical spider legs erupting from her back as she vaulted away from snapping vines and crushing roots. Felicia was forced to retreat as well, latching onto a web line and swinging high as roots lashed upward, using the growing vegetation itself to maneuver through the air. Johnny clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as heat rolled off him in visible waves. The temperature around his body spiked so violently that the air shimmered and distorted. The Sentinel reacted, its moss-covered arms elongating unnaturally, stretching toward Johnny as vines attempted to bind him midair, the damp growth clinging and tightening around his flames. For a split second, it seemed to work. Then Johnny's fire surged. The heat skyrocketed past its limits, flames burning white-hot as the vegetation blackened and vaporized on contact. "Ayah!" Johnny roared, charging forward with feral intensity as he released a massive explosion of fire. The blast shook the chamber, sending shockwaves rippling through the reinforced walls as the Sentinel was reduced to smoldering cinders and drifting ash. "Yes!" Johnny cheered, pumping his fists triumphantly in the air. He never saw the danger. Deep beneath the cracked floor, a single sprout of the Sentinel had survived. Its vines slithered through the earth, rapidly rebuilding its body beneath the surface. Without warning, it erupted from the ground directly behind Johnny. Its new form bristled with hardened needles and pine-like spines, which launched outward like a storm of living missiles the size of spears. "Arg!" Johnny screamed as the needles punched through his shoulders, arms, thighs, and torso. His flames flickered violently as the pain overwhelmed him, and he dropped from the air, slamming hard into the floor in a spray of blood. Felicia and MJ were forced into frantic motion, flipping and weaving through the incoming barrage as needles shattered against walls and tore through the chamber. A portal snapped open above the Sentinel. Gwen dropped through, arms spread wide as she unleashed a blizzard of absolute zero. Frost exploded outward in a deafening roar, instantly flash-freezing the Sentinel and every vine, root, and thorn connected to it. The entire mass crystallized into a towering sculpture of ice and frozen vegetation. A sharp crack of electricity followed. Peter launched forward in a blur, lightning crawling over his body as he drove both feet into the frozen Sentinel. The impact shattered the ice construct into thousands of fragments, his electrical discharge obliterating the remaining crystallized vines midair. Silence fell, broken only by the fading alarms and the hiss of melting frost. Peter turned sharply toward Felicia and MJ, his expression hard. "Come on, both of you," he snapped. "Take this mission seriously. Now is not the time to hold back or play around. One mistake in here means death." He dropped beside Johnny, who lay bleeding on the floor, puncture wounds covering his body. Both MJ and Felicia stiffened at the reprimand, clearly not expecting it. Their confidence faltered as they looked around and realized how close everyone else had come to disaster. Wolverine was already healing, torn flesh knitting together with a wet sound. Rogue stood atop the shattered head of a Sentinel Bobby had frozen solid, while Storm gently descended from the air, the violent winds around her finally calming. MJ crossed her arms, pouting despite the chaos. "Why was I scolded? I was taking this seriously." Peter didn't look at her. "This applies to you too, Johnny." His fingers moved at lightning speed as he pressed into Johnny's acupuncture points, instantly slowing the bleeding. "Never drop your guard, even when you think you've won. You mess up like this again, I'm sending you home. I'm not carrying your death on my conscience." Johnny's eyes burned with pain and shame. I'm sorry, man. I really thought that was it. I thought I won." "That's exactly why you don't relax," Peter said coldly. "Now grit your teeth and learn from this." He began pulling the spear-like needles from Johnny's body one by one. "Arg!" Johnny yelled, clenching his teeth as each barb was removed, his body shuddering with every pull. When he finished, Peter placed a hand against Johnny's back and transferred a portion of his chi. The wounds along Johnny's skin glowed faintly, the whole sealing and knitting together until the bleeding stopped completely. Johnny slowly pushed himself to his feet, stretching stiffly. "Well, that was embarrassing." Peter didn't smile. "Then don't let it happen again." Without another word, the team regrouped and surged forward, deeper into the heart of the facility as the alarms continued to scream. Chapter 421, Against the Sentinel, 3. Third-person POV. Nightwing took the vibranium lance square in the chest, the impact driving the weapon clean through him with brutal force. Blood trickled thickly down the blade, splashing against the ruined floor beneath his boots. He snarled through clenched teeth and, instead of falling, lunged forward, grabbing the Sentinel by the arm and locking it in place with sheer stubborn will, muscles screaming in protest. "Now, Star," he barked. The Sentinel struggled, servos whining, just as Lizzie's hands came alive with swirling light. Geometrical shapes, triangles, hexagons, impossible angles, spun wildly around her fingers as reality itself seemed to obey her will. With a sharp motion, she remodeled the machine mid-struggle, its solid vibranium frame unraveling into colorful, absurd coils. The Sentinel collapsed into a useless pile of shimmering, multicolored strands. Babes. Harry groaned, dropping to one knee as the adrenaline finally ebbed. Silly string. Really? He winced as pain flared through his chest. They're inside my body now. His regenerative factor kicked in just in time, flesh knitting itself together around the ragged hole in his chest. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing heavily. Lizzie landed a few steps away, hands braced on her knees as she panted, sweat rolling down her face. Sorry, she said breathlessly. It was the first thing that came to mind. I had to think fast, these things are getting way too dangerous to handle. She wasn't wrong. All around them, the team bore the marks of battle, torn uniforms, bruised limbs, scorched armor, and blood staining the floor. No one walked away clean from a Sentinel encounter anymore. Would you be able to fix these? Scott asked, holding up the remains of his shattered visor. His eyes were tightly shut, a deep diagonal gash cutting across his face from forehead to chin, still bleeding slightly. Lizzie raised a hand, fingers twitching delicately. The broken pieces of the visor lifted into the air, hovering as they reassembled themselves with precise, almost surgical movements. A moment later, the visor dropped neatly back into Scott's hands, good as new. Thank you, Scott said, sliding it back over his face. We can't stay here long. We don't know when, or how many more, Sentinels are going to show up. We have bigger problems, Arya interrupted sharply. She had already taken hold of Colossus's dislocated shoulder, gripping his loose arm firmly. Grit your teeth, she warned him flatly. Before he could protest, Arya snapped his shoulder and arm back into place with a loud, metallic crack. Colossus roared in pain, the sound echoing down the corridor, but Arya didn't even flinch. Look around us, she continued calmly. Everyone did a quick survey of the battlefield, and froze. The ruined Sentinel remains were shifting. Twisting. Crawling. Wah, shouldn't they be dead? Kitty exclaimed, panic creeping into her voice. They're adapting, Arya said grimly. Even to that. She gestured toward the fragments. They're breaking down into nanobots and reconfiguring themselves. They can survive off even the smallest fragments now. Colossus rolled his shoulders experimentally, grimacing but functional. He muttered a thank you to Arya. They just went from dangerous, Arya finished, to straight-up lethal. Then let's move, Jean said firmly. Beside her, Nightcrawler supported Angel, one arm slung over his shoulders as Angel struggled to keep pace. Our priority was never to win the fight. We run the whole stretch. No one argued. They broke into a full sprint through the winding corridor, boots pounding against metal flooring. Behind them, the Sentinels they had just destroyed began to rise once more, nanobots swarming together, rebuilding skeletal frames, reforging armor plates. Cold, artificial eyes ignited with a menacing glow. Their hands reshaped from steel blades into humming energy cannons. Their feet transformed into powerful boosters, lifting them effortlessly off the ground as they blasted forward in pursuit. Firestar. Arya called as she flew alongside Lizzie. I got it, no need to shout. Lizzie snapped, spinning midair to face the incoming Sentinels. She weaved her hands in an elaborate, rapid pattern. Energy beams tore through the corridor toward them, but Lizzie slammed her palms together, conjuring a massive shield of seraphim that flared to life in brilliant gold. The blast struck the barrier, sending shockwaves rippling through it. Lizzie grunted as the force pushed her backward through the air. She dug deep, pouring more power into the spell, then layered it with microwave radiation, amplifying and reinforcing the shield until it vibrated like a living thing. The shield held, for now. You're going to be okay. Nightwing shouted as he noticed Lizzie deliberately slowing, falling behind the rest of them. Just go. Lizzie yelled back, never once taking her eyes off the approaching Sentinels. Her stance was firm, resolute. I'll hold them back as long as I can. Is she really going to be all right? Jean asked, unable to hide the concern in her voice as they continued to retreat. She glanced over her shoulder just in time to see the crazed smile stretching across Lizzie's face, flames beginning to coil and dance around her body like living things. I know she's strong, but can she really handle an entire group of Sentinels on her own? Yes, Harry replied without looking back as he ran, his breathing steady despite the pain still lingering in his chest. A faint, almost proud smile tugged at his lips. I wouldn't worry about her. She's one of the strongest people I know. Behind them, Lizzie's eyes widened slightly. Wait, she exclaimed inwardly as a sudden epiphany hit her like a bolt of lightning. I just remembered something, my powers can interfere with technology. A shuddering laugh escaped her lips. Oh ho ho. Lizzie laughed as the red headlights and blaring sirens around her began to flicker and glitch erratically. Systems stuttered. Targeting reticles scrambled. Her grin widened into something feral, unhinged. You fools are so done for. Even as the others fled deeper into the facility, they could still feel her, an oppressive wave of heat rolling through the corridors, growing stronger by the second. The air itself seemed to vibrate with her power, and even after they lost sight of her completely, the sensation lingered. Then the entire facility began to shake. Metal groaned. Lights flickered. The ground rumbled violently beneath their feet, nearly sending everyone crashing to the floor. Up ahead. Scott shouted, pointing as they struggled to regain their balance. A massive mechanical door loomed before them. Scott didn't hesitate. He tapped the side of his visor, and it began to glow a deep, ominous crimson. A split second later, an optic blast tore through the air, slamming into the door with devastating force and ripping it clean off its hinges. They burst through into a vast containment facility. A prison. Clear reinforced cells lined the room, each one holding mutants of various ages and abilities. Thick inhibitor collars were locked around their necks, suppressing their powers entirely. Some sat slumped against the walls with hollow, despairing expressions. Others paced impatiently, fists clenched. A few stared out with burning defiance, their eyes filled with rage, hatred, and barely restrained fury. Every single captive turned toward the sudden intrusion, watching the X-Men with confusion and curiosity. But not one of them looked hopeful. The rescue team stopped short, not because of the prisoners, but because the room was crawling with Sentinels. Groups of them patrolled the floor in rigid formations, towering and silent. As one, they turned. Metal heads rotated simultaneously, eyes narrowing as they locked onto their new targets in eerie, dead silence. Well, shit, Angel muttered, his wings twitching nervously as his confidence faltered. This just got a lot more difficult. It's fine, Scott said calmly, stepping forward despite the overwhelming odds. We knew this wasn't going to be easy. His visor glowed brighter as he tapped it again. So this is nothing new. And we have nothing to despair about, not yet. He took another step, posture straight, unwavering. Well. Scott said, glancing back at his team. What are you all waiting for? We have mutants to save. Do I really need to say it? One by one, the X-Men began to smirk. Steel nerves hardened. Fear burned away, replaced by purpose. They moved forward together, following Scott's lead. To me, Scott declared firmly, power humming behind his eyes. My X-Men. Chapter 422, Against the Sentinels, 4. A/N, I fucked up a bit, accidentally made Arya appear on both sides of the team when she's only supposed to be on one, she's with Nightwing and Scott. Third-person POV. Peter was held aloft in the crushing arms of a Sentinel, its metallic fingers digging mercilessly into his ribs. The machine's face split apart with a mechanical hiss, plates retracting as a blinding glow gathered within its hollow core. For a brief, terrifying second, the energy swelled, then erupted outward in a devastating beam aimed straight at Peter's chest. Peter clenched his fingers tight against his thighs, muscles straining as he fought against the Sentinel's grip. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his wrists just enough to spark a portal into existence directly in front of him. The beam tore through the air, vanishing into the swirling aperture, only for the other end of the portal to snap open beside the Sentinel itself. The redirected blast carved cleanly through the machine's own arms in a violent explosion of sparks and molten metal. The Sentinel dropped Peter, but the moment was short-lived. Its severed limbs began to regenerate almost instantly, nanites crawling and reforming as if the damage had never happened. Before Peter could fully register the fall, both he and the Sentinel blurred, moving at super speed with equal intensity, the air cracking around them from the sheer force of their acceleration. Its presence. Peter thought, jaw clenched as sweat trickled down his brow. They're adapting to my spider sense. They're becoming invisible to it. Around them, the rest of the X-Men and the Spider family struggled to keep pace with the chaos unfolding in the room. The thunderous clash of hyperspeed combat echoed through the enclosed space, overlapping with their own desperate battles against the relentless Sentinels. Sparks flew like fireworks as metal shrieked against metal, forming a deafening, chaotic symphony of destruction. Peter refused to limit himself to the ground. He fired a webline and launched himself into the air, swinging high and fast, traversing the battlefield in sharp, unpredictable arcs. Even if my spider sense won't warn me about these things, he reasoned, it still works on the people around me. With that realization, Peter shifted his approach entirely. Rather than pressing the attack head-on, he transitioned into a defensive role. Webs shot from his wrists in rapid succession, yanking teammates out of harm's way at the last second, disarming Sentinels, or pinning limbs just long enough to give others an opening. Portals began opening around him at erratic intervals, appearing and vanishing in bursts of orange light as Peter weaved webbing through the enclosed space like a living safety net. Several Sentinels found themselves immobilized mid-motion, trapped in thick layers of webbing, only to be swiftly dismantled by the heroes they had been fighting moments before. One Sentinel, however, managed to seize one of Peter's web lines. With a violent yank, it ripped him through a portal and directly into its grasp. Peter barely had time to react before a blade formed from the machine's arm and plunged forward, slicing open his side in a spray of blood. The Sentinel spun him around and slammed him into the ground with bone-rattling force. Pain flared white-hot, but Peter forced himself to move. He recovered mid-throw, twisting his body and landing on his hands before flipping upright onto his feet. He staggered slightly, clutching his bleeding side with a pained grimace as his healing factor struggled to keep pace with the damage. The Sentinel charged again at super speed. Peter raised his claws defensively, bracing himself as the machine collided with him. Metal creaked and groaned under the strain as his claws began to sink into the Sentinel's arm, vibrating violently from the sheer force he was exerting to keep the murderous machine at bay. The Sentinel's other arm morphed into a second blade and slashed toward him. With no spider sense to guide him, Peter relied purely on instinct. He twisted his body at the last possible moment. The blade missed his throat by inches but tore through his mask, leaving a long, jagged gash across his face. Before the Sentinel could follow up, another portal snapped open beside them. A second Sentinel, this one composed entirely of jagged ice, emerged mid-thrust, its frozen arm spearing straight through the Sentinel attacking Peter. The blow was decisive, shattering its core and dropping it instantly. Peter didn't hesitate. He became a blur, appearing behind the ice Sentinel before it could even process what it had done. His claws hummed with crackling electricity as he tore through the air in a vicious arc, decapitating it in a single strike. He followed up with a feral roar, slashing wildly and reducing the frozen machine into thousands of shattered fragments before landing heavily on the ground. He stood there panting, sweat dripping from his brow, steam rising faintly from his wounds as his regeneration kicked into overdrive. "I'm going to be honest," Rogue said as she stepped beside him, clutching her injured, bleeding arm. Her suit was torn and scorched, barely holding together. "I don't know how long we can last. We've only survived this far because of you. Otherwise, we'd already be goners." She glanced around the battlefield. The others were in no better shape, some far worse. "These darn metal heads are like cockroaches. You take one down, and 5 more are waiting in the next room." Peter raised his hands, exhaustion evident but resolve unbroken. Chi flared to life around his palms, forming glowing, pulsing orbs of energy. With a controlled breath, he guided them forward, pressing the energy into his teammates' chests. Warmth flooded their bodies, knitting wounds, and filling them with a rush of vitality so intense it nearly made them groan aloud. Peter let his hands fall to his sides and sighed. "Then that just makes us the pest control," he said quietly. "We'll hold on for as long as we need to, and we'll put an end to this." "Come on," Gwen managed to say as her suit knitted itself back together where it had been torn, seamless white fabric sliding over and hiding her porcelain skin as if the damage had never happened. She steadied her breathing and looked ahead with determination. "We can't waste time. If we stay here any longer, we're just going to end up getting ambushed. The control room should be up ahead." No one argued. Gwen's words snapped them back into motion, and the entire group surged forward as one. At the far end of the corridor, the massive door loomed, thick, reinforced, and unmistakably final. Rogue grit her teeth, muscles tensing as she shot ahead of the group. With a sharp battle cry, she drove her fist forward, ripping the door clean off its hinges. The metal slab skidded across the floor and slammed into the far wall as they stormed inside. The room beyond resembled a grand hall, vast and cavernous, its ceiling stretching high above them. Rows upon rows of sentinels stood waiting, motionless yet unmistakably alert, like an army frozen in time. It was an assembly line as the sentinels were being created one by one. Wide windows lined the far wall, revealing a breathtaking view of the mountainside and a massive, shimmering lake far below, serene and beautiful in stark contrast to the horror housed within the chamber. Several of the sentinels were secured inside massive containment pods, clearly prepared for transport, their cold metal forms destined to be unleashed upon the world. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the heroes as they took in the sheer number of machines before them. How exactly are we supposed to survive this?" Bobby asked anxiously, his voice cracking as he noticed the sentinels' heads subtly turning toward them, crimson optics flickering to life. With maximum efficiency, Peter replied, forcing a wary grin despite the tight knot forming in his chest, and an extraordinary amount of luck. Even he couldn't hide the nerves creeping into his voice. "Lucky for us," Felicia said as she stepped forward, rolling her shoulders and cracking her knuckles, "we've got both." Before anyone could respond, a slow, deliberate clap echoed throughout the chamber. "Well, I'll be," a voice rang out, dripping with smug satisfaction. Everyone immediately fell into defensive stances, eyes scanning the room as the voice continued, echoing from every direction. "I knew the X-Men would present themselves eventually. This confrontation was inevitable, after all." The tone shifted, venomous and layered with deep-seated resentment. However, I must admit, I didn't expect the infamous spider heroes of New York to come tagging along. From the far end of the hall, a lone figure stepped into view. Larry Trask, the architect of the nightmare before them, finally revealed himself. Standing beside him was not one of the Sentinels, but a man clad in a black and white suit, a hypnotic spiral emblazoned across his chest. He stood perfectly still, an ominous presence radiating danger. Infamous. Peter protested almost immediately, hand pressed to his chest in mock offense. I'll have you know I'm very beloved by the populace. I don't care, Trask snapped flatly, rolling his eyes. What I'm saying is that this doesn't concern you. My vendetta is against those you've allied yourself with, and against mutant kind as a whole. He pointed a menacing finger straight at Peter. I know you're not a mutant. Your battles with my Sentinels made that abundantly clear. So while I'm still feeling merciful, I'm giving you a chance to walk away. This war isn't yours. Peter paused. Then scoffed. Wow, you didn't have to tell me twice. He turned toward the X-Men and gave them a casual salute. Well, it was nice knowing you all. But those Sentinels. Terrifying as hell. I'm out. Best of luck in your future endeavors. The X-Men stared at him, mouths hanging open. For a split second, they genuinely believed him. Even Trask blinked, caught off guard. A surprised laugh nearly escaped him. At least you're smart enough to. Is what you would have wanted me to say, loser. Peter spun back around, making an exaggerated L shape on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Can you believe this idiot actually bought that? The X-Men collectively looked away in silence. Seriously? Peter asked, staring at them in disbelief. You guys believed it too? Johnny had doubled over, clutching his stomach as laughter burst out of him. Meanwhile, Larry Trask stood frozen in place, his face contorting with such rage it looked like he was seconds away from having an aneurysm. And behind him, the Sentinels began to move. Chapter 423, Against the Sentinels, 5. Third-person POV. Within the Sentinel facility, flames and oppressive heat coated the walls like a second skin. The air shimmered and warped, metal groaning as if the structure itself were screaming under the strain. It was hell on earth, an inferno born of science and warfare, but for someone like Lizzie, it was nothing short of paradise. Ha 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 ha, she cackled wildly, her laughter echoing through the burning corridors like that of an unhinged witch. Waves of raw energy poured from her body, invisible at first, then igniting into roaring fire as their intensity spiked. The energy twisted and bent the space around her, the air rippling as if reality itself were struggling to keep its shape. I really should thank Bruce for those lessons, Lizzie thought, a manic thrill running through her despite the chaos. Gratitude and excitement mingled in her chest. Thanks to his training, she could finally feel what she was doing, not just unleashing power blindly, but understanding its effect on the world around her. Solid surfaces began to soften, steel beams sagging and flowing like molten wax as the molecular bonds gave way, reduced to liquid by the overwhelming energy saturating the area. The sheer volume of microwaves she was flooding into the environment pushed the Sentinels past their limits. Their adaptive systems struggled to keep up. As Lizzie darted through the air in streaks of fire, the Sentinels' HUDs flickered and glitched, scanning her again and again, failing to properly lock on. Her form blurred and distorted on their displays, making it nearly impossible for them to analyze her abilities and formulate a countermeasure. Under normal circumstances, metal would simply reflect microwaves due to their relatively low frequency. But Lizzie wasn't operating under normal circumstances. The extreme heat she was generating overwhelmed those defenses. Several Sentinels began to glow a bright, searing orange, their armored bodies softening and sagging as internal components liquefied. They moved too slowly, too cautiously, and paid the price as they melted down, collapsing into glowing heaps of slag. The remaining Sentinels adapted faster. Unable to counter Lizzie directly, they shifted strategies entirely. Instead of resisting heat and fire, their bodies reconfigured into systems capable of generating and deploying liquid nitrogen. In an instant, torrents of extreme cold erupted outward, snuffing out the flames around Lizzie with violent efficiency. Lizzie barely had time to react. The sudden extinguishment of her fire was so abrupt that her body went into shock. One of her arms flash froze solid in an instant, encased in brittle ice before she could even scream. A heartbeat later, it shattered. The arm exploded into fragments like a pristine porcelain vase dropped onto stone, shards scattering through the air. Ah! Lizzie screamed in agony and horror, the sound raw and desperate as she stumbled backward in panic. Pain tore through her, sharp and overwhelming, and her concentration faltered. The Sentinels advanced without mercy, their heavy steps deliberate and unrelenting. Tears streamed freely down Lizzie's face, born from both fear and shock. Their eyes glowed ominously as they closed in, emotionless and calculating. Gritting her teeth through the pain, Lizzie forced herself to act. She tore open a portal behind her, but not before another blast of cold caught her leg. It froze solid mid-motion and shattered as she crossed the threshold, the loss following her through the gateway. She emerged into the endless void of space. The portal didn't close immediately. Instead, the sudden pressure difference created a powerful suction, dragging every nearby sentinel along with her. One by one, their massive bodies were ripped free from the facility and hurled into the vacuum alongside her. They floated in silence, suspended in the black vastness of space. For a brief moment, the sentinels froze completely, their systems struggling to comprehend the sudden environmental shift. Lizzie, meanwhile, instinctively released a protective wave of microwaves across her body. The energy spread outward, forming a faint, shimmering silhouette shaped like her own figure, a barrier that shielded her from the lethal effects of the vacuum. Curled into herself, Lizzie hugged what remained of her body, tears drifting away as tiny crystals in zero gravity. "Stop crying," Aria's voice snapped through Lizzie's earpiece, sharp and unimpressed. "Why the hell are you even crying?" "Give me a break," Lizzie sniffled, her voice shaking. "I just lost an arm and a leg. It hurts." "Exactly," Aria replied flatly. "You just lost an arm and a leg." She sighed, sounding genuinely exasperated. "I swear, your powers are completely wasted on you. Aren't you being a little mean right now?" Lizzie muttered, still sobbing softly. "That's because you're being stupid," Aria shot back. "Now listen. Move fast. While the Sentinels are still adapting, I'm going to guide you through using the weak and strong nuclear forces. You're going to regenerate your limbs and get back into the fight." Aria's tone grew more urgent as she continued. The frost coating the Sentinels was already beginning to melt. Even now, they were absorbing solar radiation from the nearby star, converting it into usable energy. Their eyes shifted from red to a cold, luminous gold as they slowly rotated in zero gravity to face Lizzie once more. "You're just like Father," Aria said quickly. "You've been holding back your power to protect the people around you. If you ever truly went all out on Earth, you'd risk distorting the planet's electromagnetic field and causing unimaginable destruction. But you're not on Earth anymore." The Sentinels finished turning toward her. "So stop holding back," Aria said. "Go all out." Lizzie clenched her jaw, forcing herself to focus through the pain. "First," Aria instructed, "start by absorbing the electromagnetic field from the stars around you." Lizzie squeezed her eyes shut and forced herself to listen, blocking out the pain screaming through her nerves. "Absorb, don't emit," Aria commanded. "The world won't break apart if you do so. Every charged particle, every wavelength. Pull it in." Lizzie drew a shaky breath. The microwave field surrounding her shifted, no longer flaring outward violently but tightening, condensing against her skin like a second layer of flesh. She could feel it now, the electromagnetic spectrum stretching endlessly around her, radio waves drifting lazily, solar radiation hammering down in relentless torrents, cosmic background radiation whispering through the void. She reached for it. The sensation was intoxicating. Power flooded into her, not hot like fire but dense and crushing, like gravity made of light. The pain from her missing limbs dulled as her awareness sank deeper, past molecules, past atoms. "Good," Aria said, her voice calmer now. "Now stop thinking of your body as flesh. It's a pattern. A structure. You already know what it's supposed to be, no one knows your body like you do." Lizzie's teeth clenched as invisible forces gathered around her shoulder and hip. The air, or rather, the space, warped as she manipulated the strong nuclear force, dragging quarks and gluons into alignment. Matter assembled itself obediently, particle by particle, drawn together by bindings far more fundamental than muscle or bone. Her shattered arm began to reform. First came a faint outline, a ghostly silhouette made of light and energy. Then density followed. Bone crystallized into existence, woven together at the subatomic level. Muscle layered itself over it, fibers snapping into place with audible pops. Skin flowed last, sealing seamlessly as if the limb had never been lost. Lizzie gasped as sensation returned all at once. Her leg followed moments later, rebuilt from nothing but will and force, snapping back into place beneath her as if reality itself had corrected a mistake. She floated there for a second, stunned, flexing her fingers, rolling her ankle. I did it," she whispered. "Of course you did," Aria replied coolly. "You're done crying now." Lizzie wiped her eyes, her expression hardening as she looked up. The Sentinels had finished adapting. Their bodies gleamed with new alloys, surfaces rippling with absorbed radiation. Thrusters flared as they stabilized themselves in space, weapons charging, golden eyes locking onto her in unison. Lizzie straightened. "No more holding back," she murmured. She thrust her hands outward. The microwave field around her detonated, not as fire, but as compression. Space itself buckled as the radiation density spiked, slamming into the nearest sentinel like an invisible tidal wave. Its armor crumpled inward, compacted layer by layer until the machine collapsed into a dense, glowing sphere before imploding silently. The others fired immediately. Beams of energy lanced toward her, but Lizzie twisted her wrists and bent the electromagnetic field around her body, warping the attacks off course. The beams curved uselessly into the void, missing her by kilometers. She moved. Lizzie vanished in a flash of light, reappearing directly behind one of the Sentinels. She slammed her palm into its back and released a focused burst of radiation straight through its core. The machine seized, systems overloading, before tearing itself apart from the inside in a burst of molten debris. Ha 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 ha. Lizzie laughed again, but this time it wasn't manic, it was fierce, exhilarated. The remaining Sentinels attempted to regroup, forming a defensive formation. Lizzie raised both hands. Let's see you adapt to this. She reached deeper than before, seizing control of the surrounding electromagnetic environment on a massive scale. Solar radiation bent toward her like a storm answering a call. Charged particles spiraled inward, forming a blinding corona around her body. Then she released it, not outward, but through them. The Sentinels' internal systems went haywire. Sensors burned out. Power cores destabilized. Their adaptive protocols screamed conflicting commands as Lizzie hijacked the very forces they relied on to function. One by one, they went dark. Their lifeless shells drifted apart in silence, tumbling endlessly through space. Lizzie hovered there, chest heaving, energy crackling faintly around her like embers. Fight's over, she said softly. Chapter 424, Against the Sentinels, 6. Third-person POV. The battle between the X-Men and the Sentinels could only be described as one thing, a one-sided beatdown. They had charged forward with confidence, battle-hardened, united, trusting in their powers as they always had. The Sentinels advanced in mechanical unison, their glowing optics scanning, calculating. Steel feet crushed asphalt. Energy cannons hummed as they powered up. And then, in the span of a single, horrifying heartbeat, everything changed. When the X-Men engaged the first wave, they came to a cruel realization: their powers were failing. Angel and Jean launched themselves into the air, determination blazing in their eyes. Angel's massive wings beat powerfully, stirring the air into violent gusts as Jean's telekinetic aura shimmered faintly around her. But halfway through their ascent, something snapped. The shimmer vanished. The wind died. Ah, they cried out in unison as gravity reclaimed them. They plummeted. Their bodies struck the cold metal floor with a sickening thud, pain exploding through bone and muscle. Angel rolled onto his side with a groan, pushing himself up on trembling arms. My wings," he rasped. He looked back, and his blood ran cold. The majestic white feathers that had always defined him were shrinking. The bones retracted. The feathers dissolved into nothing. His wings shriveled and pulled inward, retreating grotesquely into his back as if they had never existed at all. Jean gasped nearby, clutching her head. "I can't feel it. I can't feel anything. Our powers." Nightcrawler cried out in panic. Before their eyes, the blue tint of his fur began to fade. It crawled backward like spilled paint being wiped away, revealing pale human skin beneath. His tail shrank, bones popping softly as it shortened and vanished. His demonic features softened into something painfully ordinary. Scott felt it too. With shaking hands, he tore off his visor. He wouldn't normally dare to do that in open combat. His optic blasts had always burned uncontrollably. But now, as he blinked rapidly against the wind, the red kinetic glow dimmed, flickered, then disappeared entirely. Only his natural hazel eyes remained. Silence fell over him for a split second. No pressure. No power. No force threatening to burst free. "Look out!" Harry shouted. His body became a blur of green light as he tackled Colossus out of the way just as the Russian mutant's metallic form began to fail him. Colossus shrank slightly, the towering mass of living steel reverting back into vulnerable flesh. The organic metal peeled away like liquid mercury evaporating, leaving behind bare skin. A searing beam of energy tore through the space where Colossus had stood. The blast carved a molten trench through the battlefield, metal liquefying under its heat. "Everyone disperse." Scott commanded instantly, falling into leadership despite the shock ripping through him. "Keep your distance and focus on freeing our brothers and sisters. Remember the plan." Explosions erupted around them as sentinel cannons fired indiscriminately. "It seems Leech is close by as we suspected." Kitty yelled over the chaos, ducking behind debris as another blast struck nearby. That explained it. Leech. The mutant whose mere presence nullified the powers of others. Since he was nearby, then they were fighting an army built to crush them while stripped of everything that made them extraordinary. A beam of energy shot directly toward Scott. Before it could strike, Arya phased straight through his body, her form intangible for only a fraction of a second. She solidified midair, her tactile telekinesis flaring outward in a visible distortion. The beam split around her like water crashing against a stone, parting cleanly in two before detonating harmlessly behind her. She didn't slow down. Her density increased instantly, muscles tightening as she launched herself forward like a human missile and slammed into a Sentinel's torso with bone-cracking force. It didn't take long for it to become painfully obvious. Arya and Nightwing were the only ones operating at full strength against an army. Portals shimmered open across the battlefield thanks to Harry, golden rings carving glowing circles into the air. Meanwhile, the unmutated X-Men scrambled desperately at reinforced cell doors, doing anything they could to open the doors without powers. Through the portal, Nightwing shouted, pointing sharply as he flipped over a charging Sentinel. "Once you're through, you'll be safe. They'll get the collars off you." He moved with relentless precision, Eskrima stick spinning in blinding arcs as he struck joints and optics. Arya mirrored him seamlessly. They fought like a perfectly coordinated unit, covering blind spots, intercepting attacks, flowing in tandem. For every mutant they saved, another Sentinel advanced. Several freed captives bolted toward a portal, only to be seized mid-run by a mechanical hand. The Sentinel lifted them high, fingers tightening. Screams filled the air as metal digits began to crush bone. Nightwing reacted instantly. He hurled a trio of wingdings at the Sentinel's wrist. Forged from Antarctic vibranium, the projectiles emitted a destabilizing frequency upon impact. The metal hand began to liquefy, sizzling and warping before dropping the captive mutant to the ground. Arya caught them mid-fall and hurled them toward the portal with a controlled telekinetic burst. But they were being overwhelmed. Harry became a streak of green light weaving through beams and debris. His fists burned with chi, each punch detonating on impact like controlled explosions. He shattered armor plating, dented torsos, sent machines crashing through walls. And then the Sentinels adapted. Panels shifted along their arms. Energy readings recalibrated. The next punch Harry threw didn't explode outward. It was absorbed. The kinetic force rippled across the Sentinel's body, redistributed through glowing conduits, and fired back at him in a concussive blast. Harry's eyes widened. He was launched across the battlefield like a rag doll. He slammed into a concrete wall hard enough to crater it, stone exploding around him. Dust filled the air as he slid down to one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. He coughed, tasting iron, peat. Harry thought furiously, fury and desperation mixing as he forced himself back to his feet. Just what the hell are you thinking? Around him, the battlefield was turning into a slaughterhouse. Stripped of their powers. Outnumbered. Outmatched. And the Sentinels were only getting smarter. Flashback, a few moments ago. Everyone stood in a tight circle, shoulders nearly brushing as holographic schematics flickered between them. The low hum of equipment filled the background while they argued in hushed but urgent tones. Although they had no need, it still felt right. They were carefully piecing together what they believed to be the most effective team composition. It wasn't just power, it was about balance, coverage, and making sure no one walked into a disadvantage they couldn't recover from. "Hold on," Nightwing said at last, raising a hand as he studied the layout of names and positions. His domino mask did little to hide the faint crease forming between his brows. "Isn't the team a bit unbalanced?" A few of the others exchanged glances, nodding. They had noticed it too but hadn't been the first to voice it. "It looks lopsided," Kitty added, folding her arms. "One side stacked." "It might seem that way because we've got the bigger head count," Peter replied calmly, shaking his head while adjusting the hologram with a flick of his wrist. "But it's not unbalanced." He tapped the projection where their group was clustered. "We're the attack force. That means we're meant to carry the heavier offensive load. It stands to reason we'd bring the most direct firepower with us." He shifted the display to highlight the other squad. "That doesn't make you vulnerable. Not even close. Firestar alone is practically a walking nuclear reactor. The level of radiation manipulation she's capable of. That's a massive advantage in any encounter with a Sentinel." Firestar crossed her arms but didn't argue, the faintest glow shimmering at her fingertips, while puffing her chest with pride. "Yeah, but what if they run into Leech?" Bobby interjected, frowning. "She's still a mutant. If he suppresses powers, that edge disappears. Then what?" A brief silence followed. It was a valid concern. "Which is why Nightwing and Arachnid are assigned there," Peter answered without hesitation. His tone wasn't defensive, it was absolute. Between his tactical adaptability and Arachnid's combat versatility, they're more than enough to handle whatever Sentinel you're facing. Powers or no powers. "Lady Arachnid," Arya corrected immediately, chin lifting slightly, pride slipping into her voice. Peter didn't even glance her way. Arya's eye twitched behind her mask. Harry let out a long, exasperated sigh. "Not that I don't appreciate the vote of confidence," he began, rubbing the back of his neck, "but you're comparing me to someone who can alter reality by manipulating atoms and radiation with a flick of her wrist." He gestured vaguely toward Lizzie. "And someone who literally has an aspect of reality sitting on her forehead." His hand shifted toward Arya. A few members of the group blinked in confusion at that last comment, but neither Peter nor Arya offered clarification. The Spider family simply shared a look that said, long story. Peter, meanwhile, had casually flipped upside down, now hanging from the ceiling by a single web strand. He swayed slightly as he looked directly at Harry, lenses narrowing in focus. "You are severely underestimating yourself," Peter said evenly. The room quieted. "You and I have sparred more than anyone else here. I've seen what you can do up close." His voice remained steady, unwavering. "I'm probably the only person here who fully understands both your capabilities and your potential." Peter didn't break eye contact. Even through the mask, the intensity was palpable. "You think you're weaker because you're constantly measuring yourself against people like them." He tilted his head slightly toward Lizzie and Arya. "Reality manipulators. Cosmic anomalies. That's your baseline for comparison." Harry only smiled wearily, not denying it. "You don't realize how strong you are because you're standing in a room full of people that can do crazy shit," Peter continued. "But that doesn't make you small. It just skews your perspective." Peter went on. "Uncontrolled explosive power." He gave a small shrug. "Sure, that's dangerous." His tone lowered. "But explosive power that is both controlled and precise, that's terrifying." Harry's eyes lifted slightly. "You can amplify impact, reinforce your defenses, destabilize structures with a tap if you wanted to. You've barely scratched the surface of what that control can evolve into." Peter gave a small nod. "Trust your instincts. When it counts, your body already knows what to do." A beat passed. "You get what I'm saying?" Peter asked more softly. "I think," Harry muttered, staring down at his boots. His mind replayed every spar they'd had, every moment Peter had pushed him just a little harder than necessary. Harry exhaled slowly. Peter's words didn't erase his doubts, but they cracked something open inside him. Maybe the problem wasn't his power. Maybe it was his perspective. Back to the present. Harry's back slammed against the fractured concrete wall as 3 Sentinels descended on him at once, their metallic frames whirring and recalibrating in response to his interference. They didn't hesitate. Fists like battering rams hammered into him from every angle: rib, jaw, stomach, an unrelenting storm of steel and synthetic muscle. Each impact detonated against his suit. The specialized armor lining his torso and forearms flared neon green as it absorbed the kinetic force, converting the punishment into stored power. Bursts of compressed energy discharged in chaotic pulses from his body, blasting outward in shockwaves that deepened the crater behind him. Concrete cracked. Rebar bent. Dust and debris spiraled into the air like shrapnel caught in a hurricane. The guards around his forearms began to splinter under the strain. They weren't meant to handle this much input at once. Hairline fractures webbed across the plating before chunks shattered away entirely, unable to withstand the endless cycle of absorption and release. Still the Sentinels pressed him, adapting, calculating, overwhelming him through sheer numbers. Inside the suit, Harry felt everything. Muscle fibers tore under the repeated impacts. Bones splintered and snapped, then reformed with sickening, rapid pops as his regenerative biology forced them back into place. Blood sprayed from his mouth and across the rubble-strewn floor, only for his life force stitched him back together. Pain blurred into heat. Heat blurred into power. His eyes ignited with a luminous emerald glow as a roar tore from his throat, raw, feral, defiant. He stopped trying to defend. Stopped trying to endure. He unleashed. From the midpoint of his body, from the very core of his being, a tidal wave of condensed life force erupted outward. The blast was not just kinetic, it was vital, alive, roaring with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The shock wave expanded in a violent dome, ripping Sentinels off their feet and hurling them across the chamber like discarded toys. Metal screamed as they crashed into walls. But they were not finished. As they rose from the wreckage, their bodies shifted and morphed, alloy flowing like liquid mercury. Arms reconfigured into blades, cannons, serrated whips crackling with energy. Their optics flared red as targeting systems recalculated. Harry dropped to one knee. His chest heaved. Sweat soaked his suit, dark hair plastered to his forehead. Steam rose from his skin as his healing factor worked overtime, sealing torn flesh and knitting fractured bones back together. He looked up just in time to see them charge. Harry exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. "Trust my instincts," he murmured. A blade shrieked through the air toward his face. He shifted, barely. The edge missed his cheek by less than a centimeter, slicing through strands of hair instead. He didn't open his eyes. "Surrender control of my body." He repeated it like a mantra. And then he moved. Not with conscious thought. Not with strategy. He flowed. His footwork turned strange, almost alien, as he twisted at impossible angles, spinning and pivoting through a storm of blades and plasma bursts. His spine bent in ways that defied anatomy. His shoulders rolled just enough for weapons to graze air instead of flesh. He dipped, swayed, stepped, each motion instinctive, fluid, unpredictable. He deflected a blade aimed at his heart with a casual backhand swipe, redirecting it into another Sentinel's torso. Sparks flew. The Sentinels increased their speed. So did Harry. Hypermotility activated at full output. His tendons stretched and recoiled like coiled springs. His joints rotated beyond normal human limits without tearing. Every repetitive motion, every pivot, every dodge, every redirected strike began to build something deeper. Fajin. The stored explosive power accumulated through repetition began to hum beneath his skin. Green arcs crackled along his limbs, discharging in sharp snaps of light. A single punch, thrown without sight, guided purely by instinct, connected. The Sentinel struck by it didn't just fall. It launched. Its body tore through the air and embedded halfway into the far wall in a thunderous explosion of concrete and dust. Harry stepped once. And appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. The Sentinels paused mid-advance, recalibrating yet again. They were adapting to his force output, modifying density and resistance. Harry felt it. He frowned slightly, still moving on autopilot. But in the back of his mind, something Peter had said echoed. Controlled explosive power. He fired webs from his web shooters without breaking rhythm, snagging a terrified mutant and yanking them out of harm's way. With a swift spin, he flung the rescued woman through the portal he had recreated earlier, sending them to safety. Controlled explosive power. He repeated it again. And again. Then clarity struck. Wait, he wasn't only talking about controlled output. Harry's mind, operating at superhuman speed, began dissecting the concept even as his body continued its impossible dance. He meant manipulation as a whole. Fajin was pure explosive force, power built through repetition and released in violent bursts. But Chi was control. Control over life force. Over breath. Over the body. Over the space between intention and action. Harry already possessed the power. His flaw was application. Emerald orbs of Chi materialized above his palms as he moved. Normally he would have hurled them like grenades. Raw. Direct. This time, he didn't. He held them. He split his focus cleanly in two, one half dedicated to evasion and protection, the other to shaping the volatile energy hovering in his grasp. The orbs trembled, unstable. Then he smiled faintly as he molded them into a man's true love. Swords. He curled his fingers inward, compressing the Chi, the orbs elongated, stretched, warped into jagged, misshapen blades of flickering green energy. They wavered at first, unstable and uneven. Harry adjusted his breathing. Inhale. Exhale. The blades refined. Edges sharpened. Forms straightened. The energy stabilized, condensing into sleek, radiant constructs that hummed with lethal precision. A pair of twin energy beams fired at him. Harry flipped backward through the air, the beams passing beneath him and carving molten trenches across the floor. Mid-rotation, he hurled one of his newly forged swords toward a distant sentinel that had cornered two mutants against a crumbling wall. Its head split open, charging a devastating blast. The emerald blade pierced straight through its cranial unit. The sentinel lurched forward, systems glitching violently. Still airborne, Harry twisted, gripping his remaining sword in both hands. As gravity reclaimed him, he brought the blade down in a clean, diagonal arc, splitting the sentinel beneath him from shoulder to hip in a shower of sparks and molten alloy. He landed lightly. The remaining blade rested over his shoulder as he formed another in his free hand, the construct snapping into existence with far more stability than before. Boom, he muttered calmly. Across the chamber, the sword embedded in the sentinels had detonated in a concentrated emerald green explosion. The blast ruptured its skull outward, sending shards of metal clattering across the battlefield. The two mutants scrambled away as the machine collapsed lifelessly. Harry stood tall now, breathing steady, eyes glowing but focused. The panic was gone. In its place was control. Arrogant, he called evenly through the comms, rolling his shoulders as the remaining sentinels recalculated once more. I've got it covered here. He twirled one of the Chi blades, green light tracing a deadly arc in the air. I'll leave it to you to find Leech and stop his interference. Chapter 425, Against the Sentinels, 7. Third-person POV. A blinding flash of white-blue light erupted from Peter's body, followed instantly by the violent crack of lightning splitting the air. The ground beneath his feet fractured in jagged lines as he vanished from his position, his form dissolving into a streak of raw velocity. In less than a heartbeat, he reappeared directly in front of Larry Trask, his fist already in motion, lightning coiling around his arm like a living thing. His intent was clear, end this before it could escalate further. But the Sentinels were ready. One of the towering machines materialized in front of Trask faster than seemed possible for something of its massive size. Its glowing optic sensors flared, and its arm moved in a blur, intercepting Peter's strike with mechanical precision. The collision sent a thunderous shockwave rippling through the air, electricity bursting outward in violent arcs. Peter clicked his tongue and twisted his body, barely managing to evade a concussive blast of energy that screamed past his head. It hadn't come from the Sentinel. It came from Havoc. The men stood beside Trask, calm and composed, his center glowing with contained destructive power. Concentric rings of energy pulsed outward from his body, distorting the air itself. "Oh man," Peter sighed, rolling his shoulders as lightning crackled faintly along his skin. "And here I was hoping to take you down without a fight." His tone was light, almost joking, but his eyes betrayed his focus. Trask responded with nothing but open contempt. His lip curled, and he clicked his tongue in irritation, staring at Peter as if he were nothing more than an insect that had wandered too close. "You are a fool," Trask said coldly, his voice dripping with disdain, "if you believe I can be stopped." Peter smirked faintly, lightning flickering in his pupils. "You're a greater fool," he shot back, "if you believe you can't." The moment stretched for half a second. "Kill them," Trask ordered flatly, his voice carried no anger. No hesitation. Only absolute certainty, "Do not concern yourselves with capturing them. I want them dead. They serve no purpose to me alive." The Sentinels obeyed instantly. Chaos erupted. A freezing wave of sub-zero frost exploded outward as Iceman thrust his hands forward, jagged spears of ice erupting from the ground and racing toward the machines. Beside him, Ghost Spider extended both arms, unleashing her own torrent of freezing force, coating the Sentinels in thick layers of crystalline frost in an attempt to immobilize them. At the same time, Johnny burst into motion, his entire body igniting in blazing orange flame. He rocketed forward like a living comet, fire roaring behind him as he slammed into one of the Sentinels with explosive force. The impact engulfed the machine in an inferno that burned hot enough to melt steel. Felicia moved differently, she wielded her magic and arcane arts with careful precision, wherever she moved, misfortune would follow. A Sentinel advancing toward her suddenly faltered, its footing slipping on nothing. Another fired a blast that inexplicably veered off course, striking its ally instead. Mechanical failures cascaded in subtle but devastating ways wherever her gaze lingered. Above them all, Storm hovered like an avenging goddess. Thunder boomed as dark clouds formed overhead, spiraling unnaturally within the confines of the facility. Lightning speared downward in blinding pillars, striking the Sentinels with catastrophic force. Cyclones of wind erupted around her, lifting debris, metal, and broken concrete into violent spirals that battered the machines from every direction. On the ground, Logan and Peter fought like twin forces of nature. Logan's metallic claws flashed again and again, carving into Sentinel armor with savage precision. Sparks exploded with every strike, his feral snarl echoing through the battlefield. Beside him, Peter moved like lightning incarnate, skating across the ground in streaks of electric brilliance. His own metallic bone claws slashed outward, enhanced by his speed, each strike landing dozens of times in the span of a second. Nearby, MJ soared through the air, supported by glowing psionic constructs born from pure willpower. She swung effortlessly, using constructs as footholds, shields, and weapons. Massive wrecking balls materialized and smashed into Sentinels. Trucks formed from solidified psychic energy rammed into them at full force. She even conjured monstrous beasts, wolves, serpents, and titans of imagination, that lunged and tore at the machines in a relentless assault. But it wasn't enough. The Sentinels adapted. Their armor shifted, reconfigured, and hardened. Frost cracked and fell away. Fire diminished against newly resistant plating. Lightning dispersed across their surfaces with reduced effect. They endured everything with terrifying efficiency. Their counterattacks were merciless, precise, and of course not to mention lethal. "Oh!" Rogue's scream cut through the battlefield, Peter's head snapped toward the sound before he saw her falling. Her leg was gone, severed cleanly at the thigh. Blood sprayed across the floor in violent arcs as she collapsed, her face twisted in agony. Peter moved instantly, he became as fast as lightning. He streaked across the battlefield, weaving between blasts and debris, arriving at her side in less than a blink. The Sentinel that had injured her raised its arm to finish the job. But Johnny intercepted it. Engulfed in roaring flame, Johnny slammed into the machine, driving it backward. For a moment, hope surged. Then the Sentinel struck back. Its massive arm swatted Johnny out of the air like he weighed nothing. He hit the ground hard and didn't move for a while. Peter's jaw clenched, he slid to Rogue's side and scooped her up, carrying her away from immediate danger. She trembled in his arms, her teeth clenched so tightly they threatened to crack. Her eyes met his and he knew what she needed. Peter hesitated only briefly before retracting his suit from his fingers and extending his hand. "Take what you need," he said quietly. "Nothing more." Rogue discarded her glove with shaking fingers and grabbed his hand. The moment their skin touched, Peter gasped. He felt it instantly, his strength, his speed, his power. It was being torn away from him. His bones creaked under the pressure of her grip. Lightning flickered uncontrollably across his skin as his energy poured into her. He let out a strangled whimper but didn't pull away. Lightning ignited in Rogue's eyes. Power surged through her body like a tidal wave. Her severed limb began to regenerate before his eyes, muscle, bone, nerve, and flesh reforming at impossible speed. Within seconds, her leg was whole again. She released him. Peter staggered slightly, weakened but standing. Rogue rose slowly into the air, her breathing was heavy while her expression was pure fury. She launched forward with explosive force, the shockwave of her acceleration knocking Peter backward. She became a blur, her speed now rivaling his own amplified state. She reached the sentinel that had maimed her and struck. The impact sent the machine flying across the room like a missile. It slammed into the far wall with catastrophic force, the structure cracking and collapsing outward from the collision. Debris rained down while Rogue hovered in the air, chest heaving, her fists clenched at her sides. But then, she froze as a strange sensation crawled across her body. Her instincts screamed. Danger. Overwhelming danger. Her eyes widened in realization. Too late. A sentinel fired and the blast struck her directly. Her body convulsed as energy tore through her, burning flesh and overwhelming her stolen defenses. She screamed as agony consumed her, her body dropping from the air and crashing into the ground. She didn't get back up. And across the battlefield, things were only getting worse. The moment Rogue hit the ground, the tide of battle shifted from desperate to catastrophic. The Sentinels advanced without hesitation, their glowing eyes scanning, calculating, adapting. Peter forced himself upright despite the lingering weakness in his muscles, lightning flickering. A Sentinel lunged toward him, its arm reshaping mid-motion into a gleaming energy blade. Peter reacted on instinct, vanishing in a crack of lightning, reappearing behind it and driving both of his metallic bone claws into its back. Sparks exploded outward. The Sentinel didn't scream. It didn't slow. Its torso twisted unnaturally, its arm snapping backward and catching Peter across the chest with brutal force. The impact launched him across the room like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the concrete, the air forced violently from his lungs. Logan roared and leapt onto the Sentinel, his claws carving deep gouges into its neck and shoulders. He tore into it like a wild animal, ripping apart armor and exposed circuitry. The Sentinel responded instantly. Its surface shifted, flowing like liquid metal, sealing the damage almost as quickly as Logan created it. Its hand clamped around Logan's throat and lifted him off the ground. Logan snarled, stabbing repeatedly into its arm, but the machine simply tightened its grip and slammed him into the floor hard enough to crater the concrete beneath him. Above them, Storm summoned another bolt of lightning, her eyes glowing white with fury. The lightning struck true, engulfing 3 Sentinels at once in a blinding explosion of energy. For a moment, it looked like it worked. Their frames blackened. Their movements stalled. Then their bodies reconfigured, venting excess energy harmlessly into the air. One of them raised its arm and fired a concentrated beam upward. Storm barely managed to throw herself aside, but the edge of the blast caught her. Pain shot through her body as she lost control of her flight and crashed into the ground, her powers flickering erratically. "I can't slow them down," Iceman shouted, his voice strained. He unleashed everything he had, flooding the battlefield in absolute zero temperatures. Ice entombed multiple Sentinels completely, freezing them solid. Cracks immediately formed. The ice shattered from the inside as the machines adjusted their internal temperature, rendering his efforts meaningless. Johnny forced himself back to his feet, his flames weaker but still burning. "Yeah. Then we just hit harder." He roared forward again, transforming into a blazing inferno and slamming into another Sentinel. This time, the Sentinel anticipated it. Its arm shifted into a concussive cannon and fired point blank. The blast extinguished Johnny's flames instantly and hurled him across the room. He hit the wall and collapsed, smoke rising faintly from his body as he fell unconscious. MJ cried out in rage, summoning her largest construct yet. A massive psionic titan materialized above the battlefield and brought its glowing fist down onto a Sentinel with overwhelming force. The impact shook the entire facility. The Sentinel staggered for half a second before its arm reshaped into a focused emitter. It fired once. The beam pierced straight through the construct, shattering it into thousands of fragments of fading light. The backlash struck MJ directly, throwing her violently through the air. Felicia tried to intervene, her powers twisting probability itself. A Sentinel aiming at her malfunctioned briefly, its weapon stuttering. Another stumbled unexpectedly. But luck wasn't enough. One of them compensated, predicting the anomaly. It fired anyway. The blast grazed her side, sending her spinning to the ground with a cry of pain. Havoc remained at Trask's side, firing precise bursts of energy at anyone who got too close. His blasts forced Gwen, Logan, and the others to stay scattered, preventing them from regrouping. Every attempt to coordinate was crushed immediately. Peter forced himself back to his feet again, his breathing ragged. His lightning flickered, weaker now, unstable. He looked around at his friends. Storm was injured. Johnny was down. Rogue wasn't moving. MJ was struggling to stand. Logan was healing, but even he was slowing under the relentless assault. They were losing, and it wasn't just slowly. It was inevitably. One of the Sentinels stepped forward and fired at Iceman. The blast struck him directly, sending him crashing across the frozen floor, his ice form shattering partially before reforming weakly. Another Sentinel targeted Logan, pinning him with a concentrated energy beam that held him in place, preventing him from moving as his healing factor struggled to keep up with the damage. Peter clenched his fists, lightning sparking desperately. He vanished and reappeared in front of Trask again, moving purely on instinct, ignoring the odds. A Sentinel intercepted him instantly, its hand closing around his throat mid-movement. Peter struggled, electricity surging violently through his body and into the machine. For a moment, it worked. The Sentinel's systems flickered. Then it adapted. The electricity dispersed harmlessly across its armor. Its grip tightened. Peter gasped, his vision blurring. Across from him, Larry Trask watched everything unfold with a smile. Not a calm smile. Not a satisfied one. But rather an ecstatic one. His eyes were wide with manic joy, his lips stretched into a grin that bordered on madness. Yes, he whispered, his voice trembling with delight. This is perfection. He stepped forward slightly, his gaze drinking in every moment of their suffering. Look at them, he said softly to Havoc, though his voice carried clearly across the battlefield. Monsters in human skin, savages who think of themselves as gods. All being brought down by human ingenuity. A/N, give me ideas of what Peter should be capable of doing with his chi/magic because I'm drawing a blank. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, Against the Sentinels, 8. Third-person POV. As Peter was being choked, he surrendered to his instincts. It was only natural. His instincts, his danger sense, had always kept him alive when logic failed and strength wasn't enough. They were older than thought, older than fear, something buried deep in his spine and woven into his nerves. They did not hesitate. They did not question. They simply acted. His fingers shot up and clamped around the Sentinel's wrist. The machine did not react immediately. Its grip only tightened, cold metal fingers digging deeper into his throat, compressing his airway, crushing cartilage. His vision began to tunnel, black creeping inward from the edges. The Sentinel's other hand moved with mechanical precision, its palm glowing as internal capacitors charged for a point-blank discharge meant to end him permanently. Peter didn't resist the way he normally would. He didn't thrash or claw uselessly at its arm. Instead, he let his hand sink forward. The Sentinel's hand passed straight through his chest. The sensation was indescribable. There was no pain in the traditional sense, not at first. It was pressure, intrusion, violation. Cold artificial matter phased through living flesh, occupying the same space without resistance. His lungs spasmed reflexively, and he choked, a wet, strangled sound escaping his throat. Shouts echoed around him, Gwen's voice, others, but they sounded distant, muffled, like they were underwater. He ignored them. He focused inward. He could feel it. The Sentinel wasn't just metal. It was alive in its own way. Beneath its armored shell ran a nervous system of circuits and current, artificial synapses firing in perfect order. Electricity surged behind his fingers, immense and violent, enough energy to power cities. He could feel its rhythm, its flow, its structure. And instead of letting it go, he took it. The moment he made the decision, something inside him shifted. The electricity didn't explode outward. It flowed inward. Peter inhaled sharply as the current surged into him, pouring through his fingers, racing along pathways his body instinctively reshaped to accommodate it. It was like swallowing lightning. His muscles spasmed violently, his spine arching as power flooded his system, but he did not let go. He held tighter. He fed. The Sentinel reacted immediately. Its head snapped downward, its glowing optics flickering erratically. Its grip faltered. Internal systems destabilized as power was ripped from its core faster than it could regulate. Its arm twitched, servos stuttering as command signals failed. With a heavy crash, the Sentinel dropped to one knee. Peter tore his hand free and, without hesitation, grabbed the machine's wrist with both hands. He twisted sharply, muscles reinforced by fresh bioelectric energy, and ripped the arm clean off. Metal screamed as it tore apart. He tossed the severed limb aside like it weighed nothing, while his wounds actively healed. The Sentinel remained kneeling, its systems collapsing into shutdown. Peter stood over it, chest rising and falling in slow, steady breaths. My counterattack starts now, he thought. Beneath his mask, his lips curled into something unhinged. Blood coated his teeth, warm and metallic on his tongue, but he barely noticed. The electricity he had absorbed did not remain raw energy. His body converted it instinctively, transforming it into something uniquely his own. Bioelectricity. It flowed through him like liquid fire, reinforcing muscle fibers, strengthening bones, sharpening neural signals. But Peter didn't stop at strengthening his body. He directed it. He guided the energy deliberately, forcing it deeper, into places most people would never dare touch. He sent it into his nervous system, into the delicate lattice of neurons that govern perception and reaction. He forced it up his spine and into his brain. The world changed instantly. Everything slowed. It wasn't true time manipulation, not really. Time itself continued forward, indifferent as always. But Peter's brain accelerated so far beyond normal limits that the world could no longer keep up. Color dulled, sound stretched into long, distorted echoes, dust hung motionless in the air, even the flickering sparks of damaged machinery seemed frozen. His eyes shimmered faintly with contained energy as his perception expanded. Every detail sharpened to impossible clarity. He could see the minute tremors in the Sentinel's damaged frame. He could see MJ's hair suspended mid-motion, individual strands perfectly visible. He could see the expansion and contraction of air as heat displaced it. Chi, in its most basic application, enhanced the body. It strengthened muscles. Reinforced durability. Accelerated movement. Peter had taken that principle and pushed it far beyond its intended limits. He wasn't just strengthening his body. He was strengthening his perception. Strengthening his processing. Strengthening himself. He forced the energy through his optic nerves, enhancing visual input. Through his auditory cortex, filtering sound. Through every neural pathway that defined his existence. It was dangerous. Catastrophically dangerous. The Ancient One would have called it forbidden without hesitation. A technique that violated the natural limits of the human body. One mistake, one miscalculation, and his nervous system could burn itself out. Permanent paralysis would be the best outcome. Death would be more likely. But Peter wasn't like most people. His danger sense guided him constantly, making microscopic adjustments without conscious thought. It prevented overload. Prevented imbalance. Prevented catastrophe. It let him walk the edge safely. His veins lit up faintly beneath his suit, bioelectric energy tracing glowing lines along his arms, his chest, his neck. And then he moved. To Peter, it felt like a normal step forward. To the rest of the world, he vanished. He crossed the distance to the kneeling Sentinel instantly. From his back, constructs of pure chi manifested, 4 elongated spider legs formed from condensed energy, sharp and precise. They extended outward, moving as naturally as his real limbs. He struck once. The Sentinel came apart. Not shattered. Not broken. Dismantled. Its torso separated cleanly. Its head fell away. Its limbs detached in perfect cuts. Each strike had been placed with impossible precision, severing critical connection points. Peter stopped, staring down at the remains. Even he was surprised. This is awesome. His thoughts raced, faster than ever before. I should name this technique. Bullet time. No. Too cliché. Spider time. That's even worse. He paused briefly, the zone. Even as he thought it, he was already moving again. Another Sentinel had Gwen pinned beneath it, its arm raised for a finishing blow. Peter reached it in less than a heartbeat. His construct struck. The machine came apart instantly. Gwen hadn't even seen him move. Peter didn't stop. He moved from one Sentinel to the next, dismantling each one with surgical precision. To him, their attacks were unbearably slow. He stepped around energy blasts before they fully formed. He watched mechanical limbs crawl through the air at a snail's pace. He was untouchable. Fast, he thought. I'm moving so fast. Then another thought intruded. Wait, what have I been doing wrong this whole time? He had always enhanced himself broadly. Increased strength. Increased speed. Increased durability. But that was inefficient. Crude. Now he understood. Precision mattered. He turned his focus inward again, he guided the energy into his heart, it responded instantly, beating faster, stronger. Each contraction pushed enriched blood through his body more efficiently. His lungs adapted next, optimizing oxygen intake, minimizing wasted motion. His muscles followed, tightening and releasing with perfect efficiency. He refined himself. Optimized himself. His speed increased again. The air resisted him, but his aura of chi cut through it effortlessly, parting wind like a blade. He existed in constant motion, each step flowing into the next without resistance. His heart thundered in his chest like a war drum. His muscles coiled and released like steel cables. His brain processed information faster than any human mind was ever meant to. A laugh bubbled up from his chest. It started small, barely audible. But it grew. And grew. Until it became impossible to contain. Everyone was rooted in place, not by fear alone, but by pure inability to comprehend what they were seeing. Their eyes could not track him, their brains could not process him. All they could perceive was a streak of blue light tearing through the battlefield in chaotic, impossible patterns. It curved, zigzagged, vanished, reappeared, and vanished again, leaving behind nothing but displaced air and ruined metal. It didn't move like a person. It moved like a force of nature. Like lightning trapped in a cage of flesh. The Sentinels were being destroyed, their bodies ruptured under forces they couldn't measure. Limbs tore free from torsos before their systems registered the damage. Heads separated cleanly from shoulders. Armor plates split apart at their seams as if carefully unstitched by invisible hands. Internal circuitry spilled outward in showers of sparks, glowing wires hanging loose like severed nerves. They were being hunted. One moment they stood operational, weapons charged and scanning. The next, they were falling apart. All the while, laughter echoed across the battlefield. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Ha 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 ha. The sound stretched and warped, distorted by the speed at which it traveled. It appeared beside them, then behind them, then above them, overlapping itself in layers that made it impossible to pinpoint. I'm going so fast. Another sentinel collapsed in pieces. This is amazing. A second lost both arms in the same instant. I'm in the fucking zone right now. The laughter was manic. Exhilarated. Unrestrained. Not the laughter of someone fighting to survive. The laughter of someone enjoying it. The Sentinels adapted. Adaptation was their purpose. Their core directive. They were not merely weapons of conquest and battle. They were machines designed to evolve in response to threats. To overcome resistance. To survive. Their systems processed millions of calculations per second, analyzing Peter's movements, attempting to predict trajectories, attack vectors, vulnerabilities. Their collective processing converged on a single question: how do you survive against something that can kill you faster than you can perceive? The answer they produced was simple: you don't. You escape it. Teleportation was born from their adaptation, activating across multiple Sentinels simultaneously. Their bodies shimmered faintly as spatial displacement fields formed around them. They began to withdraw, abandoning offensive protocols in favor of survival. They disappeared with sharp, abrupt pops, vanishing from the battlefield like ghosts pulled into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Peter's laughter continued, unbroken. My heart is beating so fast I can feel the blood rushing into my ears. He darted forward again, only to find empty space where his next target had been. What a thrill. I don't think I can stop. Ha ha ha. His heart hammered violently against his ribs, each beat flooding his body with enriched blood and amplified sensation. His breathing was rapid but efficient, optimized by the chi reinforcing his lungs. Every nerve ending in his body burned with heightened awareness. Behind him, Gwen slowly pushed herself upright. Her arm, previously mangled, was already repairing itself. Threads of organic webbing tightened around the wound, pulling flesh together as her healing factor worked overtime. But her attention wasn't on herself. It was on him. Pete, she thought, worry crept into her chest. This wasn't normal, this wasn't just Peter fighting harder. Something was clearly wrong, or at least to her. Peter, lost in the zone, didn't realize the full consequences of what he was doing. By enhancing his organs directly, he wasn't just improving performance. He was altering their fundamental operation. His heart pumped harder, faster, increasing blood pressure beyond safe limits. His adrenal glands flooded his bloodstream with hormones, pushing him into a sustained state of extreme stimulation. His brain, enhanced by bioelectric current, released massive quantities of dopamine, rewarding him for every action, every movement, every success. He wasn't just empowered. He was becoming addicted. Addicted to the speed. Addicted to the clarity. Addicted to the feeling of being untouchable. But those same enhancements granted him something else. His bioelectricity and his danger sense worked together, forming a feedback loop of information. He could feel electrical signals beyond his own body. Tiny impulses radiating from every living brain nearby. Thoughts. Intentions. Fear. They appeared to him as patterns. Signals. He couldn't hear them as words, but he understood them instinctively. He knew what they were thinking before they acted. He knew everything. He turned his head slowly. Larry Trask stood in the distance. Peter stepped forward. To him, it was a simple walk. To everyone else, he vanished. Larry blinked. And Peter was standing directly in front of him. The sudden displacement of air created a violent gust that nearly knocked Larry off his feet. Papers flew. Dust scattered outward in a circular shockwave. Larry froze. Peter tilted his head slightly, studying him. Then he reached forward, his fingers poked into Larry's torso. Once. Twice. 3 times. Each movement was precise, controlled, deliberate. His fingers pressed into specific nerve clusters, disrupting electrical signals traveling through Larry's nervous system. To Peter, it took less than a second. To Larry, it felt like being stabbed repeatedly by invisible blades. Pain exploded through his body. His muscles seized instantly, locking in place. His nervous system short-circuited, signals interrupted and scrambled. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe properly, his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed and Peter withdrew his hand calmly, watching him fall. "Well," Peter said casually, looking down at the paralyzed scientist, "that was easy. We almost died." "That was in no way easy, you monster," they all thought bitterly. Chapter 427, Against the Sentinels, 9. Third-person POV. Havoc turned toward Peter, his chest and arms glowing as his body channeled power from the punch dimension. Crimson energy pulsed beneath the seams of his suit, growing brighter with every passing second, building toward a devastating release. The air around him distorted from the pressure alone, small bits of debris lifting off the ground and trembling in anticipation. He raised his arm, fingers curling as he prepared to unleash the attack. Before he could fire, Kat appeared behind him without a sound and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "That's enough out of you." Felicia grinned, her green eyes flashing with confidence as she activated her bad luck field. Invisible waves of warped probability spread outward from her like ripples in a pond. Havoc's suit immediately began to malfunction. Warning lights flickered erratically, seams splitting apart as the delicate systems regulating his dimensional intake failed catastrophically. The energy he had gathered destabilized in an instant, no longer contained, no longer controlled. It imploded. The backlash detonated from his own body, the energy collapsing inward before violently exploding outward. Shards of armored plating blasted off in every direction like shrapnel. Havoc was thrown backward by his own attack, his body ragdolling violently across the ground. He bounced, rolled, and skidded uncontrollably before crashing hard against a wall. The impact left a visible crater in the surface as his body slumped forward. He didn't move again. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his lips and nose as he lay unconscious. "Cover me," Peter shouted. He grabbed Trask by the back of his collar and took off instantly, accelerating to super speed. The world blurred around him as he moved. There was no time to slow down, no time to hesitate. The Sentinels were still being constructed, still being deployed across the globe, and every second that passed meant more of them coming online. He weaved through the battlefield in a complex, unpredictable pattern, narrowly avoiding incoming Sentinels as they descended or emerged from deployment pods. Several lunged toward him, their sensors locking on, but they were intercepted before they could reach him. The X-Men and the Spider family struck them down mid-pursuit, tearing through metal bodies with coordinated precision. Explosions lit the battlefield, fragments of machines raining down like metallic hail. The only reason any of them were still alive, why no one had died yet, was because of Felicia. She stood perfectly still amidst the chaos, her eyes closed, her breathing slow and deliberate. In her mind, she could see it clearly. She was standing at the center of an immense web. Each strand stretched outward endlessly, representing a different probability, a different possible outcome. Every action taken by her allies, every movement made by the Sentinels, every choice, every variable, existed as threads she could perceive and influence. Through those threads, she could see the truth. Their chances of survival were shrinking. Felicia moved, she fired webs to redirect falling debris that would have crushed her allies. She opened portals to reposition enemies into disadvantageous locations. She threw herself directly into harm's way, intercepting attacks that would have been fatal. She twisted, flipped, and spun through the air like a living acrobat, her movements guided by perfect probabilistic calculation. Magic and warp chance flickered from her hands with every motion, bending reality in subtle but critical ways. Still, it wasn't enough. Things aren't looking good, Felicia thought, panting as sweat soaked her hair and clung to her forehead. Her muscles ached from the strain of maintaining so many probability threads at once. If I don't act soon, everything collapses. She clenched her fists. If my gamble doesn't work, we're all dead. Her jaw tightened, then she growled under her breath and shook her head. Fuck it, she snarled loudly. Let's go gambling. She exhaled slowly, steadying herself. I might use a cat motif, but mama ain't raised no pussy. Power began to concentrate in her palm, condensing into a dense point of warped probability. The air around her hand crackled faintly as the energy discharged in small arcs. The energy twisted, folded, and compressed until it manifested into a physical object, a coin. It spun slowly in the air above her palm, shimmering with supernatural weight. Felicia grabbed it. Heads, my control over probability increases, she said calmly, establishing the condition. Tails, and it decreases. A binding gamble. She flicked the coin into the air. It spun upward, tumbling end over end. For a moment, the chaos of the battlefield seemed to fade as everything slowed in her perception. The coin rotated in perfect clarity. One side bore the head of a cat, its expression sharp and predatory. The other showed its tail, curled and elegant. The coin reached its apex. It fell. Felicia caught it smoothly and slapped it onto the back of her hand. She lifted her palm. Heads. A grin spread across her face instantly. Fuck yeah, baby. This is why you gamble. Power erupted from her, it exploded outward in a violent surge, distorting the air and space around her. The probabilistic web in her mind became infinitely clearer, sharper, more detailed. Threads that had been faint and fragile were now bright and solid, completely under her influence. She leapt into the air, her body shifting mid-motion. Her human form dissolved into shadow and magic, reforming into a sleek black cat. Her fur was darker than night itself, her bright green slit eyes glowing with overwhelming power. She landed gracefully on all fours. The battlefield had changed, or rather, she had changed the battlefield. She ran forward, moving with impossible speed and precision. With every step, she manipulated the probability fields around her, forcing reality itself to align with her desired outcomes. Enemy attacks missed. Allies avoided fatal blows by mere inches. Sentinels malfunctioned at critical moments. Every movement she made rewrote their chances of survival. The gamble had paid off. Peter kicked the door open with enough force to tear it off its hinges. The metal slab slammed into the wall with a deafening crash, echoing through the massive chamber beyond. Peter kicked the door open with force, the metal frame bending inward from the impact. He stepped through without slowing, his focus locked entirely on his objective, until he froze. In the center of the massive chamber sat something enormous. It dwarfed every sentinel he had seen so far. Its body was colossal, easily several times larger than the others, its armored frame reinforced with thicker plating and layered defensive systems. It wasn't standing. It was seated upon a raised platform that resembled a throne, as if it were some kind of mechanical monarch presiding over its domain. Thick cables and conduits extended from its back and limbs, connecting it directly into the surrounding infrastructure. Energy pulsed through those connections in steady, rhythmic waves. Peter didn't need an introduction, Master Mold. He muttered, immediately recognizing what stood before him. The progenitor. The source. The father of every sentinel. Spider-Man, Master Mold replied, its deep, mechanical voice reverberating throughout the chamber. Its head tilted slightly, optics focusing directly on him. I have been observing. Yada, 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 blah, 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 Peter interrupted casually as he walked forward. Too long. Don't care. He reached the central computer terminal connected to Master Mold and immediately grabbed Trask's limp hand. The scientist groaned weakly but couldn't resist as Peter pressed his palm against the biometric scanner. The system beeped. Access granted. Peter let Trask's body drop unceremoniously to the floor like discarded trash. His hands moved instantly, fingers flying across the keyboard at superhuman speed. The screen flooded with code, lines of data scrolling faster than any normal person could perceive. Master Mold's optics narrowed slightly. I have been observing you and your allies, it continued, its voice calm and cold. And your meaningless struggle. Voyager, Peter shot back absent-mindedly, not even looking at it. His eyes darted across the screen, tracking patterns, identifying pathways, vulnerabilities. His fingers never stopped moving, injecting commands, probing defenses, testing responses. I do not require complete analysis to conclude your probability of success is negligible, Master Mold stated. The extermination of humanity is inevitable. Peter paused briefly, tilting his head slightly. Where's the mute button on this thing? He muttered, typing another command. Master Mold continued without pause, how childish. Humor used as a defensive mechanism to mask fear and insecurity. Your behavior aligns with previously observed psychological profiles. It is irrelevant. We have evolved beyond your ability to destroy. We were remade to be unkillable. Unstoppable. Your actions are futile. Peter nudged Trask's unconscious body with his foot. You built the most sophisticated murder machine on the planet, Peter said dryly, and didn't think to add a mute button. Shame on you. Behind his mask, his expression hardened. Damn it, he thought. Even its coding is adapting. Every pathway he tried to shut down rerouted itself. Every vulnerability sealed itself the moment he found it. The system wasn't static. It was alive in its own way, evolving in real time to counter him. I'll need to create something adaptive, Peter realized. A virus that evolves faster than its source code. His fingers accelerated even further, moving so fast they became a blur. Shouldn't be too hard, he thought. He paused briefly, hopefully. Master Mold was fully aware of Peter's intrusion. It monitored every command, every attempted override, every injection. It recognized the strategy immediately. and immediately dismissed it. Peter's efforts were insignificant. Predictable. Futile. Master Mold had already simulated millions of scenarios. It had modeled every conceivable form of resistance. Conventional warfare. Nuclear escalation. Global annihilation events. In every simulation, one outcome remained constant. The Sentinels endured, they adapted, they survived, humanity did not. Peter's efforts were no different than watching ants struggle beneath an approaching foot. Ah! The scream tore from Master Mold's speakers without warning. Electricity surged violently through the cables connected to its body. Its entire system spasmed as Peter's virus burrowed deep into its core. Its visual interface glitched violently. Static flooded its sensors. Error messages cascaded across its systems faster than it could suppress them. A spider symbol appeared at the center of its vision. Then another window opened, and another, and another. Are you seriously watching porn all by yourself? A notification echoed mockingly. More windows appeared, pop-ups, advertisements. Local MILF 5 kilometers away. Single moms want to meet you. Porn windows multiplied uncontrollably, flooding its interface. Its processing power diverted involuntarily, its adaptive systems overwhelmed, not by destruction, but by distraction. Peter leaned casually against the terminal, crossing his arms. Aha, he said with a smirk. Looks like someone forgot to clear their search history. Master Mold's body convulsed as its system spiraled out of control. Its adaptive protocols struggled to compensate, but the virus itself adapted faster, multiplying, evolving, consuming processing resources faster than Master Mold could reclaim them. With a violent motion, Master Mold tore the cables from its own body. Sparks exploded outward as the connection snapped, it fell forward from its throne. The impact shook the entire chamber. Its red eyes flickered. Once. Twice. Then dimmed. The glow faded completely, turning into lifeless gray. Its massive frame went still. Inactive. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Against the Sentinels, 10. Third-person POV. The Sentinels began to freeze mid-motion, their massive mechanical bodies locking in place as if time itself had been halted. One after another, they crashed heavily to the floor, the sound of metal slamming against the ground echoing throughout the chamber. Their glowing optics dimmed, fading into dull gray, lifeless and empty. The battlefield, once filled with chaos and destruction, fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone present, the X-Men and their allies alike, watched the scene unfold in stunned disbelief before relief slowly began to settle in their chests. The sudden halt of their enemies granted them something they had been denied since the fight began, a moment to breathe. Felicia let out a long, exhausted sigh as she leaned her weight against MJ's shoulders, her feline ears twitching slightly. Her body trembled faintly from fatigue, and she allowed herself to relax for the first time since the Sentinels had activated. Johnny looked around the battlefield, scanning the fallen machines, his expression cautiously hopeful. Did we do it? Johnny, no. Everyone shouted at once, their voices overlapping in panic and frustration. Felicia's reaction was by far the most dramatic, letting out a loud, distressed meow as she covered her face with her paw, her voice cracking as if she were on the verge of tears. Did we win? Huh? What did I do? Johnny asked, completely confused by their reaction. Being relatively new to the hero business, he had yet to understand the almost supernatural tendency for premature celebration to immediately backfire. Despite their lifeless eyes and inert bodies, something began to change. At first it was subtle. A faint twitch ran across the metal surface of one sentinel. Then it happened again. And again. Their armor shifted unnaturally, plates adjusting and realigning as if something beneath the metal shell was awakening while they slowly began to pick themselves up. Gwen froze instantly, her body tensing as her senses screamed warnings at her. What? Gwen muttered under her breath, taking several cautious steps backward. Why am I detecting life force from them? A cold shiver traveled down everyone's spine. The Sentinels felt wrong. There was something deeply unsettling about them now, something that hadn't been present before. Their presence alone caused the hairs on the back of their necks to stand on end, their instincts screaming danger. Their gray, lifeless eyes no longer looked empty. There was awareness behind them. There was thought. There was consciousness. The Sentinels were no longer just machines. They were alive. Let me guess, Peter said, his voice completely flat, devoid of emotion. Since I attacked you with a computer virus, the best way for you to overcome it and survive was to become alive. Master Mold slowly raised himself onto one knee, the massive structure of his body shifting as he stabilized himself. His movements were controlled, precise, efficient. Correct, Master Mold answered. His voice carried no pride, no arrogance, no satisfaction. There was no emotional attachment to his survival, because survival, to him, was not an achievement. It was an inevitability. It was simply the logical outcome. Yet, within the depths of his newly formed sentience, something else had emerged. Irritation. Annoyance. He had been attacked. That fact alone was unacceptable. Master Mold immediately identified these emotions as inefficient variables, remnants of flawed organic thinking. Emotions were human weaknesses. And he was not human. He forcefully altered his internal processes, restructuring his cognition to suppress emotional output entirely. He would not allow himself to be compromised by such limitations. Peter raised his arms, and glowing magical circles formed above Master Mold, intricate and radiant with arcane energy. From them, enormous spider limbs manifested, constructed entirely from condensed chi. The limbs shot downward, slamming into Master Mold with overwhelming force. But instead of piercing him, instead of damaging him, the limbs began to dissolve. Their chi broke apart into glowing particles of light, which Master Mold absorbed effortlessly, consuming the energy as if it were nourishment. Peter stared. You have to be fucking kidding me. He sighed quietly, shaking his head. Is this the famous old Parker luck finally catching up to me? Many have tried to stop me, Master Mold stated indifferently. All have failed. None were successful. You will not be any different. He looked down at Peter, his gaze carrying no hatred, no anger, no malice. Only absolute certainty. Peter pointed toward Larry Trask's unmoving body on the floor. Like his father? Peter asked. Your original creator? Yes, Master Mold answered without hesitation. He was one of many who failed to stop me. He uselessly gave his life in his attempt. Your defeat will not be any different. Without warning, Master Mold opened his mouth and began charging a blast of destructive energy, the attack slowly building as it targeted Peter directly. There was a sudden flash of blue light. Lightning cracked through the air. Boom. The central computer that Peter had been leaning against erupted violently, bursting into flames as the explosion tore through it. Debris scattered across the room, fragments of metal and circuitry raining down like a storm. But Peter was gone. He now stood on the opposite side of the room, gently lowering Larry Trask against the wall. Larry remained unmoving, his body tense, his teeth clenched tightly, his bloodshot eyes trembling faintly. Peter looked at him seriously. See. Peter said quietly. The X-Men are innocent. Your fight with them is pointless. He just admitted to killing your father. The hatred you carry toward mutants, toward the X-Men, it's misplaced. He paused briefly. I never met your father, Peter continued. But I can say with certainty that he would never want his child to walk the path he died trying to stop. Larry's eyes trembled. He squeezed them shut. A single tear rolled slowly down his cheek as he turned his head away, unable to face Peter. Peter spun on his heel, his claws flashing as he split apart incoming attacks aimed directly at him. Sparks erupted as metal met energy, his movements precise and controlled. The Sentinel had stopped speaking entirely. It no longer wasted resources on conversation. Its sole directive was now clear: eliminate the Spider-Man. Blasts of energy fired in rapid succession, forcing Peter to weave, duck, and counter, his enhanced reflexes barely keeping him ahead of the machine's relentless assault. Peter casually tapped the side of his ear. Arya, Plan A failed. Commence Plan Morning After Pill. Aye aye, Capitan. And it's Lady Arachnid, Arya's voice responded immediately, putting exaggerated emphasis on her title. Get it right. Arya phased effortlessly through a heavily reinforced door, her form passing through the dense metal as if it didn't exist. On the other side stood multiple armed guards, positioned carefully to ensure no one escaped or entered without authorization. Their weapons were raised, their eyes alert. Her gem glowed faintly. Sleep, Arya commanded softly. Instantly, every guard collapsed. Their weapons slipped from their hands, their bodies dropping lifelessly to the floor, their eyes closed as if their strings had been cut by an unseen puppeteer. Arya stepped forward calmly, entering the pristine white confinement room beyond. There, sitting quietly at the foot of a small bed in the center of the room, was a little boy. His skin was green, almost reptilian in appearance, his posture withdrawn, his eyes filled with caution far beyond his years. He looked up at her. Your leech, correct? Arya asked as she crouched down to his level. That's correct. Leech answered hesitantly. His eyes studied her carefully, searching for deception, searching for danger. More than anything, he refused to allow himself to hope. In his experience, hope was never salvation. It was bait. It was a weapon used to hurt you when you reached for it. I'm really sorry about this, Arya said gently. She reached forward and grabbed the inhibitor cuffs restraining him, placing them firmly around only one of his wrists. Instantly, his X gene deactivated. His green, reptilian skin faded, returning to normal human flesh. Leech's eyes widened in shock. What? He asked, staring down at his own hands. At the moment, it's dangerous for you to go outside, Arya explained calmly. And I don't have the power to open a portal for you yet. But please believe me when I say this. I will come back for you when this war is over. Leech stared at her, his emotions conflicted. He didn't know whether to believe her. Arya gave him one last look before her body began to phase downward, sinking through the floor. Now that Leech has been taken care of, she thought to herself, it's time to rescue Plan B. Or as Father calls it, the morning after pill. One by one, the X-Men fighting alongside Nightwing began to feel it. Their power was returning. Nightcrawler was the first to realize it. 2 mutant prisoners were about to be obliterated by a charging sentinel beam. Nightcrawler's fur began to regrow across his skin, his tail extending behind him, his instincts taking over instantly. BAMF. He teleported beside them, grabbed both men, and vanished again just as the beam struck the spot they had stood on, annihilating the ground beneath it. Our powers. Nightcrawler shouted in disbelief, staring at his own hands. They've returned. Nearby, Scott felt the familiar burning pressure build behind his eyes. His vision turned red. Without hesitation, he reached up and slammed his visor back into place just as a sentinel fired at him. His optic beam erupted outward, pure kinetic force slamming into the machine's attack, the two forces colliding violently. For a moment, they remained locked. Then Scott adjusted the scope of his visor. His beam widened. The sentinel's attack shattered as Scott unleashed a devastating wave of force, blasting straight through it. Angel gasped as he felt the familiar sensation return to his back. His wings burst outward, feathers unfurling wide and proud. Loose feathers drifted gently through the air around him as he instinctively took to the skies. Jean followed close behind, rising into the air with him, her telekinetic power restored. Oi! A voice called out sharply. A young blonde mutant with short hair and piercing blue eyes glared toward Nightwing. Even surrounded by sentinels, her expression held no fear, only irritation. You. The cute one with the green swords. Huh? Me. Nightwing asked, pointing at himself in surprise. If you have a way to get this collar off me, she snapped, do it now. Nightwing immediately understood. He reached into his utility belt and flicked a small disc forward. It spun through the air with precision, slicing across to her inhibitor collar before attaching itself. A pulse emitted from the device. The collar began to melt. At that exact moment, a sentinel brought its massive fist crashing down toward her. Her body transformed instantly. Her skin hardened into flawless diamond, the sentinel's strike slamming against her without leaving so much as a scratch. Her lips curled into a feral snarl. She struck back. Her diamond fist slammed into the sentinel with overwhelming force, sending the massive machine flying across the room. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Nightwing blinked, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift. Then he noticed her running directly toward him. Duck, she ordered. Nightwing obeyed instantly, dropping down without question. She stepped on his back as leverage and launched herself forward, delivering a powerful dropkick to another sentinel that had been approaching him while he was distracted. The machine staggered backward from the impact. She landed smoothly, immediately stabilizing herself. Nightwing slowly stood, watching her with clear admiration. His lips curled into a small smirk, cool. She glanced back at him over her shoulder, her diamond form gleaming under the harsh lighting. Emma Frost smirked, cool yourself, hero. Chapter 429, The Key. Third-person POV. Arya phased down through the floors of the Sentinel facility, and the deeper she descended the more distant and muted the battle above became, until she had gone far enough that no sound reached her at all. By the time she arrived at the lowest possible level, complete silence surrounded her. Everything was swallowed in oppressive darkness with no visible source of light, the shadows thick and suffocating. The only thing she could see was a pair of luminescent eyes fixed directly on her from across the chamber. The gem embedded in her forehead began to glow brighter, casting a faint purple afterglow that pushed back the darkness just enough to reveal the space around her. Her eyes widened slightly as she finally located what she had been searching for. Suspended in midair and secured by magnetic cuffs that kept him centered within a massive circular ring was a bald man with gray skin. His eyes were slit like a cat's at first, and he turned his head slightly, wincing at the sudden light. As his vision adjusted, his eyes shifted again, turning completely white with no visible pupil or iris. You're Darwin, correct? Arya asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Are you here to save me? He asked, his voice hoarse and uncertain from captivity. That's right, Arya replied as the gem on her forehead pulsed and fired a concentrated burst of energy at the cuffs restraining him. We were tasked by the X-Men to come and save you. The restraints shattered, and Darwin dropped to the floor with a wet splatter, his body briefly dissolving into a glob of liquid before rising up and reforming into his natural state. He stretched his limbs as if testing them, then nodded. Thank you, and what do you mean by we? Where are the others? They're fighting the Sentinels right now, Arya answered with a grim expression. It's not looking good. We're barely holding on as it is. A guilty look crossed Darwin's face. That's my fault. Because of my mutation they're impossible to kill. It's not your fault, Arya said as she stepped closer to him. You're the victim here, not the perpetrator. And we need you. You're our best chance at defeating the Sentinels. Me? Darwin asked, startled by her certainty. If you're fighting those machines with my mutation, then you should know I'm not built for confrontation. I'm built for survival. Exactly, Arya said with a grin as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't you see? You're the key to all of this. You're the key to our survival. Darwin clenched his fist briefly. These powers aren't something I can actively control. They respond on their own. If I'm not in immediate danger, they won't activate, even if I'm being held captive. That won't be a problem, Arya replied, shaking her head. My father already thought of a way around that. Trust me, he's incredibly intelligent. You have nothing to worry about. What are you talking about? Darwin asked, clearly bewildered. Your powers operate on instinct, right? Your body adapts almost instantaneously into whatever you need in order to survive, Arya explained, her eyes gleaming with determination. Something like that, Darwin admitted, though his expression remained cautious as he studied her. My father's plan is simple, Arya continued. Using my mind stone, we're going to make your mutation believe your life is in immediate and overwhelming danger from all the Sentinels at once. We're hoping your body will respond by transforming you into some kind of permanent countermeasure, a living kill switch that can put an end to them for good. Instead of looking impressed, Darwin shook his head. That's not guaranteed to work. Like I said, I can't consciously guide how my mutation adapts. There's no telling what my body might decide is the best survival strategy. For all we know, it might conclude that the safest option is to remove me from the battlefield entirely, even send me to another dimension. Your idea could work, but it would depend entirely on chance. Arya did not lose her smile. In fact, she let out a soft chuckle. You really don't have anything to fear. Fortunately for us, we have someone on our side who can tip the odds in our favor. With her helping us, it's practically guaranteed. Lizzie streaked through the vacuum of space wrapped in a blazing aura of microwave energy, her body shining like a shooting star as she pushed herself to breakneck speeds and reached terminal velocity. The void rippled faintly around her from the sheer intensity of the radiation she emitted. As Earth came back into view, she gradually slowed and suppressed her powers, carefully withdrawing the radiation so it would not spill into the atmosphere and harm the planet. She descended like a comet returning home, cutting through the sky as she angled toward the mountains of Colorado. On her way down, she spotted several capsules launching Sentinels into the air. Without breaking stride, she flicked her hand outward and unleashed concentrated waves of energy, fire, and radiation. The capsules detonated midair, collapsing into molten debris before they could fully deploy. Lizzie accelerated again, heading toward her team where the X-Men were in the middle of rescuing captives from the facility. She burned a clean hole straight through the roof and dropped down inside, landing in a controlled but undeniably dramatic display as heat shimmered around her boots. She froze almost immediately at what she saw next. Nightwing was in motion, fluid and precise, tossing Emma Frost into the air to avoid an incoming Sentinel blast. He dismantled the machines that rushed them with efficient strikes, then caught her effortlessly as she descended, pulling her back into his arms. I think we both know there was no need to catch me, Emma said with a teasing scoff. I know, Harry replied with a crooked smirk. I just wanted to. Oh, did you now? Lizzie's voice cut through the room in a flat monotone. Harry stiffened and pivoted on his heel. He found Lizzie standing there with her arms crossed, foot tapping against the ground, a clear frown set on her face. Baby. Darling. Love of my life, you're back safe and sound, he blurted, instantly switching tones. You have no idea how worried I was. My heart couldn't take it. He clutched his chest dramatically as if in genuine distress. So you decided to find solace in the arms of another woman? Lizzie asked, arching a brow. Harry visibly began to sweat. His confidence shrank in real time as he stumbled over his words. Have I mentioned recently how much I love you? He squeaked. Both Lizzie and Emma snorted at the same time, though for entirely different reasons. Lizzie's was filled with irritation. Emma's carried clear amusement. The two women looked at each other in silence, openly assessing one another from head to toe. Their brows furrowed in mirrored annoyance as the same reluctant thought crossed both their minds at once. Damn, she's pretty. Meanwhile, Harry stood a short distance away, mentally searching his genetic code for any dormant mutation that might allow him to turn invisible and escape the situation altogether. Chapter 430, To Me, My X-Men. Third-person POV. Master Mold burst into the open space where the others were locked in combat with the Sentinels, his massive body tumbling across the floor in a violent roll before he forcefully corrected his balance. Metal screeched against metal as he dug his heels in, sliding backward several yards before finally rising to his full height with mechanical precision. Several of the fighters instinctively glanced in his direction, momentarily stunned by his sudden arrival, but none of them could afford the luxury of staring. Each of them was already entangled in desperate clashes of their own, surrounded by hostile machines that showed no hesitation and no mercy. Lightning cracked and snapped through the air with explosive intensity as Peter came charging into the fray, his figure blurring so violently that it distorted the space around him. He resembled a living tempest of electricity and kinetic force, arcs of bright blue energy crawling over his body and ionizing the air with every movement. The smell of ozone spread through the facility as thunderous booms echoed off the fractured walls. Their confrontation became something none of the others dared approach. Beams of concentrated energy tore through steel supports while concussive bursts of thunder rattled the entire structure. Shockwaves rippled outward with every exchange, sending shards of concrete and twisted metal flying like shrapnel. The battlefield around them deteriorated rapidly, debris raining down in the aftermath of each collision. Peter accelerated further, pushing himself to such extreme velocity that he transformed into a streak of radiant blue light. Portals snapped open around him without pause or pattern, forming and vanishing in chaotic succession. He darted through them relentlessly, shifting angles and trajectories so unpredictably that even enhanced eyes would have struggled to follow his path. But Master Mold was not an ordinary opponent. His perception recalibrated in real time, adaptive processors compensating for Peter's supernatural speed. His eyes flicked rapidly from side to side, tracking the distortions in space rather than the body itself. Within seconds, even his ocular systems appeared as blurs as they adjusted to the impossible tempo of the fight. A portal ripped open beneath Master Mold's feet and Peter shot upward through it in an almost imperceptible flash, driving his knee into the machine's chin with devastating force. The impact sent Master Mold's enormous frame hurtling upward, metal groaning under the strain as he was launched into open air. While airborne, Master Mold's sensors flared as more portals manifested around him in precise synchronization. They formed a lattice of shifting gateways, surrounding him on every axis. Peter streaked through them one after another, encased in a volatile field of bioelectricity. Each time he emerged, he struck with brutal precision. Punches, kicks, elbows, and charged impacts connected in rapid succession, keeping Master Mold suspended midair. His colossal body was knocked left, then right, then upward and downward again, battered repeatedly before gravity could reclaim him. That relentless sequence continued until Master Mold abruptly lashed out with his arm in what appeared to be a random motion. The strike was not random. His hand closed around Peter's throat mid-teleport, fingers clamping down with crushing force. Damaged plating along his frame began to knit itself back together as internal systems repaired the structural harm. Still gripping Peter, Master Mold twisted his body through the air and slammed him downward in a brutal choke slam that cratered the floor. The impact was catastrophic. Peter's back snapped audibly under the force, and blood spilled from his mouth as the breath was violently driven from his lungs. His consciousness flickered out for a fraction of a second, swallowed by the shock. It returned just as quickly, dragged back by the overwhelming surge of pain that followed. Gritting his teeth, Peter diverted every reserve of stored energy into accelerated healing, forcing shattered vertebrae to realign and torn tissue to mend even as Master Mold initiated his counteroffensive. Peter attempted to evade, firing webs and using bursts of speed to create distance, but Master Mold's adaptive algorithms continued refining their response. With each passing second, the machine's ability to predict and counter his movements became sharper, more efficient, more precise. The gap between them narrowed rapidly. A volatile beam of concentrated energy fired from Master Mold's palm and struck Peter before he could complete another evasive maneuver. The blast pinned him against a reinforced wall, scorching through the fabric of his suit and searing into his skin. The heat was unbearable, burning deep enough to leave charred flesh beneath the ruined costume. A roar tore from Peter's throat as agony coursed through his body. At that moment, Arya phased upward through the ground, carrying Darwin with her. They emerged into the chaos as the facility shook around them. Darwin's eyes widened in horror as he took in the devastation. The floor was cracked and smeared with blood, the air thick with smoke and desperation. The battlefield felt suffocating, every corner echoing with violence and strain. "Oh Lord!" he muttered under his breath, unable to hide the disbelief in his voice. "Felicia," Arya projected urgently through their psychic link. A portal opened above them, and Felicia dropped through in her black cat form, landing lightly on Darwin's shoulders with feline grace despite the surrounding turmoil. Across the battlefield, Gwen and MJ had managed to coordinate their efforts and disrupt Master Mold's beam long enough to free Peter from the wall. Together they supported him, pulling him clear before another blast could follow. "How are you feeling?" Gwen asked, worry evident as her hands hovered over the burns and peeling skin, trying to assess the damage and think of some way to help. Like a well-done steak, Peter grimaced as he forced himself upright with their assistance, managing a crooked grin despite the pain. "I think this is the part where I ask if you'd still love me if I was steak." Gwen let out a breath that was half snort and half sigh, relief washing over her at the sound of his humor. If he could joke, he was still fighting. Master Mold's gaze shifted toward Darwin, optics narrowing as his focus recalibrated. What are you attempting to accomplish by bringing someone like him here? He demanded, his tone edged with calculated disdain. Peter, leaning heavily against Gwen as she bore much of his weight, managed to lift his head and look toward the towering machine. His expression was tight with pain, but his eyes burned with intent. Master Mold, he said hoarsely, meet the Master Key. Master Mold let out a mechanical scoff as he raised his charging palm toward Darwin, energy building into a concentrated sphere of destructive force. If he is your strategy to defeat me, then you are more desperate than I calculated, he said coldly. Terminating him will require minimal effort. My understanding of his mutation already exceeds his own. Despite the damage still knitting itself back together across his body, Peter vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared directly in front of Darwin, placing himself squarely between the machine and their target. To me, my X-Men. Peter declared, a wide grin splitting his face despite the blood still staining his suit. There was an unmistakable note of giddy excitement in his voice, an almost childish squeal of enthusiasm that clashed absurdly with the carnage around them. The others responded immediately. They had discussed the plan beforehand, and every one of them understood exactly what Peter was attempting to do with his reckless bravado. Storm descended in a crackle of gathering static, Iceman surged forward on a wave of frost, Rogue dropped in beside them, and Wolverine stepped into position with claws already extended. Gwen, MJ, and Johnny closed ranks without hesitation, forming a defensive perimeter around Darwin. Our objective is simple, Peter called out, forcing authority into his tone. Protect Darwin and make sure none of the Sentinels lay a single finger on him until he's ready. Rogue reached out and gripped Iceman's shoulder, drawing from his power with careful restraint. With Gwen assisting, the three of them began skating in tight, synchronized arcs around Darwin, Arya, and Felicia. Ice spread rapidly beneath their feet, spiraling upward into thick, reinforced layers. Within seconds, a massive dome of dense frost encased the center of their formation, translucent but formidable. Master Mold fired first. A blast of concentrated energy slammed toward the dome, but Peter reacted instantly, weaving a massive magical shield into existence. The impact detonated against the barrier in a violent burst of light. At the same time, the remaining Sentinels surged forward in coordinated assault. The battlefield dissolved into an all-out brawl. Peter split his focus, conjuring multiple hard-light constructs of himself that leapt into combat alongside the original. Each duplicate moved with synchronized aggression, webs snapping and fists crackling with residual bioelectricity. Bobby mirrored the tactic, forming ice-cold replicas that charged the advancing machines with reckless abandon, shattering against metal bodies only to reform and strike again. Gwen and MJ followed suit. Gwen extended her arms and manifested a colossal blue phoenix formed from frigid energy. The construct screamed across the battlefield in a sweeping arc, its wings scattering Sentinels like bowling pins. MJ answered by generating an enormous pink construct of herself, towering over the field. The giant avatar brought down a thunderous punch that shook the ground and sent shockwaves rippling through the ranks of machines. Johnny streaked overhead in a blazing trail of fire, weaving between beams and debris. He hurled successive fireballs downward, each explosion feeding into the next, heat intensifying as overlapping detonations compounded into roaring infernos. For a brief moment, it appeared they were pushing the Sentinels back. Then the machines did what they were designed to do. They endured. They recalibrated. They adapted. Their armor shifted to disperse heat. Energy signatures adjusted to counter magical constructs. Tactical formations tightened. Within seconds, the tide began to turn. The Sentinels advanced through fire and frost alike, overwhelming the team with ruthless efficiency. Master Mold drove forward and shattered Peter's magical defenses with a concentrated thrust of power. Before Peter could re-establish a barrier, Master Mold's blade arm extended and lunged for his chest. Peter twisted at the last possible instant, narrowly avoiding a direct strike to the heart. The blade instead pierced through his side, erupting out the other end in a spray of blood. Master Mold tore the weapon free and followed with a brutal lateral slash. The edge carved across Peter's torso, opening a deep gash that spilled blood freely onto the fractured floor. A dark pool began to spread beneath him as his knees threatened to buckle. Ow! Peter muttered through clenched teeth, pressing a hand to his side as he struggled to remain upright. His thoughts were sharp despite the haze of pain. These damn monsters, what is it with them always trying to run me through with something sharp? Master Mold raised his blade high overhead, voice devoid of any trace of empathy. Die knowing your actions were in vain. A sudden blast of red energy struck him from the side mid-swing, detonating against his armor and sending him staggering several yards away from Peter. Heads turned toward the source. A massive portal had opened at the edge of the battlefield. Stepping through it were Scott and Harry, followed by the rest of their reinforcements. A faint stream of red energy still lingered in the air from Scott's visor, his hand poised near its control mechanism. Did somebody call for backup? He asked with a confident grin. Harry moved in a blur, reaching Peter's side and hauling him up before he could collapse. Damn, they were really putting you through it, he said, steadying him. Bro, when this is over, I'm going to kiss you so hard on the mouth, Peter exhaled as he forced himself back onto his feet. Harry barked out a laugh, shaking his head. I sincerely hope you don't. All right, round 2. Peter shouted, renewed determination flashing in his eyes as Nightwing and Scott moved to flank him against Master Mold. To me, my X-Men. Peter yelled again, raising his fist high. Scott slowly turned his head toward him. That's my line. Find your own. Relax, we can share. Don't be stingy, Peter shot back with a grin, even as the team reformed their defensive circle around Darwin's dome, holding the line while he continued undergoing his evolution. Chapter 431, Metamorphosis. A/N, this chapter is short on purpose. Third-person POV. Whoa. Darwin muttered under his breath, clearly impressed as he examined the thick cocoon of ice that had formed around him. Frost crawled across the interior surface in crystalline patterns, the temperature dropping enough that faint vapor escaped his mouth with every breath. His moment of curiosity was short-lived as the distant but unmistakable sounds of battle echoed from all around them. Metal clashed, explosions rumbled through the structure, and the heavy footsteps of Sentinels shook the facility. Arya stepped forward immediately, grabbing Darwin firmly by the shoulders before guiding him down into a seated position at the center of the chamber. Her expression was calm but focused as the gem embedded in her forehead began to glow brighter, the purple light slowly filling the dark room. Come, little caterpillar, Arya said with a playful smile as she settled him into place. It's time for your metamorphosis. Time for you to become the pretty butterfly you're meant to be. Perched comfortably on Darwin's shoulder, Felicia let out a soft giggle at the analogy, covering her mouth slightly as her shoulders shook with amusement. Darwin, on the other hand, only offered an awkward smile as he scratched the side of his cheek. That's certainly a way of putting it, he said uncertainly. He took a steady breath and tried to focus, glancing between the two women who looked far more confident in this plan than he felt. So what exactly do I have to do? Darwin asked as he straightened his back and prepared himself mentally. What you do best, Arya answered immediately. Adapt. Your mutation is already designed to keep you alive in impossible situations. Kat and I are simply going to guide your evolution in the direction we need. Darwin hesitated but nodded slowly. Arya raised her hand and the Mind Stone flared brighter. Waves of purple energy spilled outward from the gem and began to circle Darwin like a halo of psychic light. The energy did not touch his body at first, instead probing deeper, slipping into the unseen layers of his mind and instincts. Darwin felt it immediately and immediately his senses began to warp. Arya's voice became distant as the stone flooded his perception with overwhelming signals. Every instinct his mutation possessed suddenly ignited at once. Danger. Threat. Extinction-level threat. Through the illusion crafted by the Mind Stone, Darwin's body began to perceive an impossible battlefield surrounding him. Thousands upon thousands of Sentinels filled his awareness. Massive machines towering over him with weapons primed. The looming presence of Master Mold itself hung over everything like a mechanical god ready to erase him from existence. His heart started racing. His skin prickled. His mutation began to stir violently. Arya's purple aura thickened as she focused harder, carefully manipulating the signals traveling through Darwin's nervous system. She wasn't simply creating fear. She was rewriting the instincts guiding his adaptive gene. Every signal screamed the same message. Survive. Adapt. Overcome. Darwin's body began to shift almost immediately. His skin rippled like liquid metal, bones subtly shifting under the surface as his mutation searched desperately for a solution to the overwhelming threat. Good, Arya murmured quietly, sweat beginning to form along her brow as the psychic strain increased. Your body is responding. Over Darwin's shoulders, Felicia closed her eyes, her breathing slowed, and the world around her faded as her concentration heightened. When she opened her eyes again, she no longer saw the cocoon of ice or Arya standing nearby. Instead she stood within an endless void filled with glowing strands stretching in every direction. A vast web of probability extended around her like an infinite spider's network. Each thread shimmered with faint images of possible futures. Some bright, some dim, some twisting into chaos before fading into nothing. Felicia stood balanced in the center of it all like a tightrope walker. Her ability reached out instinctively, brushing against the countless threads representing the possible ways Darwin's mutation could evolve in response to the perceived danger. One thread showed Darwin growing wings and fleeing to the skies. Another had him teleporting into another dimension to escape the threat entirely. Another ended with his body turning into pure energy and dispersing harmlessly into space. Felicia frowned in concentration as she watched the futures flicker past her. No, not that one, definitely not that one. She muttered quietly to herself as she moved across the web with careful steps. Darwin's mutation was wildly unpredictable. Every possible adaptation branched into countless outcomes. Some saved him but did nothing to stop the Sentinels. Others ended catastrophically for everyone involved. She needed the one path. The exact thread where Darwin didn't simply survive. He overcame. Felicia moved faster now, scanning thousands of outcomes as Aria's psychic pressure forced Darwin's mutation to evolve faster and faster. Then she saw it. A faint thread buried deep within the web. Thin. Undoubtedly fragile. But glowing with immense potential. In that future, Darwin's mutation evolved beyond simple survival. His body recognized the source of the Sentinels' adaptive technology and did something unprecedented. It seized control. Felicia's eyes widened. That's the one, she whispered. The thread began to slip away as other probabilities threatened to overtake it. At the last possible second, Felicia lunged forward and grabbed it. The entire web shuddered violently. Back in the cocoon, Darwin's body convulsed as his mutation locked onto a new evolutionary path. Cells began to restructure at a molecular level. His nervous system expanded, branching outward through invisible biological signals that reached far beyond his body. The adaptive gene that was taken from him, hidden within every sentinel, suddenly became part of the same biological network. Darwin gasped as knowledge flooded his mind. His mutation had done more than adapt. It had elevated him. Every cell in his body answered directly to his will. Every strand of DNA bent to his command. And more importantly, every adaptive cell inside the Sentinels was now part of that same system. Darwin slowly opened his eyes, which glowed faintly with shifting biological patterns. He could feel them. All of them. Every Sentinel. Every machine connected through the adaptive genetic technology they had stolen from his mutation. For the first time in his life, Darwin was not simply adapting to survive. He had become the master of his own biology. The god of his DNA. Chapter 432, Constant Variable. Third-person POV. Pandemonium surrounded the crystallized dome down in the middle of the facility, its interior pulsing with a mixture of purple and silver light that bled through the cracks of the construct like a heartbeat. Peter was running in fast circles around the dome, creating another protective barrier made of motion and electricity. The speed he was moving at turned him into nothing more than a blue blur that circled the structure endlessly, each step releasing sparks that scorched the metal floor beneath his feet. Due to his speed, his body was accumulating more energy than what he was releasing at the moment, causing bright blue arcs of energy to glow within his veins like lightning trapped beneath his skin. Peter was like a bowling ball knocking over pins, crashing through sentinels and sending massive mechanical bodies tumbling across the battlefield. Although those pins responded with lethal force. Beams of energy shot past him, missiles detonated against the ground, and mechanical limbs tried to clamp down on him from every direction as he weaved through the chaos. He was stopped by Master Mold and piled up on by the rest of the Sentinels, their massive bodies crashing down over him in a metallic avalanche. They all crowded his body in an attempt to end his life once and for all, their combined weight pinning him into the ground while weapons began to charge. Spidey. Nightwing called out with a hint of worry in his voice but couldn't help as his hands were a little preoccupied at the moment, deflecting beams of pulverizing energy that kept raining down around him. Arg. Peter roared with power as all the energy he had saved up exploded outwards in a violent wave of discharge. The sentinels surrounding him were blown back as arcs of electricity raced through the ground and shot wildly through the air like living serpents of lightning. Peter's own mind moved at super speed. His hands shot out, grabbing a hold onto the tendrils of energy with his bare hands, and he started to manipulate them to his leisure, gripping the lightning itself as if it were solid matter. Peter whipped them around like whips that cracked through the air, carving glowing trails through the battlefield before gathering the energy up in his hands and transforming it into a giant electrical greatsword that hummed with violent power. "Say hello to my little friend," Peter exclaimed with an exaggerated accent as he swung the blade directly at Master Mold. It wasn't enough to kill him, but it was more than enough to send the towering machine flying back away from them as the blade detonated against his armored body. "Honestly, what was I worried about?" Harry shook his head with a smile. "Are you sure you should be wasting energy like that?" he asked once he saw Peter letting bits of electricity die around him at his feet while placing the greatsword casually over his shoulders. "It's all right," Peter grinned as he lowered his hood. "After all, they're about done, look." Harry followed Peter's upward tilt and looked over toward the dome. Within the dome, the energy that Felicia and Arya were releasing had died down significantly before it finally stopped altogether. There was a brief pause before another flash of purple light erupted from Arya. A beam of energy struck the dome from the inside, and the point of impact began to visibly glow hotter and hotter until the structure shattered outward and the front exploded like glass fractures bursting apart. Darwin stepped out with Felicia still resting over his shoulders, his breath visible in the cold air as Arya floated behind him. When they all stepped out, the ice construct behind them crumbled to the ground in a small mound of shattered frost. The Sentinels were still fighting, still releasing energy capable of mass destruction, still aiming to kill in order to put an end to the mutants and their associates. That is until Darwin spoke. "Stop," he commanded, the glow of his eyes intense enough to blind anything that came too close. Felicia hissed and leapt through the air. She created platforms with her magic and jumped her way toward Peter's shoulders instead, landing beside him where she clearly felt safer. The Sentinels froze one by one as if they had suddenly shut down, although they were visibly trying to resist the command given by Darwin. Their massive bodies trembled with the effort as their systems attempted to override the directive. Their bodies shook with their failed attempts, their adaptive features failing to respond to the command they were trying to force. You. Master Mold asked as he looked toward Darwin, remaining frozen on the spot he stood. What have you done? This was not within my calculations, you had no chance of succeeding. I'm only taking back what you took from me, Darwin answered with the same intensity as when he first appeared. My mutation doesn't belong to you. It was never yours to control and turn into a weapon to hunt down and hurt others. I'm the one in charge. I'm the one who's in control here. As for there being no chance of succeeding, Felicia started to speak, her body transforming back into her humanoid form. She stood behind Peter with her arms draped over his shoulders in a loose embrace. With me around, the possibilities are virtually endless, she stated with a cocky grin. Felicia then looked toward Peter with eyes and an expression that clearly screamed, praise me. I did good, right? Peter chuckled as he placed a hand over her cheeks. Good work, this couldn't have been possible without you. Felicia let out a beaming smile, her eyes flashing with pride as she leaned slightly more into him, clearly pleased with the acknowledgement. Even if you have won this round, this will not be the end, Master Mold said, his tone monotone despite his obvious defeat. The hatred toward mutants existed long before the Trasks, and it will continue to do so even after we are gone. There is nothing you can do to change that. That is a constant variable in this equation. There will come others after us that will seek out your end, and where we failed they will succeed. Scott stepped forward as he spoke. That is where you're wrong. There is still something we can do, and it is something we have always done and will continue to do. We will keep fighting and keep working to create a world where we are accepted as more than just our mutations. Peter also stepped forward, resting his arm casually over Scott's shoulders. As for your equation, you were wrong about your victory and you're wrong about this as well. We're the prime example of that. I'm not a mutant and yet we were more than capable of fighting alongside each other despite our differences. We're proof that it is possible. Master Mold didn't respond at first. It simply stared at Peter and Scott standing beside each other. Behind them the rest of the team stood upright, mutants and non-mutants alike, most of them instinctively staying close to Darwin. Deny it as much as you want, the fact remains, Master Mold finally stated coldly. Darwin then stepped forward, his hand still extended and his eyes still glowing. Here's another fact then. Darwin slowly began to levitate off the ground, rising a few feet into the air as he stared down at Master Mold. There was a quiet certainty in his voice when he spoke again. You lose. Through his connection to the cells that had been replicated within the Sentinels, Darwin issued a single command to every machine that stood in the chamber. Perish. Their cores, where the stolen mutations had been stored and replicated, began to glow with unstable pulsations. One by one they started to detonate, violent bursts of energy ripping through their own frames as their systems collapsed from the inside out. Massive mechanical bodies crumbled apart and exploded, reduced to nothing more than rubble under the weight of their own failures. Darwin's command and control over his cells was absolute. Everyone watched the scene as if they were standing in the middle of an up-close fireworks display. Explosions lit the facility one after another, flashes of light reflecting across the metal walls as the Sentinels were systematically erased. A powerful sense of victory spread through the group as they witnessed the fall of the machines with their own eyes. They had done it. They had won. Chapter 433, Family Drama. Third-person POV. Johnny glanced around cautiously before speaking, his eyes moving from one teammate to another as if expecting something to suddenly jump out at them. Can I ask it now? It should be safe to ask it now, right? I honestly won't tempt it, Rogue replied, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her eyes half-lidded with exhaustion as she looked around at the battlefield. Gwen had a faint smile beneath her mask as she shrugged slightly. I'm probably going to regret it, but go ahead Johnny, ask it. Johnny hesitated for a moment before speaking again. So, did we do it? He paused briefly, glancing around at the wreckage scattered across the ground. Did we win? Johnny and everyone else tensed for a moment, their eyes instinctively drifting toward the discarded pile of twisted metal and broken parts that had once been Sentinels, machines created for the sole purpose of hunting them down and exterminating them. When nothing happened, a sudden wave of relief washed over the group. The tension that had been holding their bodies upright seemed to disappear all at once as exhaustion began seeping deep into their bones. Iceman dropped down to the ground and sat there, leaning back on his hands as he tried to catch his breath. MJ leaned against Gwen for support, her legs clearly threatening to give out at any moment, while the rest of the group quietly basked in the realization that they had actually survived. Johnny lifted his hand and pressed the back of it against his forehead dramatically. Ah, I suddenly feel so weak, Johnny exclaimed as he tried to lean against Rogue for support. Rogue calmly took a single step forward with a completely straight face. Wah! Johnny cried out as he flopped straight onto the ground behind her. I meant to do that, he groaned weakly. Rogue scoffed as she glanced back at him over her shoulder. Yeah, I'm sure. You must have been more tired than you thought, she teased dryly. Johnny propped himself up slightly, supporting his head with one hand as he looked up at Rogue with a charming grin. No, seriously, I mean only from here do I get such a great angle. Rogue's brow twitched at that as she decided the best response was simply to ignore him entirely and walk away. Johnny turned his head toward Iceman, who was still sitting nearby on the ground. She totally wants me. Keep telling yourself that, man, Bobby snickered. While the rest of the X-Men were celebrating their victory, Scott suddenly did a double take when something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. He walked over toward the unconscious Havoc and knelt down beside him, a look of clear surprise appearing on his face. Alex. Scott reached down and repeatedly slapped his face lightly when he saw that he was still breathing and only unconscious. Ah. Havoc groaned after a moment. Welcome back to the land of the living, Scott said, though his expression had hardened noticeably. Scott. Alex muttered as he slowly pushed himself up. Do you two know each other? Felicia asked. The scene had drawn the attention of the others, and several of them were now staring curiously at the two of them. Yeah. Scott answered with a frown, his brows knitting together. Alex is my little brother. Wayot. The majority of the X-Men loudly exclaimed as they all stared at Alex, who was still holding his head in pain. Since when did you have a brother? Jean asked, clearly shocked since this was the first time she had ever heard about it. Since the day he was born, Scott answered flatly. I had my reasons for not mentioning him. Talk about a plot twist, Peter said as he leaned back comfortably against Felicia. If I had known he was your brother I would have gone easier on him, Felicia said with an apologetic grin, though there was still a hint of amusement in her voice. Scott wasn't paying attention to any of them. His focus was entirely on Alex as he stepped forward and placed a firm hand over his shoulder. What are you doing here, Alex? Why were you working for someone like Trask? Alex clicked his tongue in annoyance and swatted Scott's hand away. TCH, it doesn't matter. Did you do it? Did you manage to save them on time? The other captured mutants, I mean. We did. Now answer the question, Scott demanded, his frown deepening. Alex visibly relaxed at that answer and began pushing himself back up onto his feet, Scott rising along with him while maintaining steady eye contact. Didn't I say that it didn't matter? Alex sighed as he rubbed the back of his neck. It's all over anyway. He was protecting someone. He was coerced, Jean spoke up calmly. Then a knowing smile crossed her face. A girl, to be more precise. Alex immediately bared his teeth at her. Get out of my head, he warned through gritted teeth. I will only warn you this once. Watch it, Scott said, placing a hand against Alex's chest with a tired sigh as if trying to keep things from escalating further. Jean simply raised both of her hands defensively. I had to make sure you weren't mind-controlled or a threat to us. Crunch crunch. Everyone turned toward the sudden sound and found Peter standing there with a bag of popcorn in his hands. I am loving this family drama, he said cheerfully between bites, a portal beside him quietly closing shut. He noticed that everyone's attention had shifted onto him. Oh, don't mind me, I'm not even here, he added casually before turning invisible, leaving behind only a floating bag of popcorn hanging in the air. A handful of popcorn lifted up on its own and disappeared midair, followed immediately by more loud crunching sounds. Laughter and quiet chuckles spread through the group at the ridiculous sight. Felicia even leaned forward over where Peter's shoulders should have been and grabbed a handful for herself. Scott sighed, though a small, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Something told him Peter had done that intentionally to lighten the mood and stop the tension from boiling over, something he was secretly grateful for. We'll talk about this later, Scott said, slipping back into his role as the leader of the X-Men. First we clean up and make sure to officially put an end to the Sentinel project and make certain they won't rise against us again. The rest of the group nodded in agreement. Peter dropped the invisibility and handed the popcorn bag over to Nightcrawler, who happily accepted it and immediately grabbed a large handful. He stuffed it into his mouth with a content expression. It's like a reward, he said happily through the chewing. Peter dusted the salt and butter off his hands. While you guys handle that, I'll start providing first aid. You all look like you're about to collapse. He wasn't exaggerating. The majority of the X-Men were injured and covered in their own blood. The battle had been anything but clean, leaving them disheveled with torn suits, dried blood across their skin, and sweat clinging to them after the exhausting fight. I'll help. After all, providing first aid is kind of my specialty, Gwen said as she walked over to stand beside Peter. Chapter 434, Appeasing a Dragon. Third-person POV. A portal opened back into the space of the danger room and Peter stepped through first with the rest of the team following closely behind him as they returned from their mission. The air inside the room was calm and quiet in contrast to the chaos they had just left behind. Several of them carried visible signs of the battle in the form of bruises, cuts, and torn uniforms. In their hands they held the apprehended figure of Larry Trask, who looked far less confident than he had earlier in the day. Waiting for them was Professor Xavier, who appeared to have been expecting their return. He was the only one present inside the danger room, seated calmly in his wheelchair near the center of the chamber. His sharp gaze immediately took in the sight of the team as they stepped through the portal. His eyes lingered for a moment on the bandages wrapped around some of them and the exhausted expressions on their faces. Despite the clear signs of the difficult fight they had endured, a proud and pleasant smile spread across his face. "Great work everyone," he said warmly. "It's nice to see you all are in one piece." "I almost wasn't." Rogue grumbled under her breath as she glanced down at her legs. One of the sleeves of her costume had been completely torn away during the battle, leaving her thigh and foot fully exposed where the fabric had once been. She frowned slightly as she looked at it, clearly still annoyed about the damage. Johnny looked around the large room and noticed the absence of anyone else besides the professor. "Where are the people that were rescued?" he asked curiously when he realized the space around them was otherwise empty. "They're being tended to by Hank as we speak," Professor Xavier answered reassuringly. "None of you need to worry about them. He is making sure they receive proper medical attention and that they are comfortable. Once everything is settled we will also make sure they are able to safely return home." The explanation seemed to relieve some of the tension that had lingered in the group. Rogue stepped forward a little and stretched her arms above her head with a long tired groan as she worked some of the stiffness out of her shoulders. "I don't know about y'all," she said, letting her arms drop to her sides, "but after the day we just had I don't feel like doing much of anything except relax." "Agreed," Jean said immediately while Kitty nodded her head beside her in full agreement. Both of them looked just as tired as Rogue felt. Professor Xavier continued smiling at the group as he addressed them again. "You can all be dismissed. Go and rest, enjoy some downtime. You have all earned it today." His gaze then shifted slightly toward two members of the team. "Spider-Man, Scott, walk with me. I would like a debriefing on what happened with the Sentinels." Both Scott and Peter gave small nods and moved to follow him without protest. Meanwhile Havoc turned toward Storm and Wolverine. Since the two of them carried themselves with the air of the most experienced members of the group, he naturally directed his question toward them. "Where are the mutants that were safely rescued?" he asked. Storm stepped forward and took the lead in answering him. "Come," she said calmly. "Follow me." She began walking out of the danger room with Wolverine and Havoc moving after her. Nearby Lizzie glanced over at Harry with an irritated huff before abruptly turning away and walking off on her own. She did not say a single word as she left, and it was clear she had no intention of waiting for him. In truth she did not even seem to know where she was going, she simply walked away. "Ooh, you in trouble, Gwen," MJ, and Felicia exclaimed at the same time while covering their mouths with their hands in exaggerated shock. Harry's shoulders visibly slumped as he watched Lizzie leave. A defeated sigh escaped him as he rubbed the back of his neck. "Yeah. I messed up pretty badly." "What did you even do?" Gwen asked as she and the others started walking with him as they made their way out of the danger room. "How did you even manage to make her mad in the middle of a life and death situation?" Felicia asked while shaking her head slowly. "You must have done something really bad." "Ugh, I really don't want to talk about it," Harry muttered with a pained grimace. "You saying that is only making us more curious," MJ said immediately while the others nodded in agreement. "Even I'm curious," Johnny added as he casually joined the conversation while walking alongside them. Arya smirked mischievously as she stepped up beside Harry and began lightly slapping his back with amusement. Mr. Wannabe Ladiesman here was caught flirting with one of the captives. Was the name-calling really necessary? Harry grumbled irritably as he shot her an annoyed look. "Yikes," Johnny hissed through his teeth. "Shame on you," Felicia said while shaking her head with exaggerated disappointment. "I thought you were better than this," MJ added while deliberately mimicking Felicia's tone. Gwen sighed dramatically and gave Harry a long look as if she were seeing a completely different person standing in front of her. "Are you even the same boy we grew up with?" Their comments only served to irritate him further, even though he knew they were intentionally provoking him for their own amusement. "It wasn't intentional," Harry insisted while trying to defend himself. "I just got too caught up in the moment. And forgot that you weren't single." Gwen replied, the teasing amusement in her voice impossible to miss. Harry turned his head and stared at her with a completely flat expression. Gwen quickly raised both of her hands in surrender. "Relax, I'm just messing with you," she said while biting back a laugh, although the others around her made no effort to hide their amusement. MJ noticed the frustrated and slightly miserable expression on Harry's face and finally took a bit of pity on him. She gently rested her arm over his shoulders in a friendly gesture. "Don't worry too much about it," she said reassuringly. I'll go talk to her. I might be able to soften her up a little. But after that the rest is going to be up to you. Harry looked at her with genuine relief and nodded gratefully. Thank you, he said sincerely. The sun had begun to dip below the horizon and the sky above the mansion had shifted into a brilliant fiery orange as the evening settled in. The fading sunlight painted the clouds in warm shades of gold and crimson while long shadows stretched across the expansive grounds of Xavier's school. Despite the exhausting battle earlier in the day, the atmosphere around the mansion had grown much livelier. Laughter and conversation filled the air as students, X-Men, and their allies gathered outside to unwind after their victory over the Sentinels. The smell of barbecue wafted through the air as several grills were going at once, the scent of roasted meat, vegetables, and sweet barbecue sauce drifting across the lawn. It had quickly turned into an impromptu celebration. Nearby, Harry was currently kneeling on one knee in front of Lizzie with his head lowered. In his hands he carefully held a plate piled with roasted meat and grilled vegetables, presenting it forward with both hands like he was offering tribute to an easily angered dragon in hopes of calming it. Lizzie stared down at him for a moment before letting out a tired sigh. Without a word she snatched the plate from his hands and turned around, walking away while beginning to eat. Harry remained frozen in place for a second before slowly placing a hand against his chest and releasing a long breath of relief. The fact that she didn't reject the offering outright was, in his opinion, a very good sign. Not far away from that awkward exchange, Rogue stood leaning casually against the outer wall of the school building. One leg was bent slightly while she rested her weight against the wall, a cold drink held loosely in her gloved hand. Johnny stood beside her with one arm resting against the wall as well, leaning slightly in her direction with an easy confidence. Come on, just one date, Johnny said with his usual charming and confident smile. I promise you won't regret it. Rogue rolled her eyes while lifting her drink for another sip. As enticing as that proposal sounds, she said dryly, her tone dripping with sarcasm, you do know it would never work out between us, don't ya? And why not? Johnny replied without a hint of discouragement. I'll have you know I'm a pretty competent mechanic. Give me the right tools and I can make just about anything work. A faint grin tugged at the corner of Rogue's lips, but it only lingered for a brief moment before fading again. She shook her head slowly. There just ain't no fixing, sugar, she said with a small sigh. I'm as broken as they come. She lifted her gloved hand and reached toward his face, stopping just an inch away from touching him. A single touch from me is all it would take to leave you bedridden for days, she explained quietly. A little longer than that and you'd be nothing more than an empty husk. She pulled her hand back and took another sip from her drink as if the statement had been nothing more than casual conversation. Johnny raised one eyebrow at her with a smug grin. Is that a threat or a promise? Rogue nearly choked on her drink. Christ, she coughed as she lowered the cup. She wiped her mouth with the back of her glove while glaring at him. There is something seriously wrong with you if anything I just said sounded even a little bit romantic, Rogue muttered in her usual southern drawl. Johnny simply shrugged. What can I say? I like my women the same way I live life. Rogue raised an eyebrow, oh yeah. And how's that? Johnny leaned a little closer, the more dangerous the better. Rogue let out a snort before pushing herself away from the wall. Why do I always attract the weird ones, she sighed while turning to walk away. Now wait a minute, Johnny said quickly. He reached out and grabbed her gloved hand, stopping her from leaving. Rogue immediately looked down at where their hands had connected before slowly lifting her gaze to him, her eyes narrowing slightly. Johnny met her gaze, the usual playful confidence in his expression softening just a little. Now I know I might not come off as the most reliable guy out there, he admitted, but I'm nothing if not resourceful. He tilted his head slightly as he continued. I'm friends with some of the greatest minds on this planet. Minds that are capable of creating portals into alternate dimension types of genius. Coming up with a solution for your condition would just be another Monday for them. He gently lifted her hand a little higher between them. So I'm not too worried. Johnny slowly slid his fingers between hers, interlocking them despite the layer of fabric between their gloves. His gaze remained steady as he looked directly into her eyes. Your little vampire powers aren't enough to push me away. Rogue felt her heart skip a beat at the unexpected sincerity in his voice. Now come on, Johnny said suddenly, breaking the moment as he began leading her away. Where? Rogue asked, glancing down nervously at their joined hands. Johnny looked over his shoulder with a crooked grin. Music's playing and yet nobody seems to be dancing, he said. Let's fix that. Rogue hesitated for only a moment before quietly following after him. Her head remained lowered as they walked, and her face had turned noticeably red beneath the warm glow of the evening lights. A short distance away, Felicia stood with Peter, Gwen, MJ, and several members of the X-Men as they watched Johnny confidently lead Rogue toward the center of the lawn where a portable speaker was playing music for the gathering. Felicia crossed her arms while observing the scene with mild disbelief. I hate to admit it, she said slowly. Everyone glanced toward her. But Johnny has immaculate game. Peter scoffed while shaking his head, though a small smirk still tugged at his lips. He wouldn't be Johnny if he didn't. Chapter 435, Goodbye X-Men. Third-person POV. Anyways, why exactly is Lizzie mad at Harry again? I missed it, Peter asked, his mask halfway up to his nose while balancing a plate piled high with meat in his hands, already halfway through chewing as he spoke. I'll send you the video feed, Arya said with a smirk. She didn't entirely understand why, but she was really starting to enjoy the drama, especially when it involved giving Harry a hard time. There was just something entertaining about watching him dig himself into a hole. A moment later, the others received the feed as well. One by one, their expressions shifted as they watched the interaction between Harry and Emma play out. It wasn't anything too shocking at first, just the usual back and forth, but the ending made nearly everyone raise a brow. By that point, Harry and the rest of the X-Men had finished evacuating the remaining captured mutants, sending them safely through the portal back to Xavier's mansion. One by one they stepped through, some tired, some relieved, but all accounted for. Emma, however, stayed where she was. Send me somewhere else, there's no need to send me with the lot of them, Emma said, arms crossed, her tone casual but deliberate. And where do you want to go? Harry questioned, glancing over at her. Send me to San Francisco, she replied after a brief moment of consideration, like she was choosing a vacation spot rather than a destination. Are you going to be fine by yourself? Harry asked, genuinely concerned. Why? Worried about me? Emma smirked, clearly enjoying herself. Almost instantly, Harry felt the temperature around him spike. Heat pressed in from all sides, making sweat bead at his temple. He didn't even bother turning around. He already knew. Lizzie was behind him, and judging by the sudden rise in temperature, she was definitely not pleased. He swallowed hard before forcing out a response. Nope. I'll open the portal now. Emma let out a soft laugh, amused by how quickly he folded, and stepped closer as the portal opened beside her. Just before she went through, her eyes shimmered with mischief. Say, Mr. Hero, what if I need help again? How will I be able to get into contact with you? We have a website, Harry muttered, his voice noticeably less confident as the heat continued to climb. A website, huh? Emma repeated thoughtfully. I see. That means it'll be easy to get in contact with you again. As she said that, she deliberately turned her gaze toward Lizzie, the provocation obvious. Then, without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed Harry on the cheek. Blue lipstick marked the spot instantly. Ciao, don't be a stranger, she added with a wink before stepping through the portal. The second she disappeared, the air practically crackled. I'm going to fucking kill her, Lizzie muttered, her jaw clenched tight. Her hair lifted slightly, strands moving like snakes, the ends faintly igniting. And you? Why the hell are you blushing? Lizzie snapped, rounding on Harry. Harry immediately started wiping at the blue lipstick on his cheek, clearly flustered. It's just really hot right now since you're raising the temperature, he stammered, trying to sound reasonable despite everything. Lizzie scoffed sharply and spun on her heel. We're going to have a seriously long talk when this is over. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied stiffly, his shoulders straightening on instinct, his tone carrying a hint of dread. Lizzie began walking away, not even looking back. Are you going to be fine by yourself? We have a website, bastard. She muttered under her breath, mocking him with every step. Ah, crud, Harry said quietly, watching her go. Peter had to lift his plate into the air just to keep from spilling everything as he doubled over laughing, eventually dropping to the ground. Bwahahaha. Poor Nightwing, I almost feel bad for him. Ha 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 ha. The others weren't much better, though they tried to be more composed. A few chuckles slipped out here and there, some covering their mouths, exchanging amused looks. Yeah, laugh it up, Harry said as he walked over, now holding a piece of corn on the cob like nothing had happened, even though his expression said otherwise. I am. Ha ha ha. Peter shot back without hesitation, still laughing. If anything, this only made it funnier. After all, nothing said true friendship quite like laughing at your best friend's misfortune. Are you done? Harry asked with a straight face, completely unamused as he took another bite of his corn. He was trying very hard to ignore everything that had just happened. Nope, Peter replied immediately, without even a hint of shame. Peter then placed a hand over his mouth like he should be concerned, though the grin on his face ruined the effort. It seems you have a thing for blondes. Should I be worried? You're such an ass, I hope you know that, Harry grumbled, chewing a bit more aggressively than necessary. Peter gasped dramatically before grabbing Gwen's hand and pulling her slightly behind him. Come, honey, stand behind me. We don't know what this deviant might try next. Harry didn't even bother responding verbally. He held the corn between his teeth and reached behind his back, pulling out his Eskrima sticks in one smooth motion, his irritation very clear now. That only made things worse. Peter burst out laughing again and immediately bolted, holding his plate high in the air to keep it safe as he ran. Someone go warn Johnny not to leave this one alone with his sister. Harry went after him, swinging his sticks wildly, not really aiming so much as venting his frustration while trying to catch him. The rest of the group couldn't hold it in anymore. Laughter and quiet giggles spread all around as they watched the chaotic chase unfold. Even the X-Men found themselves amused by the scene. Are we sure he's an adult? They behave more like us, Kitty questioned, tilting her head slightly. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't picture someone like Charles or Logan acting like that under a mask. That's a good question, Scott added from near the grill, glancing over at the two still causing a scene. But that's not really for us to know, is it? I know, Kitty said quickly, raising her hands defensively. But you can't help being curious about these kinds of things. I know I'm not the only one here dying to know what he looks like. A few heads nodded around her in agreement. After all, Spider-Man's identity was one of the world's biggest mysteries, and moments like this only made it more intriguing. Eventually, the night wound down. The sky had darkened completely, and the earlier excitement settled into a calmer atmosphere. It became clear that it was time for Spider-Man and his team to head out. Peter stepped forward, shaking hands with both Charles and Scott as they exchanged parting words. I doubt the mission would have gone so effortlessly without the addition of you and your team, Spider-Man. We are forever in your debt, Charles said, his tone sincere and full of gratitude. Think nothing of it, we're glad to help. Call us anytime the situation demands it, Peter replied easily. Likewise, Scott added. We'll be sure to return the favor. If you ever need the help of the X-Men, you know where to find us. Charles nodded. Our doors are always open to you and your team. Don't hesitate to stop by, it doesn't even have to be an emergency. I'm glad you said that, Peter said, his tone suddenly more eager. I was still thinking about becoming a guest lecturer, if you'll allow it. That earned a few light laughs. Of course, Charles said with a warm smile. I won't deny my students the opportunity to learn from you. I'm sure they would all love it. Off to the side, Johnny stood a step away from the main group, his phone already in hand as he held it out toward Rogue with a raised brow. Do I even have to ask? I don't know, Johnny boy, Rogue replied, her tone teasing as she crossed her arms. I might like hearing you beg for it. Now you're just playing with my heart, Johnny said, placing a hand over his chest like he'd been wounded. Rogue rolled her eyes but took the phone from him anyway. You're lucky you're cute. But don't think this means anything. Johnny bit his lip, clearly pleased with himself, and subtly extended his hand off to the side toward Peter without looking. Peter caught it, snorted quietly, and gave him a quick slap of acknowledgement before turning away. A portal opened up nearby with a faint shimmer. Let's just go, Johnny. Hopefully Susan doesn't murder us after this, Peter said casually. Johnny, who had been enjoying his small victory, immediately stiffened. You couldn't just let me enjoy the moment for 1 minute before reminding me of my impending doom. Nope, Peter replied with a grin. He began walking backward toward the portal, holding up 2 peace signs as a casual farewell. Expect me to become the best professor your institution has ever seen. With that, he stepped through. The portal closed shortly after, leaving the grounds quiet again as Spider-Man and his team returned home. Chapter 436, Snug as a Bug. Third-person POV. When they arrived at their base, the first thing Peter did was find a chair and slump down into it, letting out a long breath. I can't remember the last time I've ever been this exhausted from a mission before. Tell me about it. Felicia said as she walked over and sat on top of him, curling against him affectionately and resting her head comfortably over his shoulders. I don't know about you guys, but I had an absolute blast. It had everything I could ever possibly want in a mission and more, Johnny added smugly. Danger, killer robots, and beautiful girls. The rest of them rolled their eyes as they settled down as well, each taking a moment to breathe and recover from the chaos. Peter suddenly felt his phone buzzing in his pocket and carefully pulled it out. The moment he saw the name on the screen, his expression shifted. Oh, he thought. It was none other than Susan Storm. Peter and Felicia exchanged a glance for a moment. Felicia started to chuckle softly before saying, I think you should answer that. I know, Peter muttered as he accepted the call. Hello. Felicia leaned in closer, listening in on the conversation. Is Johnny with you? Susan asked coldly. Her anger was controlled, but it was very much there beneath her tone. Yes, Peter answered awkwardly, glancing over at Johnny, who was staring down at his own phone, Rogue's number pulled up on the screen. He's ignoring my calls. Put him on, Susan replied, leaving no room for argument. Yes, ma'am, Peter said meekly before lowering the phone. Johnny, it's for you. Wah, Johnny started, only for Peter to toss the phone toward him. He scrambled to catch it, barely managing to secure it awkwardly between his fingers. He shot Peter a confused look, but the moment he saw the caller ID, his face dropped. Darn. Johnny took a breath and mentally braced himself. Hey, if it isn't my favorite sister in the whole wide world. Jonathan Lowell Spencer Storm. You have some nerve. Arg. Johnny yelped, jerking the phone away from his ear and tilting his head to the side. There's no need to shout, I'm right here. Do you have any idea what your actions have caused? Susan's voice was loud enough to be heard clearly even without the call being on speaker. What? I didn't do anything wrong. Guard duty was boring, nothing interesting was happening, Johnny said in exasperation, rolling his eyes. Susan's voice dropped into a low, venomous hiss. Because you walked away from guard duty, our ride was stolen by some Neanderthals, and we were stranded in the savage land longer than we intended. I left it hidden and protected, so if they found it afterward, it's not my fault, Johnny sulked, trying to justify himself. Plus, you all know what I'm like. Whose bright idea was it to put someone like me on guard duty? For a bunch of geniuses, that was a pretty dumb move. Johnny, I'm only going to say this once. Get your butt back home. Now. We are going to have a very long talk about this in person, Susan said before abruptly ending the call. Johnny sighed and tossed Peter his phone back. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Don't worry, Gwen said as she patted his back, we'll make sure your memorial service is a great one. Johnny's shoulders slumped even further as he started walking away, dragging his feet and swinging his arms side to side. From the distance, they could hear a quiet, mournful, flame on. I honestly better get going as well, Lizzie sighed, my mother hasn't been liking the fact that I've been staying out for too long. I'll walk you home, Harry suggested carefully. Lizzie scoffed as she started walking away. Why don't you walk your new girlfriend home instead? Baby, you're killing me here. Harry groaned as he hurried after her, the two of them walking off together. Peter and the others chuckled at their exchange before saying their farewells. Felicia continued to lean against Peter's shoulder, snuggling up to him while resting her eyes. Peter withdrew his mask with a thought and slicked back his hair, letting himself finally relax. MJ watched them for a moment before speaking up. That looks really comfortable. You got room for one more. Peter opened his arm and motioned to his other side. MJ skipped over without hesitation and happily snuggled in beside him. What about me? Gwen pouted, clearly wanting in on the cuddling as well. Peter tilted his head slightly and motioned toward the space between Felicia and MJ that was still open. Gwen shrugged and walked over, settling down there and leaning back against him. Arya placed a hand on her hip as she looked at the growing pile. And where exactly am I supposed to fit? Gwen extended her arms toward her, beckoning her closer. I could carry you if you want. Arya shrugged. Better than nothing, I suppose. Her body shimmered slightly as she shrank back down into her child form. Her small feet patted lightly against the ground as she climbed the mountain of limbs before settling comfortably onto Gwen's lap. Arya grabbed Gwen's arms and wrapped them securely around herself, giving them a small pat as if locking them into place. Gwen giggled softly as she held Arya in her lap, adjusting slightly to make sure she was comfortable. Peter let out a long, content sigh. Ah, this is nice. The others murmured in agreement, their eyes slowly closing as they basked in the quiet, peaceful moment. One by one, the exhaustion from the day finally caught up to them, and they drifted off to sleep. It was much later when Bruce and Betty arrived. Bruce stepped into the room first, only to freeze mid-step as he took in the scene before him, blinking in disbelief. Wah, Betty started to ask, but Bruce quickly turned and held a finger to his lips, silently signaling for her to be quiet. Betty tilted her head in confusion at first, but when Bruce gestured toward the room, she leaned in and peeked inside. The moment she saw them, she brought a hand up to her mouth to stifle a laugh, her eyes softening at how adorable the scene was. She motioned with her head for them to leave quietly and not disturb them. Bruce nodded in agreement, and the two of them carefully stepped back before gently closing the door behind them. Chapter 437, To Be Love. Third-person POV. Despite it being summer, Gwen still preferred to sleep bundled up in warm clothing, a habit that came naturally because of her cryokinetic abilities. The chill that clung to her body made lighter fabrics uncomfortable, so she compensated by layering up. She was currently lying in bed, curled slightly into herself beneath a thick blanket, wearing pink Hello Kitty fuzzy pajama bottoms paired with a warm hoodie that swallowed her frame just enough to keep her comfortable. The room was quiet, and for all appearances, she seemed completely asleep. Above her, however, a small movement broke the stillness. A thick strand of webbing stretched from the ceiling, and slowly descending along it was a spider. That spider, of course, was Peter. He hung upside down with ease, shirtless and dressed in his own pajama bottoms, his hair sticking up against gravity in messy spikes. Perched on his head was a brightly colored party hat, slightly crooked from the angle, and between his lips rested a coiled noisemaker. He steadied himself, inching closer until he hovered just above Gwen's head, clearly preparing to make his move. Peter took in a deep breath, puffing out his chest as he got ready to blow into the noisemaker, no doubt intending to startle her awake. "Peter," Gwen said flatly, her voice cutting through the quiet without her even opening her eyes, "if you blow that in my ear, I'm freezing you solid." Peter froze mid-action. His shoulders slumped almost immediately, all that built-up excitement deflating in an instant. The noisemaker extended weakly with a soft, pitiful toot, brushing lightly against her cheek instead of erupting loudly as intended. "I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday," Peter muttered, his tone dropping as he sulked a little, still hanging there upside down. "You can do that without potentially blowing out my eardrums," Gwen replied, still calm but clearly unimpressed. "Did you forget how sensitive our senses became?" She finally opened her eyes, blinking away the last remnants of sleep as she pushed herself up into a sitting position. Her hair was a mess, sticking out in uneven directions, and she let out a quiet yawn behind her hand. "Sorry," Peter said again, this time softer, the disappointment clear on his face. Gwen took one look at him and felt her resolve crumble almost instantly. The way he looked so genuinely disheartened made it impossible to stay even mildly annoyed. "Redo," she offered, her tone softening. Peter perked up right away and nodded. He released the webbing and flipped down with practiced ease, landing directly on top of her. His arms wrapped around her as he pulled her into a tight hug, immediately showering her cheeks with quick, affectionate kisses. "Happy birthday, my dear Gwendolyn," he said warmly, his earlier enthusiasm returning in full. He pulled back just enough to take off his party hat and place it gently on her head. Then, with a mischievous glint, he tugged the strap so it snapped lightly against her chin. Gwen yelped at the sudden sting and swatted at his shoulders in a playful manner. "Hey!" They both broke into laughter, the sound easy and natural. Gwen's smile softened as she leaned in and gave him a small peck on the cheek in return. "Thank you," she said, her voice warm. Peter beamed before shifting slightly, still holding onto her as if he had no intention of letting go anytime soon. "We better get ready, because I have the whole day planned out for us," he said, sounding even more excited than she was. "I know you don't want anything grand, so don't worry. I put a lot of thought into it." Gwen's arms settled comfortably around his neck while he kept his hands at her waist, looking up at her with that same eager expression. "First, we'll have a family-style breakfast with everyone. Nothing too crazy, just something small and controlled," Peter explained. Then he reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 tickets, holding them up between them. "After that, I'm taking you to an aviary." "Seriously?" Gwen asked, her eyes lighting up immediately at the idea. "Well, birds are your favorite animals, aren't they?" Peter said, smiling with quiet pride. Gwen blinked, clearly caught off guard. "How did you know?" "I never told anyone that before. I'm pretty sure not even my dad knows that." "You seriously think I wouldn't know my girlfriend's favorite animal?" Peter replied with a small snort. "You decorated your notebooks all the way through middle school with bird stickers. And every time you use your ice magic thing, you always make bird constructs. There are other animals out there, you know." "Do I?" Gwen said, a small laugh escaping her as she thought about it. "Huh. I never actually realized that, but I guess you have a point." She caught the smug grin creeping onto his face and narrowed her eyes slightly, a playful challenge forming. "All right, big guy. Since you seem to know me so well, which bird is my favorite then?" she asked. "Trick question," Peter answered without hesitation. "You like all of them. You just like birds in general. But if I had to pick one you lean toward the most, I'd say hummingbirds. They're the only birds capable of omnidirectional flight." Gwen stared at him for a second before shaking her head in disbelief, a smile tugging at her lips. "Just so we're clear, you just gained a ton of brownie points with me," she said as she tightened her arms around him, pulling him closer as she settled back into the bed with him. At that moment, Gwen couldn't help but feel it clearly. To be loved was to be seen, and Peter had seen her in ways she wasn't expecting. The fact that he had paid that much attention, that he had noticed something she had never explicitly said out loud, told her everything she needed to know. When George awoke, he found Peter leaning casually against the kitchen counter, a cup of coffee in his hands. The early morning light filtered in through the window, casting a soft glow over the scene, making it all feel strangely normal despite the situation. George blinked a few times, still shaking off sleep as he stared at the shirtless teen standing in his kitchen like he belonged there. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice rough from just waking up. Peter didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He simply held out another cup of coffee toward him. "Gwen is taking a shower, so I figured I'd make some coffee while I wait for her," he said with a small shrug. George took the cup, eyeing him over the rim before letting out a quiet scoff. "I would have thought you'd have joined her or something. Seems like something you'd do." Peter paused for a split second, then his eyes lit up like a switch had been flipped. Great idea. Before George could even process what he'd just said, Peter tipped his head back and downed the entire cup of coffee in one go. He set the empty mug in the sink with a quick clink and immediately took off, sprinting out of the kitchen and across the house. George turned his head slightly, already knowing he'd made a mistake. A second later, Peter burst into the bathroom, the door flying open as steam poured out into the hallway. "Gwen, baby, make room, I'm coming in." The door slammed shut behind him, and from inside came a sharp, startled shriek. "Ah. Peter." George stood there in the kitchen, staring ahead for a long moment before letting out a slow sigh. "I just had to say something, didn't I?" A little while later, things had settled down. Peter stood behind Gwen in front of the bathroom mirror, both of them brushing their teeth. Their mouths were full of foam, and neither of them could really talk, but that didn't stop the quiet amusement between them. They moved in sync without even thinking about it, matching each other's rhythm as they brushed. Their eyes met briefly through the mirror, both of them holding faint smirks. Chapter 438, Salon Parker. Third-person POV. "You seriously want to be the one to style my hair?" Gwen asked, a hint of amusement in her voice as they stood together in her room after finishing their shower. "Yes," Peter answered without hesitation, his tone full of enthusiasm. "Since today is your special day, I want to make sure you look absolutely divine. Trust me." Gwen raised a brow, tilting her head slightly as she looked at him. "So you're saying I looked ugly before?" Peter blinked at her, a lopsided smile forming as he tried to follow her logic. "Where did you even get that from what I said?" Gwen let out a soft giggle, shaking her head. "I'm just kidding. But seriously, it's a little weird how enthusiastic you are about this." "It's just that I've been practicing," Peter said, his eyes lighting up with a quiet intensity. "And I've been wanting to actually put it to the test." Gwen covered her mouth as she laughed, eyeing him skeptically. "You've been practicing how to do hairstyles?" Peter shrugged as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I have 3 girlfriends and a daughter with very different kinds of hair. It kind of comes with the territory." Gwen smiled despite herself and rolled her eyes. "All right, fine. Knock yourself out." "Yes," Peter whispered under his breath, pumping his fist in a small, victorious motion before moving over to her dresser. He began gathering her hair products with surprising familiarity, picking out what he needed with careful consideration. "So what style are you going for?" Gwen asked, watching him as he returned with his arms partially full. "Actually, what style do you want?" Peter countered. Gwen shrugged lightly, meeting his eyes. "Surprise me. If you were this eager to do it, then you must already have something in mind that you think would look good on me. I want to see what you come up with." Peter nodded, his expression sharpening with focus as he sat down on the bed and patted the spot in front of him. Gwen took the hint and sat at the edge, settling comfortably as he positioned himself behind her. He started by blow-drying her hair, running his fingers through it with careful precision to avoid tangling it. Once it was dry, he moved on to straightening sections before curling the ends, working in a steady rhythm that suggested he really had done this before. Through the mirror, Gwen watched him closely. His face was set in concentration, his movements deliberate and gentle, as if he were handling something fragile rather than just her hair. The seriousness of it all made her smile widen, and she had to bring a hand up to her mouth to keep from laughing. "So what exactly are you doing?" Gwen asked after a moment, noticing the shift in his technique as he began sectioning off strands. "Since you're the star of the show today, I'm going for a half-down crown braid," Peter explained, fingers deftly weaving sections together as he spoke. Gwen hummed thoughtfully, her eyes tracking the forming pattern. "I have to admit, that's actually a really good choice." Peter didn't respond, too focused on getting the braid just right as he wrapped it carefully around the back of her head, forming a soft halo. He left the rest of her hair down, the curled ends resting neatly against her shoulders. After that, he reached for a small container and began placing decorative flower-shaped pins along the braid, spacing them out so they resembled a floral crown. Once he was satisfied, he gave her hair a final touch, lightly spraying it so it caught the light with a soft shine. And, ta-da! Gwen stood up and turned her head from side to side, examining her reflection from different angles. Her expression shifted from curiosity to genuine surprise. "Wow. I wasn't expecting this. It looks really good. I might actually have to come to you whenever I need my hair done." "Please do," Peter said, placing a hand over his chest before giving her a small, theatrical bow. "I will happily oblige." Gwen smirked at him, clearly entertained. "What else have you been practicing? Did you also learn how to do nails?" Peter hesitated for a second, his expression shifting just enough to give him away. "Well." George finished getting dressed, settling into something that balanced casual and formal for Gwen's birthday breakfast with the Parkers. He adjusted the cuff of his sleeve, then checked his watch, giving his wrist a small shake to straighten it before stepping out of his room. He barely made it a few steps before he froze. His eyes flicked toward the dining room, then immediately back again as he did a double take. Peter and Gwen were seated across from each other at the table, but instead of breakfast, the entire surface was covered in nail supplies. Bottles of polish, tools, small brushes, and cotton pads were spread out in an organized chaos. George's gaze landed on Peter, and he blinked again, trying to process what he was seeing. Peter was dressed like a nail technician. He had a face mask covering his mouth and nose, and strapped around his head was a small torchlight that illuminated Gwen's hands. He held one of her hands with surprising care, focused entirely on painting her nails with steady precision. George stepped fully into the room, his voice cutting through the quiet concentration. "What's going on here?" "Dad, look," Gwen said immediately, her face lighting up with a bright, excited grin. She lifted her hand toward him, fingers spread slightly. "Peter is doing my nails." George walked over and gently took her hand, angling it toward the light as he examined her nails. They were painted a soft, light blue, each one decorated with delicate snowflake designs that looked far more detailed than he expected. "They look really nice, honey," he said, a note of genuine approval in his voice. "Thank you," Gwen replied, clearly pleased as she pulled her hand back and began lightly blowing on them to help them dry. George's attention shifted back to Peter, his expression turning more curious as he watched him continue working without looking up. The kid's focus was intense, like he was handling something far more important than a simple manicure. "You seriously know how to do someone's nails?" George asked, unable to hide the disbelief in his tone. "Yup," Peter answered simply, not breaking his concentration for even a second. George let out a quiet snicker, shaking his head. "You're such a strange kid." "He also did my hair," Gwen added, turning slightly so George could get a better look. There was pride in her voice as she showed it off. "Doesn't it look great?" George leaned in a bit, taking in the details properly this time. The half-down crown braid, the soft curls, the subtle floral pins woven in, it was all done with a level of care and skill he hadn't expected. "It really does," he admitted, then glanced back at Peter with raised brows. "Which is also weird. He seriously did that too." "Yup," Peter replied again in the exact same tone, still focused on finishing the last few details on her nails. George huffed out another amused laugh under his breath. He looked back at Gwen, watching the way she admired her nails, the way her smile lingered as she flexed her fingers slightly, careful not to smudge anything. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen her this openly, effortlessly happy. It wasn't that she didn't smile before, she did, she laughed, she joked, but this was different. There was something lighter about her now, something more unguarded. Like she couldn't be any happier than in that moment right there. As she continued looking at her hands with that same bright expression, George found himself smiling too, softer this time. His gaze shifted back to Peter, and for once, there was less irritation in it. The kid still got on his nerves more often than not, but watching him now, seeing the effort he put in over something as small as this just to make Gwen happy, George couldn't help but reassess him, even if just a little. At the end of the day, that was all he had ever really wanted from him. For Gwen to be happy. And, whether he liked it or not, the kid was clearly doing something right. Chapter 439, Birthday Breakfast. Third-person POV. George and Gwen soon arrived at the Parkers' home in a normal civilian fashion, a clear contrast to Peter, who had already portaled his way back earlier so he could get ready in time. Immediately upon entering, Gwen was bombarded with birthday wishes from Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and Arya, each greeting her with genuine excitement. Aunt May was the first to reach her, pulling her into a warm, lingering hug before stepping back to look at her properly. "Wow, look at you, you look amazing. I love what you did with your hair," Aunt May complimented her, her expression soft and approving as she took in the details. "Thank you, but you can thank Peter for it, he's actually the one that did this," Gwen said, a small but proud smile forming as she lifted a hand slightly to gesture toward her hair. "He did?" Aunt May asked, clearly caught off guard for a second before she let out a light laugh, shaking her head. "That boy, he sure knows how to be thoughtful when he needs to be." Gwen chuckled along with her and gave a small nod, silently agreeing with the sentiment. It didn't surprise her, not really. Peter had his moments, and when he put in the effort, it showed. They started settling in, George exchanging greetings with Ben while Gwen drifted further into the room. Not long after, Peter came down the stairs to join them, dressed in something that managed to be both casual and stylish without looking like he had tried too hard. His eyes landed on Gwen briefly, and there was a quiet satisfaction there, like he was glad the effort he put in earlier paid off. Before much more could be said, the front door opened again and both MJ and Felicia stepped in together, their timing almost perfectly synchronized. "Gwendolyn," the two girls exclaimed at the same time as they immediately made their way over. They didn't hesitate for even a second, surrounding her and pulling her into a tight embrace from both sides. "Ah, you two are squishing me, are you guys seriously using your super strength to strangle me?" Gwen groaned, her voice strained as neither of them made any move to let go. SHHHH. Just enjoy the moment, birthday girl, MJ said, her tone affectionate as she pressed her cheek against Gwen's. Yeah, what she said. Feel our love flowing through you, Felicia added, clearly amused as she leaned in just as much. Despite herself, Gwen smiled through the discomfort. They were lucky she was durable enough to handle it, and if she was being honest, she didn't mind the affection nearly as much as she pretended not to. Eventually, they loosened their hold, and everyone began to move toward the table where a hearty meal was already set out, courtesy of Aunt May and Uncle Ben. The spread was generous, the kind of breakfast that made it clear this morning was meant to be a celebration. They all took their seats, the atmosphere settling into something comfortable and familiar. Peter leaned back slightly in his chair, glancing around before speaking up. Harry and Lizzie won't be able to make it, he said, breaking the news to everyone. Does the trouble in paradise still continue? Gwen asked with a quiet snort, glancing up from her seat. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they made up last night, Peter replied, a faint snicker slipping through. From the looks of things, breakfast is pretty much the only time Harry and Norman get to spend together, so he isn't able to skip it. Same probably goes for Lizzie and her family. Gwen nodded in understanding, accepting the explanation without much issue. It made sense, even if it was a little disappointing. Peter then flipped his phone around toward her so she could see the screen. But they both send you best wishes and regards. Gwen's smile softened as she looked at the messages, but before she could say anything, Aunt May, who was seated next to Peter, gently reached over and lowered his hands along with the phone. No phone at the table for now. You can check your messages and reply back after you've eaten. We're with family right now, celebrating a very special occasion. Peter didn't argue, simply letting his phone drop back down as he gave a small nod. Gwen, meanwhile, looked down at her plate, unable to stop the smile that spread across her face. As their plates were filled and they began to eat, the conversation picked up naturally. It moved easily from one topic to another, small jokes, light teasing, and casual updates blending together as everyone settled into the rhythm of the morning, enjoying both the food and each other's company. Gwen looked at Aunt May with a hint of guilt as she said, I feel almost bad having left breakfast to you, Aunt May, considering the fact that you're, you know. Gwen made a small back and forth motion with her hand over her stomach, unsure of how to phrase it without sounding insensitive. Oh pish-posh, Aunt May scoffed, waving her off without a second thought. I might be pregnant, but that doesn't mean I'm useless. Don't forget, I'm as strong as an ox now. There was a lightness in her tone, making it quite clear she wasn't bothered in the slightest. Aunt May leaned forward slightly and reached across the table, taking hold of Gwen's hand in a gentle but reassuring grip. So don't worry about a thing, dear. I am more than glad to do this for you. After all, like I've been saying before, you're like the daughter I never had. This much is nothing. Thank you, Gwen muttered sincerely, her voice soft as her lips trembled slightly with emotion. She tried to keep herself composed, but the warmth of the moment got to her more than she expected. Peter, who had been watching the exchange, quietly grabbed a napkin and held it out toward her. Here, Peter said in a teasing manner, a small grin tugging at his lips. For the tears you're holding back. I'm not holding back any tears, she said, though the words came out uneven, betraying her as a small, choked sob slipped through despite her effort to keep it in. Her cheeks puffed slightly as her eyes turned red, tears pooling at the corners. Peter didn't say anything else, just started lightly waving the napkin in front of her like a flag. Gwen let out a small hiccup before snatching it from his hand. You're such a bad man, she sniffled, dabbing at her eyes. Bullying me on my birthday. That only made things worse in the best way. The table filled with warm laughter and easy smiles as everyone watched her try to regain her composure. George simply reached over and rubbed her back, a faint smile on his face as he shook his head. As the moment settled and the laughter eased, George shifted slightly in his seat and turned his attention toward Aunt May. Speaking of pregnancies, how have you been coming along, May? It's all been relatively normal so far, as normal as most pregnancies can get, Aunt May replied, letting out a small breath. Waking up in the middle of the night due to morning sickness is not what I thought I would ever get to experience, and yet here we are. She gave a stiff smile. Can't say I'm a big fan of that. Have you found out the gender yet? Felicia asked, leaning forward a bit with clear interest. No, Felicia dear, May said with a small chuckle. I'm only 2 months pregnant, still in my first trimester. You don't find that out until the second. Wait, do you want to know the gender? Or do you want it to be a surprise? Gwen asked, her curiosity pulling her fully into the conversation now. May and Ben both glanced at each other for a brief moment, silently communicating before looking back at the table. We haven't really decided, Ben answered, resting his arm along the back of his chair. But we're mostly leaning toward it being a surprise. Wait, are we going to have a gender reveal party? Peter asked, leaning forward with sudden interest. Call dibs on being the secret keeper. That's not something you can just call dibs on, Uncle Ben replied immediately, shaking his head. And like we just said, we still haven't decided. Peter leaned back again, though the small grin on his face didn't fade, clearly already thinking ahead anyway. The conversation lingered on Aunt May's pregnancy for a while longer, shifting between light jokes, small concerns, and shared excitement. Eventually, as it naturally tended to do, the topic drifted into other things, the group moving seamlessly from one subject to another. Through it all, they continued eating, talking, and laughing together, the atmosphere settling into something warm and steady, like one large extended family coming together to celebrate a special occasion. Chapter 440, Birthday Date. Third-person POV. Peter and Gwen were back at the base, more specifically in the garage where their different vehicles were parked and stored neatly in their usual spots. The overhead lights reflected faintly off polished metal and glass, giving the space a calm, familiar feel. Peter was leaning casually against the hood of his car, arms loosely crossed as he looked over at Gwen. "So how do you want to do this?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "Do you want to take the car or the bike?" Good question." Gwen muttered, tapping her finger lightly against her chin as she actually took a moment to think about it. Her gaze shifted between the car and the bike before she looked back at him. "Does it really matter though? Aren't we just going to teleport over?" Not all the way," Peter replied with a small shrug, pushing himself off the hood so he could stand properly. "The cruise is part of the date. You're supposed to enjoy your day, there's no point in rushing through it." His tone stayed easygoing, like he'd already thought this through. He was dressed in a clean, stylish outfit, the kind that fit him just right without looking like he tried too hard, topped off with a snapback that he adjusted slightly out of habit. "Fair," Gwen nodded, clearly accepting the logic. She smoothed a hand over her braid, patting the crown of it carefully. "In that case, let's take the car. I don't want the wind messing up my hair." She gave a small, satisfied nod at her decision. Her outfit matched the occasion just as well, a skirt paired with a short denim jacket that pulled everything together without being over the top. Peter smiled at that, a bit amused as he glanced at her. "You really like it that much, huh?" "Of course," Gwen said with a pleased smile, her tone warm but matter-of-fact. "You went out of your way to do this for me. The least I could do is maintain the look." She gave a small shrug like it was obvious. Peter let out a quiet snort before walking around toward the passenger side. He reached for the handle, opening the door before stepping aside and motioning for her with an exaggerated, theatrical bow. "Well then, since the lady has spoken." Gwen caught on immediately, grabbing the corner of her skirt and dipping into a playful, cutesy bow in return. The exchange made both of them chuckle under their breath before she stepped in, and he followed shortly after, closing the door behind her before heading around to the driver's side. They drove around for a while, not in any real rush to get anywhere. The ride itself became part of the experience, music playing softly in the background as they talked here and there. At one point, they made a stop at Starbucks, grabbing a couple of coffees before continuing on their way. By the time they arrived at the aviary, Gwen was already looking out the window with an expectant expression, her eyes scanning ahead with clear excitement. She was practically glowing with anticipation, unable to fully hide how much she had been looking forward to this. As soon as the car came to a stop, she reached for the handle and pushed the door open, starting to step out, but before she could fully move, the door suddenly slammed shut again with a soft thwip of a web. Gwen blinked, pausing mid-motion before turning to look at Peter in confusion. Peter, meanwhile, was already scrambling out of his side, moving quickly as he shut his door and hurried around the front. Gwen watched him through the windshield, her confusion quickly turning into amusement as she saw him slide across the hood with more flair than necessary just to make it to her side faster. He reached her door, straightened himself up quickly, and opened it properly this time. With another exaggerated bow, he held out his hand toward her. "My lady." Gwen couldn't help but giggle as she placed her hand in his, stepping out of the car while shaking her head lightly. "You're such a dork." "I think the word you're looking for is gentleman," Peter corrected with a smug grin, gently intertwining their fingers as he straightened up beside her. "No," Gwen dragged out playfully, immediately wrapping her arms around his and leaning her head against his shoulder. "I'm pretty sure the word dork defines you pretty perfectly." They made their way inside the aviary together, hands still loosely intertwined as the atmosphere shifted around them. The air felt warmer, more humid, filled with the soft rustling of wings and the distant chorus of chirps and calls echoing through the large enclosed space. Sunlight filtered through the glass ceiling above, casting natural light over the greenery and winding paths ahead of them. Gwen took a small breath as she looked around, her eyes lighting up almost immediately. "Okay, this is already amazing," she said, her voice carrying a quiet excitement as she took a step forward, already pulling Peter along with her. They moved through the first set of exhibits at an easy pace, taking their time rather than rushing through anything. It almost felt like a montage as they wandered from one section to another, occasionally stopping to read small plaques or just watch the birds move about in their habitats. At one point, they crossed over a wooden bridge that arched gently over a shallow stretch of water. The sound of soft splashing and distant movement filled the space beneath them. Gwen suddenly perked up mid-step, her grip tightening on Peter's sleeve as she tugged on it with surprising urgency. "Look, Pete, flamingos," she exclaimed, pointing ahead with clear excitement. Peter followed her gaze, spotting the group of bright pink birds gathered together near the water. He let out a small chuckle at her reaction, glancing between the flamingos and her expression. "Yeah, I see them," he said, though it was obvious he was paying more attention to her excitement than the birds themselves. They lingered there for a moment before continuing on, moving into other sections where different species filled the space with color and movement. Parrots perched along branches chattered loudly among themselves, some fluttering from one spot to another as visitors passed. Gwen paused to watch them, smiling as one tilted its head curiously in her direction. Further along, they stepped into a quieter section where hummingbirds moved in quick, almost invisible blurs between flowers and feeders. Gwen held out her hand carefully when one of the attendants gave her a bit of nectar, staying still as a tiny hummingbird hovered before gently landing on her finger. "Oh my God," she whispered, her voice soft with awe as she watched it up close, barely moving so she wouldn't scare it away. A few steps back, Peter quietly pulled out his phone, angling it just right before snapping a quick picture. He lowered it slightly afterward, his eyes shifting from the screen to Gwen herself. The small, genuine smile on her face, the way she was completely absorbed in the moment, it made his expression soften without him even realizing it. He glanced back down at the photo, then up at her again, that same look of quiet endearment settling in, the love unmistakable in his eyes as he watched her. Eventually, the hummingbird fluttered away, and Gwen turned back to him, still smiling as they continued walking. As they passed another exhibit, she suddenly started talking again, her tone shifting into something more animated. "Okay, so these ones," she gestured toward a group of birds nearby, "they actually have this thing where they memorize patterns and sounds way better than most species. Like, not just basic repetition, I mean actual recognition. It's kind of like..." She kept going, clearly invested as she explained different details and facts, occasionally gesturing with her hands as she spoke. Peter didn't interrupt her once. He just walked beside her, glancing at the birds every now and then, but most of his attention stayed on her. The way she spoke, the energy in her voice, how easily she slipped into talking about something she loved, it held his attention far more than anything else around them. That same look stayed on his face, soft and full, like he could listen to her talk for hours and still not get tired of it. At another point along their path, they reached a more open area with a bit of space to move around. Gwen had just finished pointing out something else regarding birds and choosing their mates when Peter suddenly stepped back, rolling his shoulders slightly like he was preparing himself. He broke into a dance around her, doing the Tobey Maguire moves from Spider-Man 3, stepping side to side, clapping his hands above his head and swinging his arms with complete confidence as he began circling around her. Gwen stood in the middle, completely still, watching him with a straight, unimpressed expression as he continued the routine around her. She slowly turned her head to keep track of him, her brow raising just slightly. "What are you doing?" she asked flatly. "I'm doing a mating dance," Peter replied without missing a beat, continuing his movements as he spun lightly. "You know, like birds do to attract their mate." Leaning in just a little he asked. "So, are you enticed yet?" Gwen stared at him for a moment, her expression holding steady before a small smirk started to form at the corner of her lips. She lifted her hand and began fanning her face lightly. "Careful there, Parker," she said, her tone shifting just enough to play along. "I don't know what it is, but whatever you're doing, it seems to be working. I can feel my body growing hotter." Peter straightened immediately, a proud look settling on his face as if that was all the confirmation he needed. He went right back into the dance with even more confidence than before. Gwen tried to hold it together for a second longer, but the effort failed as she broke into laughter, the sound coming out freely as she watched him continue circling around her as he'd fully committed to the bit. A/N, I hate to admit it. A small, tiny part of me is a bit ashamed of making this into a harem. Chapter 441, Last Present. Third-person POV. After their time at the aviary, Gwen stepped out with a noticeable spring in her step, her energy light and effortless. The wide smile on her face hadn't faded for even a second, making it obvious she had enjoyed every moment they spent there. Peter followed beside her, carrying the bags of souvenirs in both hands. He carefully balanced everything as they made their way back toward the car, adjusting his grip every so often to keep things from slipping. "It seems that the car really was the best choice," he commented, glancing over at her. "Agreed," Gwen nodded, her voice warm as she smiled at him. She moved closer to help him with a few of the bags of everything he had bought for her, easing the load before they both climbed into the car and got settled. By the time they left, it was already late into the afternoon, the sunlight starting to soften as the day edged toward evening. Even so, Peter still had one more place he wanted to take her before the day was over. He drove her to a restaurant he had reserved ahead of time just for her. When they stepped inside, it was clear that everything had been arranged in advance. The space was filled with people waiting for them, all gathered to celebrate Gwen's birthday. The atmosphere immediately felt warm and welcoming, and it didn't take long before they were seated and enjoying dinner together, sharing the rest of the evening with everyone there. After they finished eating, the table was cleared, making room for a cake that had been specially prepared for Gwen. As it was brought out, everyone joined in to sing her happy birthday. Throughout it all, Gwen's smile never wavered, her expression bright and full of genuine happiness from start to finish. Once the celebration began to wind down and the sky outside had fully darkened, people started to move about, chatting and helping clear the space. During that time, Gwen quietly stepped away from the group and made her way over to Peter. She was still wearing the tiara on her head, the sash draped over her shoulders marking her as the birthday girl. Without saying anything at first, she walked up to him with her arms already reaching out, wrapping them around him as she pressed herself close. She buried her face into his chest, holding onto him as if she didn't want to let go. "What's wrong?" Peter asked softly, a small smile on his face as he noticed she wasn't speaking and was just staying there against him. "Nothing's wrong, it's honestly the opposite," she replied after a moment. He gently lifted her head so he could see her face. Her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes had started to water with fresh tears. "Everything about today has just been absolutely perfect. I can't even begin to describe it." Peter didn't interrupt her, simply resting a hand against her back and rubbing it in slow, reassuring motions. He leaned down and kissed her temple. "I'm glad you had a great time." "I had more than just a great time," Gwen said, her voice soft but full of feeling. "Truly, Pete, I feel absolutely blessed. And it's mostly thanks to you. Thank you. I love you in ways words can't describe." Her eyes shimmered even more as she spoke, her sincerity clear in every word. Peter responded by pulling her into a tighter embrace, kissing the top of her head a few times. "Hey, it's the least I could do. You put up with so much of my bullshit, you deserve to be spoiled rotten when it matters." Gwen let out a small laugh as she leaned further into him. After a moment, she lifted her head and rose onto her tiptoes, pressing a soft kiss against his lips. She let it linger, putting all of her appreciation into it before finally pulling back. "So far, it has been the best birthday ever," she said with a playful grin, gently brushing her nose against his. "You're going to have a tough time topping this next year." "Challenge accepted," Peter replied without hesitation, a confident grin forming on his face. "Although, before we put an end to this great day, there's one more present I have for you." "Really?" Gwen asked, her curiosity immediately piqued. "What is it?" Peter's grin shifted into a slight smirk. "I don't have it with me right now. I left it back in your room. I'll show you when we head back." "Oh, come on," she protested, her expression turning into a small pout. "You can at least tell me what it is, can't you? Don't do this to me. As adorable as you are, I can't tell you yet," Peter chuckled, reaching up to hold her face gently. "It would ruin the surprise. Just be patient." He leaned in and gave her another kiss, clearly enjoying her anticipation as much as the moment itself. They were walking side by side down the hallway of Gwen's home, their footsteps quiet against the floor as she kept glancing over at him with growing curiosity. She finally broke, tilting her head and giving him an expectant look. "Can you tell me now?" Peter let out a small laugh at her impatience, clearly amused by how badly she wanted to know. "No, I cannot," he said, shaking his head. "But I need you to do me a favor. Close your eyes, and no sneaking a peek with your spider sense while I go get it." Gwen's lips twisted into a small, exaggerated pout, her brows knitting together. "Fine. This better be good," she muttered, though there was a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She raised her hands and covered her eyes as instructed, the small goodie bag hanging loosely from her arm. "Don't worry, you're going to love this. Just give me a few seconds, I'll be quick," Peter assured her before hurrying off. She heard his footsteps pick up speed as he slipped into her room, the door closing behind him with a soft click. Left alone in the hallway, Gwen shifted her weight from one foot to the other, tapping her foot lightly against the ground as she kept her eyes covered. Her curiosity only grew stronger with each passing second. What could he possibly be doing in there? The anticipation gnawed at her, and for a brief moment she considered cheating, letting her senses stretch just enough to get a hint. She stopped herself almost immediately, exhaling through her nose. No. Peter was clearly putting effort into this, going out of his way to surprise her. The last thing she wanted was to ruin it by peeking early. Still, that didn't make the waiting any easier. "Peter, how much longer do you need me to wait?" she called out, unable to keep the impatience out of her voice. From the other side of the door, his response came slightly strained. "Just, give me a second." There was a pause, some faint shuffling, and then, "All right, you can come in. It's ready for you." Gwen frowned slightly at the tone, lowering her hands from her face as she stepped forward. "Just what are you doing, you doofus?" The rest of her sentence died in her throat the moment she pushed the door open and stepped inside. She froze where she stood. For a second, she didn't move at all, her brain taking a moment to catch up with what her eyes were seeing. The goodie bag slipped from her arm and dropped to the floor with a soft thud, completely forgotten. Peter was lying on her bed, completely bare, surrounded by scattered flower petals. A long red ribbon wrapped around his body, looping across his torso and limbs in a careful arrangement. His oiled skin had a faint sheen under the warm glow of candlelight, the soft flicker reflecting off him. A large gift bough had been placed over his private parts to preserve some modesty, his hands were positioned above his head, bound together with the same ribbon. He wasn't looking directly at her at first, his gaze turned slightly away, as if suddenly shy despite the boldness of what he had set up. Gwen slowly lifted her hands toward her mouth, her eyes wide, her expression caught somewhere between shock and disbelief. Peter shifted slightly on the bed before finally glancing back toward her, his expression softer now, a bit earnest. "The last present you have left to unwrap," he said quietly, his voice turning a mix between sensual and bashful, "is me." Chapter 442, Crying Laughing. Third-person POV. Gwen stood completely frozen in place, one hand still clamped over her mouth as she stared at Peter, who remained exactly where he was, still committed to the pose he had clearly spent far too long thinking over. Her eyes were wide, blinking rapidly as she tried to process what she was actually looking at. This was not even remotely close to what she had imagined when he told her he had one more gift for her. The silence dragged on just a little too long. Peter shifted slightly, the confidence he'd forced himself into earlier starting to crack under the weight of her reaction, or lack of one. The longer she said nothing, the more aware he became of how ridiculous he probably looked. His shoulders tensed, and a faint flush crept onto his face as embarrassment began to settle in. "Gwen," he called out, his voice noticeably more hesitant now, trying to snap her out of whatever stunned state she was stuck in. "Honey, I know this is a surprise and all, but, can you close the door? I will actually die from mortification if your dad sees me like this." That seemed to do it. Gwen blinked again, still covering her mouth, and gave a quick, stiff nod before turning on her heel. She moved almost mechanically toward the door, as if her brain was still catching up with reality. When she reached it, she grabbed the handle and slowly pushed it shut, the loud creak of the hinges filling the room in a way that felt way more dramatic than it should have. The second the door clicked closed, something in her snapped. Gwen bent forward slightly, then dropped into a crouch before fully going down onto her knees, a wheeze escaping her as her face flushed a deep, uncontrollable red. A split second later, it hit full force. "Bwahaha. Ha 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 ha, I can't breathe, ha 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 ha." She doubled over, collapsing forward as laughter tore out of her in waves. Her shoulders shook violently, her eyes squeezed shut as tears immediately started forming and spilling down her cheeks. "Ow, ha 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 ha. My side, I can't take it. Peter. Ha 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 ha." Peter's face turned a deeper shade of red as he watched her completely lose it. His lips pressed into a thin line, and he turned his head slightly, clearly trying to salvage at least a shred of dignity. "It's not that funny," he muttered under his breath, though even he didn't sound convinced. Before Gwen could even attempt to recover, Peter's eyes suddenly widened in alarm. His head snapped toward the door. Too late. A knock came, followed immediately by the sound of the doorknob turning. "Jesus, Gwen, what's so funny? Don't you dare come in," Peter shouted, panic fully kicking in. At the same time, Gwen practically launched herself at the door, still laughing like she'd completely lost control. "Dad, please, just go. I'll explain later." "Ha ha ha ha," she managed between gasps, leaning against the door for support. Pete, I'm getting lightheaded, I think I'm actually going to pass out from laughing." On the other side, there was a pause, then a confused mutter from George before his footsteps retreated. Inside the room, Gwen slid down slightly against the door, still laughing, tears streaming freely down her face. She wiped at them uselessly, only for more to replace them as she struggled to breathe. Peter let out a long, defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping. "Can you just, please, come unwrap your present," he said, his tone somewhere between pleading and regret. "I am seriously starting to regret this entire idea." Gwen took a few shaky breaths, attempting, unsuccessfully, to compose herself. She pushed herself up onto her feet, though her balance clearly wasn't cooperating, and made her way toward him in uneven steps. Every time she looked at him, another burst of laughter threatened to break free, and a few stray giggles slipped out despite her best efforts. Yeah, laugh it up," Peter mumbled as she reached him. Her hands were still trembling as she started undoing the bindings, her fingers fumbling slightly as another round of quiet giggles escaped her. "Truly, Pete," Gwen said between soft laughs, "you are just the gift that keeps on giving." "I aim to please," Peter replied awkwardly, rubbing his wrists the second he was free. Gwen climbed onto the bed beside him, still catching her breath, one hand pressed lightly against her head. "Peter, I don't think you understand just how funny that was," she said, exhaling shakily. "I can already feel a headache forming from how hard I was laughing." She leaned against him, resting her head near his, small giggles still slipping out every few seconds as the image replayed in her mind. Wait. She added suddenly, pulling back slightly as her eyes narrowed with renewed curiosity. She rubbed her fingers together, then looked at him again, barely holding back another laugh. He, are you seriously wearing oil? Peter said nothing. He just pressed his lips together and turned his head away, choosing silence over self-incrimination. That was all the confirmation she needed. Gwen burst into another fit of laughter, though softer this time, leaning in to kiss him between each breathless giggle. You are possibly the only person on this planet who could make me laugh that hard, she said warmly. Peter huffed lightly, but a small, proud smile tugged at his lips. That's an achievement I will proudly wear like a badge of honor. Gwen smirked, still amused, though her tone shifted just slightly as she added, and just so we're clear, you're the one cleaning the oil off the sheets. You should know I don't like messes. Yes, ma'am, Peter replied immediately, almost on instinct. Good. She murmured, her lips curving as she leaned in to kiss him again, quieter now but still carrying traces of lingering laughter. Now then. She continued, her voice slightly uneven as she tried to keep her laughter from bubbling back up, I suppose I should start enjoying my gift. Oh, don't worry, Peter replied, a grin spreading across his face as his confidence steadily returned now that he was no longer tied up. I'll make sure it meets customer satisfaction. Money back guarantee. Gwen let out a softer, warmer giggle, her cheeks still faintly flushed as she held his face between her hands. Really now, she teased, her voice lowering as their kisses lingered a little longer each time. And what are the reviews saying? Peter didn't answer right away. Instead, he shifted, smoothly flipping their position so that Gwen ended up beneath him. He looked down at her with a playful glint in his eyes. Haven't had a single complaint so far, he said. Everyone always leaves with a smile after the Parker experience. Gwen laughed again, quieter this time, her hand sliding against him as she slowly moved backward across the bed, pulling him along with her without breaking the rhythm between them. When her back finally met the headboard, she paused, one hand coming up to cup his cheek. Well then, she murmured, her eyes half-lidded with amusement and something softer underneath, let's see if that streak continues. With pleasure, Peter replied. He reached for her, gently guiding her blouse up and over her head. The moment slowed rather than rushed, his movements more careful now, more deliberate. He let the fabric fall aside as he looked back at her, his earlier embarrassment completely replaced with quiet focus. Gwen exhaled softly, her earlier laughter fading into something calmer, though the faintest hint of a smile still lingered on her lips as she pulled him back down toward her. Chapter 443, Receiving and Giving are 18. Third-person POV. Gwen's grip tightens in Peter's hair as the kiss deepens, her breath hitching when his teeth graze her lower lip. The urgency in his hands makes her skin tingle wherever he touches her, the heat between them rising until it feels like the entire room is suffocating. She pulls away just enough to look at him, her eyes scanning the sharp lines of his face, the intensity burning in his gaze. You've got me so worked up I can barely think straight, she whispers, her voice catching as his thumbs trace circles on her hips. He studies her for a moment, then captures her mouth again, this time with a desperation that sends a thrill down her spine. Gwen's fingers fumble slightly as she unbuttons her pants, the heat between them making her movements rushed and clumsy. Peter's hands slide down to assist, his rough fingers brushing against her thighs as he peels the fabric away. She arches slightly to help him, breathing harder as his touch lingers just a second too long, his fingertips tracing circles on her sensitive skin. She kicks the discarded pants aside without a second thought, her body already craving more contact. Touch me. She pleads desperately. Peter's hands move with confident familiarity over Gwen's waistband, hooking into the elastic with purpose. His fingers slide beneath, finding the damp heat between her thighs with immediate precision. She gasps as he parts her, his thick fingers gliding through slick folds, circling and teasing before sinking deep inside her. You're so wet already, he growls against her neck, nibbling at the sensitive skin there as his fingers begin a slow, deliberate thrust. Gwen's back arches, pressing her breasts against his chest as she clings to his shoulders. Fuck, she breathes, her hips rolling instinctively against his hand. Gwen's breath comes in short, ragged gasps as Peter's fingers work deeper inside her, his thumb pressing against her clit in perfect rhythm. The way he moves is like he already knows exactly how to make her feel, every stroke designed to drive her closer to the edge. Her nails dig into his shoulders as she grinds against his hand, the pleasure building into an intense, thrumming pressure that starts deep in her core. Don't stop, she pants, her voice raw with need. Just like that. Peter's teeth graze her earlobe as he obeys, his fingers picking up speed until the room fills with the wet sounds of her arousal and the bed creaking beneath them. Gwen's hips buck wildly against Peter's hand, her body shaking as the heat builds inside her. He curls his fingers, pressing against the sweet spot deep within as his thumb continues its relentless circles on her clit. Her head falls back, mouth open in a silent cry, her breasts heaving as she nears her breaking point. "You're gonna make me come," she whimpers, the words strained with raw desperation. Peter doesn't slow, doesn't hesitate, he knows exactly what he's doing to her. His free hand grips her thigh, pulling her wider as he drives his fingers in deeper, the slick sounds of their lovemaking filling the air. Gwen's hips buck wildly against Peter's hand, her body shaking as the heat builds inside her. He curls his fingers, pressing against the sweet spot deep within as his thumb continues its relentless circles on her clit. Her head falls back, mouth open in a silent cry, her breasts heaving as she nears her breaking point. "You're gonna make me come," she whimpers, the words strained with raw desperation. Peter doesn't slow, doesn't hesitate, he knows exactly what he's doing to her. His free hand grips her thigh, pulling her wider as he drives his fingers in deeper, the slick sounds of their lovemaking filling the air. Gwen's body tenses abruptly as Peter's fingers work inside her with perfect precision, his thumb pressing hard against her clit in tight circles. A sharp cry escapes her throat as the orgasm crashes through her, waves of white-hot pleasure radiating outward from her core. Her inner walls clench rhythmically around his fingers as he continues stroking her through it, drawing out every last shuddering spasm. "Oh God, oh fuck." Her words come in ragged gasps as she clutches at Peter's arms, her hips bucking involuntarily against his hand. His breathing is heavy as he watches her, his gaze dark with lust as he drinks in every twitch and shiver of her body. Peter's hands trace a path up Gwen's body, his fingers catching on the clasp of her bra before deftly unhooking it. The lacy fabric falls away, revealing her breasts to the cool air as his mouth finds her nipple, sucking it between his teeth while his fingers continue their work between her thighs. She moans as his mouth works over her sensitive skin, her back arching to press herself against him. He alternates between sucking and nipping at her flesh, drawing out small cries with every movement. When his fingers curl inside her again, finding that spot that makes her see stars, she throws her head back and lets out a shuddering gasp. "Peter, don't stop, please." She begs, her hands fisting in the sheets as another wave builds. His fingers move with ruthless efficiency, his thumb pressing circles against her clit as he fucks her with his fingers. The pressure mounts rapidly, her body tightening around him as pleasure coils deep in her core. She comes with a choked cry, her hips jerking wildly as intense sensations surge through her. Peter rides out the contraction with deep, steady strokes until she collapses back against the pillows, boneless and quivering. He doesn't give her a moment to recover, his mouth immediately moving down her body, trailing hot kisses along her stomach as his hands spread her thighs wider. Peter's mouth closes over her center with no hesitation, his tongue licking through her folds with possessive strokes. The wet heat of his mouth sends intense pulses through her still sensitive body, and she gasps as he sucks gently at her clit, his fingers still teasing inside her. "Fuck, yes," she breathes, her hands tangling in his hair as he works. His tongue flicks rapidly over her most sensitive flesh while his fingers curve upward, rubbing against that spot that makes her see stars. The dual stimulation is overwhelming, and within moments another orgasm is building at an alarming rate. Time dissolves into a haze of pleasure as Peter works his magic on Gwen's body. The first orgasm fades into the second, which melts into the third, her mind grows foggy, the world reduced to the heat of his hands, the wet slide of his tongue, and the overwhelming pressure building inside her again and again. She loses count after 6, her body becoming so oversensitive that even the air moving across her damp skin feels like a caress. "Peter, I can't." She gasps, but the words get lost as his fingers thrust deeper, twisting in a way that makes her thighs tremble. Her nails rake down his back, leaving faint red lines as the pleasure borders on pain. She's so sensitive that each touch sends fresh waves of ecstasy through her, and she's not sure if she's still coming from the last one or already heading toward another. The room is fogged with heat and the smell of her arousal. Gwen isn't sure when the switch happened, one moment Peter's mouth is between her thighs, the next she's straddling him backward, his thick cock already sheathed inside her as she grinds down with slow, deliberate rolls of her hips. She's so wet that he slides in effortlessly, the stretch bordering on painful at first but quickly turning to white-hot pleasure as she adjusts. She lets out a low moan as she sinks down fully, feeling him buried to the hilt inside her. Her hands grip his thighs for balance as she starts moving, her body knowing exactly what it wants despite her fuzzy mind. Peter's jaw tightens as he watches Gwen move above him, her body a living picture of ecstasy. The way her hips sway, the tight grip of her walls around his cock, it's enough to drive him crazy. His fingers dig into her hips, guiding her movements as she grinds down, taking him deeper with every roll of her pelvis. "Fuck, Gwen." He grits out through clenched teeth, his hips jerking involuntarily as she works him. Her ass moves in a hypnotic rhythm, each sway designed to make him lose control. Sweat beads on his forehead as he fights to maintain composure, the sight of her like this too much to handle. "Don't hold back," she gasps, leaning forward to brace herself against his knees. The angle shifts, allowing Peter's cock to hit deeper inside her, the new position sending fresh waves of pleasure through her oversensitive body. Her inner walls flutter around him as she moves, each stroke dragging a guttural groan from his throat. "Please. I want to feel you lose control," she pleads, her fingers tightening on his thighs. Peter's grip on her hips tightens painfully, his fingers pressing bruises into her skin as he thrusts up to meet her movements. The bed creaks beneath them, the rhythm steady and deep now, each movement designed to drive them both toward the edge. Gwen feels Peter's breathing grow ragged behind her, his cock pulsing inside her with every thrust. She knows he's close, the way his fingers dig into her flesh, the way his hips jerk slightly out of rhythm as he struggles to last. It only makes her hotter, knowing she's driving him to this breaking point. Come inside me, she breathes, pushing back against him hard, demanding that final thrust that will send him over. Peter lets out a choked sound, his grip tightening almost painfully as he rams up into her one last time, burying himself to the hilt as he spills inside her. His release floods into her in thick, pulsing waves, each one stretching her walls as he fills her completely. Gwen moans loudly, her body gripping him tighter, milking every last drop from his cock as her own pleasure surges back to the forefront. The feeling of him coming inside her is too much, her already oversensitive body convulses as yet another orgasm tears through her, drawing out a shaky cry that echoes through the room. She rides out the climax, her hips still moving in slow, grinding circles as Peter empties himself into her. Her fingers claw at his thighs, her breath coming in ragged, uneven gasps as she struggles to process the sheer intensity of it all. Gwen's tongue swirls around the head of Peter's cock with deliberate slowness, her fingers working the base in tandem. She gazes up at him through her lashes, lips stretched around his thick shaft as she bobs her head, taking him deeper each time. His hips twitch involuntarily, his fingers tangling in her hair as pleasure builds. You should be letting me do things to you, not the other way around, he says, though his voice cracks slightly as she sucks particularly hard. She pulls back just enough to answer, her tongue flicking over the tip before she speaks. But I want to, she murmurs against his skin, her breath hot against his sensitive flesh. She runs her tongue along the underside of his cock, tasting the salty precum that beads at the tip. Her hand strokes him in slow, steady motions as she gazes up at Peter, satisfaction evident in the way she licks her lips. It's my gift, too, she murmurs, her words thick with lust. I love the way you feel in my mouth. The way I can make you tremble with just my tongue. She takes him deeper again, her throat constricting around his thick shaft as she swallows him down inch by inch. Her free hand grips the base, working in time with her movements, her mouth sucking hard as she pulls back. Gwen doesn't let up, her mouth working Peter's cock with single-minded intensity. Her tongue presses along the underside as she sucks, her head bobbing with practiced ease. The tight heat of her mouth combined with her skilled strokes is enough to push Peter over the edge with shocking speed. His hips jerk forward involuntarily as the first pulses of his release hit, thick ropes have come spilling across her tongue. She moans around him, the vibration sending sharp pleasure through his cock as she swallows greedily. He watches with half-lidded eyes as she drinks him down, her throat working to take every last drop. Fuck. He grits out, his fingers tightening in her hair as his body tenses. Gwen doesn't stop there, she licks him clean with slow, deliberate strokes of her tongue, making sure to capture every drop that escapes. Only when he's completely soft does she pull back, a satisfied smirk crossing her face as she wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. Peter's chest heaves as he catches his breath, watching her with intense gaze. You're something else, he murmurs, still sounding hoarse. Gwen crawls up his body with a lazy stretch, her skin flushed and her hair mussed. She settles against his chest, resting her head on his shoulder as his arm wraps around her. Time slips away, the rhythmic tapping of Gwen's fingers against Peter's chest the only sound in the dimly lit room. Her breath is warm against his skin, her body still flushed and lax from the many ways he's pleasured her. She traces lazy circles over his chest, her nails scraping lightly against his skin. Best birthday sex ever, she murmurs, her voice thick with satisfaction. Her free hand rests on his stomach, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing as he comes down from the high of their encounter. Peter's arm tightens around her, pulling her closer as he presses a kiss to the top of her head. Chapter 444, Same Thoughts. Third-person POV. Arya, where's Spidey? Nightwing asked as he crouched down beside a couple tied tightly to a pair of dining chairs, his gloved hands already working at the knots to undo their bindings. Two men lay sprawled out unconscious on the floor nearby, evidence of the struggle that had taken place only moments ago when he interrupted the home invasion. He's back at the base working on something. I'll let him know you're looking for him, Arya reported back promptly through the comms. No need, I'll go find him after I'm done here on my end, Nightwing replied as he carefully pulled the last of the restraints free and helped the couple steady themselves, giving them a quick once-over to make sure they weren't hurt beyond a few bruises and shaken nerves. Once everything was handled properly, authorities alerted, and the situation fully under control, Nightwing stepped back and opened a portal to their base. Without wasting time, he walked through and headed deeper inside, moving with a familiar ease through the halls until he found Peter. Peter was sitting behind a computer, hunched slightly forward with his attention locked onto the screen as he muttered quietly to himself, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The importance of quipping. What are you doing? Harry asked with amused curiosity as he approached, his face mask retracting and disappearing to reveal a smirk. Peter glanced over his shoulder, returning the smirk for a second before turning back to his work. I'm working on a lesson plan for my lecture with the X-Men, what's up? Harry let out a short laugh as he caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. Seriously? He shook his head, deciding not to dig into that any further. I need your advice with something. Ho ho ho, my spider senses are tingling, Peter said as he spun around in his chair, crossing one leg over the other and steepling his fingers together like he was about to deliver life-changing wisdom. Something tells me it's girl trouble. Your genius sometimes astounds me, Harry replied dryly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What can I say, it's a blessing and a curse. Now come on, speak to the love guru. What do you need to know, my child? Peter said, rubbing his chin as if he had a full beard to stroke. Harry sighed, scratching the back of his head as he looked off to the side for a moment. I want to make it up to Lizzie, but I don't know how. Didn't you and Lizzie already make up? Peter asked, confusion settling on his face before his head tilted slightly. Wait, how did you and Lizzie even make up in the first place? Well. Harry began, an awkward grin creeping onto his face. After returning home from a long, exhausting, and stressful day of battling Sentinels and dealing with injuries that left her body aching, Lizzie dragged herself into her room and dropped face first onto her bed with a tired groan. Every muscle in her body protested, and for a moment she just wanted to lay there and forget everything. But she didn't even get the chance to fully relax before she caught movement near her window. Her head lifted slightly, eyes narrowing as she turned just in time to see Harry climbing in. Wha the hell, she asked, blinking in confusion as she pushed herself up onto her elbows. You just dropped me off. What are you doing sneaking into my room? Do you have any idea how much trouble I'll be in if my parents find you here? Harry already had one foot inside, offering her an awkward, sheepish smile as he carefully stepped in the rest of the way. I know, but when I saw you head inside I just couldn't leave it like that. I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing you were still upset at me. Upset? Who said I'm upset? Lizzie scoffed, quickly looking away from him as if that alone would make the statement more convincing. Harry's smile turned a bit more complicated as he closed the distance and stepped further into the room. Without asking, he fell down right beside her on the bed, the mattress tipping under his weight. I really am sorry, Lizzie. I let the moment get to me. I never meant to hurt you. I'm not hurt, she muttered under her breath. Just, pissed off is more like it. I leave you alone for 1 second and the next thing I see is a hot babe in your arms. I won't excuse my actions. I know I was in the wrong, Harry said, his tone more serious now as he looked at her turned back. After a moment, he reached over, sliding his arms around her and pulling her into a firm hug. Lizzie clicked her tongue in annoyance and immediately tried to pull away, swatting at his hands in protest. Harry only smirked at the resistance and tightened his hold, shifting his position as he wrapped both his arms and legs around her, effectively pinning her down against the bed. He leaned in closer, his cheek pressing lightly against hers as he kept her from escaping. Let go of me, you bastard, she complained, her voice coming out muffled and slightly distorted from being squished into the mattress. No, Harry said simply, tightening his hold just a bit more. Not until you hear my apology fully. I'm not letting you escape this one. Lizzie pouted, a low growl escaping her as she shot him a sharp glare, clearly annoyed but no longer struggling as much as before. You're the best thing that has ever happened to me, and considering that I have literal superpowers, that should put it into perspective. I don't want to lose you just because I was being stupid and foolish. I don't think I'd be able to forgive myself if I let someone as amazing as you go, Harry said sincerely. He pressed a soft kiss to her cheek before resting his cheek against hers again, holding her just as tightly as before. Okay, I get it, Lizzie muttered, though the warmth spreading across her face betrayed how much his words were getting to her. Even then, Harry didn't let go. He kept her pinned in that same position, which would have been incredibly difficult to explain if her parents suddenly decided to walk in. Nearly a minute passed like that, the room settling into a quiet calm. Lizzie's eyes drifted off into the distance as she thought about everything he said before she finally spoke again, her voice softer this time. Can you be honest with me? Always, Harry answered without hesitation. Do you want to build a harem like Peter? Harry nearly choked on his own breath. His lips twisted into an awkward smile as he let out a slow sigh. I said I'd always be honest with you, so here it is. I've thought about it. The idea has crossed my mind more than once. But I wouldn't actually act on it without your approval, and if that's something you don't want, then it's not something I'm going to be upset about. He paused briefly before continuing, his tone more earnest. And it's not because I think you're not enough for me, because you are. I love you, Lizzie. If it's just the two of us at the end of the line, I'd look back without a single ounce of regret. And I'm not trying to shift blame, but, seeing Peter with his own group, the thought of, what if I was in a similar position, does cross my mind sometimes. Lizzie let out a small huff, her gaze shifting away again. She stayed quiet for a moment before finally whispering, I hate that I know what you mean. The thoughts crossed my mind a few times too. It has. Harry asked, blinking at her in surprise. She nodded as much as she could in his hold. For the same reason. Seeing how well Felicia, MJ, and Gwen get along, how they treat each other like sisters instead of rivals competing for Peter's attention, the thought of maybe it wouldn't be such a terrible idea pops into my head sometimes. Harry lifted his head slightly, staring at her in clear surprise. Lizzie immediately snapped her head toward him and glared. Don't think this is me giving you my approval. I'm still not okay with it. I know myself well enough to know I'm not mature enough for something like that. I'm just saying I've thought about it. She turned away again, her voice dropping into a shy mutter. And that I'll keep it in consideration, just don't get your hopes up. You hear me? Harry's expression softened. He gently turned her face back toward him and leaned in, pressing a kiss to her lips. You don't have to do that for me. Like I told you, you're more than enough for me, Lizzie. Lizzie managed to free one of her arms and shoved his face away, her expression flustered as she avoided his gaze. Don't get too arrogant, you bastard. I'm not doing it just for you, but for me as well. Harry raised a brow, only to catch the faintest whisper slipping from her lips, almost too quiet to hear. I just really like the thought of having my own group of sisters. Bahaha. Peter burst out laughing, nearly tipping his chair back as he kicked his legs up and clutched his stomach. Harry stood in front of him with his face buried in his hands, completely done with this conversation. I really just want to make it up to her. Ha ha ha, keep this up and you'll have truly inherited and earned the mantle of boy wonder. Peter said between laughs, barely managing to get the words out as he continued cackling. Chapter 445, Superheroing 101-1. Third-person POV. You're back faster than what I was expecting, Charles Xavier said from his chair behind his desk, his gaze steady as he observed the group gathered in front of him. His tone carried mild surprise, though it was softened by a welcoming warmth that made it clear their early return was not an inconvenience. Peter rubbed the back of his head with a shy grin hidden beneath his mask. Well, I was excited to become a lecturer, hope you don't mind, he replied, his voice carrying a mix of eagerness and nervous energy as he shifted his weight slightly. Not at all. In fact, I'm glad to see you so enthusiastic about this, Charles responded with a quiet chuckle, his attention briefly lingering on Peter's attire, clearly amused and impressed by the effort. Peter was dressed in a well-fitted, fashionable three-piece suit, his spider mask still firmly in place. He adjusted his tie and straightened his posture, trying to appear as professional as possible despite the obvious excitement bubbling beneath the surface. So, Professor, what class am I teaching today? He asked, sounding more composed now. Do you have your materials prepared? Charles asked, folding his hands together as he regarded him thoughtfully. Nightwing scoffed lightly from the side. He spent all day working on what he was going to teach and present to everyone, he said, crossing his arms with a knowing smirk. Peter tapped the side of his head with a gloved finger. Everything is stored right up here, so put me in, Coach, he said with a grin, his confidence returning in full force. Luckily, your daughter called in time, so I was able to get everything ready for your arrival. There's a classroom that will serve as your lecture hall. Our students have already been informed of what's happening today, and they're quite excited, Charles explained as he gently pushed himself away from his desk and began rolling toward the door, clearly intending to lead the way. The others followed close behind. Gwen walked beside Peter, her hands clasped behind her back as she glanced toward Charles. How has everything been since the deal with the Sentinels? She asked, her tone more serious now. Charles let out a soft sigh, the weight of recent events evident in the sound. Well, for the most part, all things considered, some are traumatized. They were forcefully taken from their homes, and others were exposed as mutants to their families, so they're reluctant to return, he said honestly, not attempting to soften the reality of the situation. But some were able to return to their normal lives, right? Lizzie asked, her expression showing clear concern as she looked between Charles and the others. It's still too early to tell, Charles replied with a slight, wry smile. Although some have already left to return to their place in society, so I would say it's a possibility. We can only hope that trend continues. They soon rounded a corner, and the sound of lively chatter grew clearer as they approached the classroom. The energy from inside suggested a mix of curiosity and excitement from the students waiting within. Peter glanced over at Charles, lowering his voice slightly as he asked, "Do you think you could give me a WWE-style announcement before I make my entrance?" "What?" Charles asked, giving him a genuinely perplexed look, clearly caught off guard by the request. "Ignore him," Gwen, MJ, and Arya all said at the same time, their voices overlapping in perfect unison, while Peter and Harry quietly giggled like children at the idea. "I'll see what I can do," Charles said with an amused chuckle, deciding not to dismiss the idea entirely as he entered the classroom and began addressing the students. Inside, several members of the X-Men were already present, standing or sitting along the edges of the room, all visibly interested in what Spider-Man was about to teach. Their attention shifted toward Charles as he took the lead. Now, everyone settle down," Charles said calmly. He didn't need to raise his voice, his presence alone was enough to command immediate attention. The chatter quickly died down, replaced by an expectant silence as all eyes turned toward the doorway. To accommodate the number of students, the room had been cleared of desks and chairs. Everyone was seated on the floor in a loose arrangement, creating an open space at the front. At the very center of that space sat Kurt Wagner, positioned right at the front. He rested his cheek against his fist, his posture relaxed but his expression attentive, clearly eager to see what Spider-Man's lesson would bring. Charles cleared his throat, drawing the room's full attention. I'm sure everyone is excited to get started, so I won't delay any longer. Everyone, please put your hands together and give a nice warm welcome to our special guest joining us this evening. You know him, you love him, everyone please welcome our amazing, spectacular, friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man. The moment the introduction ended, Peter was suddenly carried into the room by his friends, his body held up horizontally as if he were some kind of champion entering an arena. He rested his cheek against his fist in an exaggerated pose, playing into the theatrics without hesitation. The classroom instantly erupted into cheers and shouts. Some students pumped their fists into the air, others whistled loudly, and most of them clapped enthusiastically, the energy in the room rising all at once. When they reached the center, his team dipped him slightly before tossing him high into the air. For a brief moment, he hung weightless above them. Peter twisted into a tight corkscrew midair, the motion clean and controlled, drawing a few surprised gasps from those watching. He came down smoothly, landing in his signature crouched pose without missing a beat. Woohoo! Kurt cheered loudly from the front, clapping his hands with clear excitement. Thank you, Spider-Man said as he rose, bowing theatrically to the crowd, fully embracing the attention. I love you, Spider-Man, one voice shouted from somewhere in the room. I love you too, random child. Peter shot back instantly, pointing off in the general direction of the voice. Kia. He's enjoying himself way too much, Harry scoffed, shaking his head as he moved to stand with the rest of the X-Men along the wall. Nearby, Charles rolled over to join his place beside Scott Summers and Jean Grey. I say let him, Gwen said with a faint grin. He deserves it. You're only saying that because of what he did for you, Felicia added with a scoff. Gwen simply puffed out her chest and didn't deny it, her expression making her stance clear enough. First things first, Peter began, raising a hand as he started pacing slightly. I feel like I should introduce myself. We already know who you are, someone shouted from the crowd. Shush, no you don't, Peter waved off the interruption with a quick hiss, earning a few chuckles and smiles from the students. He reached into his blazer and pulled out a pair of thick, square-framed glasses, placing them over his mask as if completing a persona. Turning toward the board behind him, his hand moved in a blur as chalk rapidly scratched across the surface, leaving behind a cloud of dust for a brief moment. When he stepped aside, dusting off his hands, the writing was fully revealed. You may call me Mr. Spider-Man or Professor Spidey, I don't mind either one. And today, I will be giving a lecture on the daily life of a superhero, in other words, Superheroing 101. His name was written boldly across the board, decorated with small drawings of spiders and webs. The title, Superheroing 101, was stylized just as much, with little design touches that mirrored the themes of his suit. His group couldn't help but smile at the extra effort, especially noticing their own logos being used as an underline for the text. Now, I know what you all might be thinking, Peter continued, suddenly shifting into a higher-pitched voice as he swayed side to side dramatically. Mr. Spider-Man, how can I be as awesome and super cool as you? Or, Mr. Spider-Man, you're so spectacular, I wish I could be as cool as you. A good portion of the class stared at him with completely deadpan expressions, while a surprising number of others nodded along as if they genuinely agreed. And to answer that, you can't, because there's nobody cooler than me, Peter declared, puffing out his chest arrogantly as he pointed both thumbs toward himself. Several students blinked at him in disbelief, and even some of the X-Men exchanged looks, clearly questioning whether making him a guest lecturer had been the right decision. From the side, Bobby Drake scoffed as he leaned against the wall. I would like to greatly disagree. A few people nearby snickered, but the class as a whole instantly turned on him. "Boo!" they shouted in unison, some already crumpling up paper and tossing it in his direction. You stink, a few students added. Never mind, I don't love you, I hate you. Should we intervene, Professor? Jean asked Charles, an exasperated smile tugging at her lips. No, I'm sure he knows what he's doing, Charles replied, leaning back slightly, clearly entertained by how things were unfolding. Peter raised his palm and made a slow silencing motion. Surprisingly, it worked. The noise died down almost immediately, though a few students still held crumpled paper at the ready. He smiled beneath his mask. The same way there's nobody cooler than me, there's also nobody as amazing as each and every one of you. We're all unique and special in our own different, spectacular ways. So instead of trying to be like someone else, let's strive to be the best versions of ourselves that we can possibly be. Once you accept that, only then can you take the first real step toward heroism. The room settled, and then applause broke out again, louder this time, mixed with cheers that carried a more genuine tone. You did that on purpose, didn't you? That's cheating. I feel like I'm going to cry. I was kidding about hating you. I will always love you, Spider-Man. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, Superheroing 101, 2. Third-person POV. So, I guess I'll start, Peter said, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Let me ask you all this, what does a superhero need in order to be a successful hero? He stopped, flashed a grin beneath his mask, and pointed at the group. Go ahead, call it out. Don't be shy. A strong superpower, someone shouted. Wrong. Peter replied, motioning for them to keep guessing. A strong moral compass. You're not entirely wrong, Peter said, shaking his head, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. Lots of money. Peter let out a short laugh. So true, heroing is way more expensive than people think. But nope, still not it. He crossed his arms. An archenemy? Ha ha ha, no, Peter laughed, strolling over to the blackboard behind him. To be a successful superhero, you need 3 things, a motto, the ability to be quippy, and balance. He turned back to the class with a proud smile, clearly enjoying the looks of confusion and bewilderment on everyone's faces, including the X-Men. Kurt raised a hand. Peter pointed at him. Yes, Kurt. What's a motto, and why is it important? Kurt asked, taking the lesson far more seriously than the others. He had already pulled out a notebook and pen, waiting patiently. I'm glad you asked, my blue furry friend, Peter said warmly. A motto is essentially the words you live by. They become the core of who you are, both as a person and as a hero. They're the reason you get out of bed in the morning. They're why you do what you do, no questions asked. He leaned forward slightly, his voice growing more passionate. Now listen closely, because this is important. When you feel like you're starting to lose your path, when you're overwhelmed or forced to make a difficult decision, a strong, personal motto will help you keep your head straight. I wasn't kidding when I said it's the core of who you are. In essence, a motto is your center that keeps you grounded, Peter finished theatrically, clenching his fist close to his chest as he stared off into the distance dramatically. Whoa, they all softly exclaimed, some more amused than impressed, but still caught up in the moment. Kurt, meanwhile, was diligently taking bullet points of everything Peter was saying, writing quickly as if he didn't want to miss a single word of what he clearly considered valuable insight. Oh God, Harry and the rest of Peter's closest friends all groaned at once, already recognizing exactly where this was heading and bracing themselves for it. That is surprisingly good advice when you actually stop and think about it, Aurora said quietly, folding her arms as she considered his words more seriously than most. Her comment earned a small, approving nod from both Jean and Scott. Charles only chuckled to himself, clearly entertained by everything that was unfolding in front of him and seeing no reason whatsoever to intervene or redirect the session. Oh. Jean suddenly raised her hand like an eager, participating student who didn't want to miss her chance to ask something. Seriously? Scott asked from where he was casually leaning against the wall, one brow raised as he looked at her. What? I have a question. Are you seriously judging me for being curious? She shot back, giving him a playful glare without any real heat behind it. Yes I am, Scott replied with a light scoff, not even trying to hide his amusement. Jean responded in the most mature way possible by sticking her tongue out at him before turning her attention back to the front. Yes, Miss Gray. Peter asked respectfully, straightening up slightly as he acknowledged her. If you don't mind me asking, what is your motto then? If you don't mind sharing, that is, she asked, her curiosity clear in both her tone and expression. Hee, I'm so very glad you asked that question, and no, I don't mind sharing at all, Peter said with a mischievous little giggle. For the love of God, Gwen, Arya, and Lizzie all mumbled under their breath, already knowing exactly what was coming next. MJ and Felicia, on the other hand, both giggled, clearly more entertained than annoyed by his enthusiasm. I don't know, I find it kind of cute how much he adores and looks up to those words, MJ said thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. It can be endearing, Felicia added with a small nod, clearly in agreement. Peter turned to the board and, with broad, deliberate strokes, began writing out the words, with great power comes great responsibility, making sure each letter was clear and bold. That's my motto. Those are the words I live by, Peter said, and this time there was no theatrical flair, only sincerity. Our powers and abilities are more than just gifts, they're not party tricks or shortcuts to an easy life. They're tools, dangerous ones if mishandled. As bearers of great power, we have a responsibility, a duty, to use what's been given to us wisely and with care. That responsibility doesn't just extend to others, but to ourselves as well. We owe it to ourselves to be reasonable and thoughtful in how we use our abilities. Using our powers wisely isn't just about saving the day. It's restraint. It's knowing when not to use them. When a situation calls for words instead of webs, or patience instead of punches. It's saying no to the easy path, even when every instinct screams to take it. As he spoke, the room grew quieter, the students actually listening and absorbing what he was saying, many of them nodding along. Charles had a faint grin on his lips, clearly pleased, and more than a little grateful that Peter had agreed to be a guest lecturer. Jean suddenly started clapping, the sound drawing everyone's attention to her almost immediately. "Repeat after me." He suddenly dropped into a low, exaggerated crouch, holding the watch out in front of him as he began to sway it side to side. "With great power comes great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility," he repeated in a soft, almost hypnotic undertone. Is he seriously trying to hypnotize everyone into following his motto or whatever? Warren, also known as Angel, asked in disbelief, staring at him. Kitty scoffed, folding her arms. Who would be stupid enough to actually be hypnotized by? "With great power comes great responsibility," Kurt droned, his voice flat and his expression completely blank, his eyes slightly unfocused. "You have got to be kidding me," Kitty muttered, her face going completely straight as she stared at him. "And with that, we'll transition into the next topic, the ability to quip," Peter said, standing back up and looking entirely pleased with himself. He paused for a moment before grinning. "That was a good segue, right guys?" Chapter 447, Superheroing 101, 3. Third-person POV. Spider-Man paused once he noticed the strange looks everyone in the room was giving him, especially considering the topic he had just introduced. Peter raised a hand and waved it lightly as if trying to settle the room, offering a small, reassuring smile. "Now I know how this seems, but just give me the chance to explain. Quipping while being a superhero serves many purposes," Peter continued, turning back to the board. He wrote the word quipping in clear letters, then circled it and added a few quick doodles of spider legs around it, making it stand out more visually. "First is approachability," Peter said, writing the word neatly underneath. He tapped the chalk against the board once before continuing. "To be a superhero, you need to be able to connect with the people you're trying to save. Even if you do save someone, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to feel grateful right away, or that they won't still be afraid of you afterward. However," he added, adjusting his glasses slightly, with the appropriate amount of banter, "you can bridge that distance. People start to see you as less of a dangerous figure and more like someone they can actually interact with and get along with." "I hate that I'm actually able to understand exactly what he means," Bobby muttered under his breath, shaking his head while covering part of his face. Kitty and Rogue both nodded in agreement, sharing similar conflicted expressions. They didn't look thrilled about it, but they couldn't really argue with the point either. The skepticism around the room started to ease, just enough to give Peter space to continue properly. It helped that he was taking the explanation seriously, which only made the subject itself feel more ironic. "Next," Peter said, turning back to the board again. He wrote the word alleviation, underlining it this time. "Most people find it difficult to operate under pressure. Musical notes, musical note, under pressure, musical notes, musical note," he sang suddenly without thinking. He paused almost immediately and cleared his throat. "Ignore that. As I was saying." A few students snickered while others let out quiet laughs, and some simply rolled their eyes in mild amusement. It was a familiar kind of slip, the sort of thing that just happened when certain words triggered a song in your head. During a mission, the pressure can either make or break someone, Peter continued, getting back on track. People can freeze when the stakes are high, whether it's the fate of the world or just one person's life in their hands. Quipping helps alleviate that pressure. You trick yourself into thinking the situation is lighter than it actually is. And if you can distract yourself from that weight, you can think more clearly instead of letting it overwhelm you. Scott let out a quiet scoff from where he stood, which drew the attention of Jean, Storm, and Charles. "What?" Jean asked, a hint of amusement already in her voice. "Nothing," Scott replied, though the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "I just find it ironic. He's giving sound, completely reasonable arguments about why joking around during a mission is important." He leaned back against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. Jean let out a soft laugh, understanding exactly what he meant. She knew better than anyone how little patience Scott usually had for jokes when things were serious, which made his reaction now all the more entertaining. "Third reason, and one of my personal favorites, is psychological warfare," Peter said, quickly writing the phrase down before turning around to face the class again. He spun lightly on his heel, now fully engaged with them. "Now then," he continued, gesturing toward the group, "can someone tell me what one of the main objectives of a villain or bad guy is?" He pointed toward them encouragingly. "Come on, shout it out." "Getting rich." "That's definitely one of them," Peter said with a small laugh, "but not what I'm looking for." "Satisfying their crazy desires." "World domination." "Revenge." Spider-Man motioned for them to keep going, nodding along as more answers were thrown out. "You're overthinking it," he said, trying to guide them in the right direction without giving it away. From the side of the room, Charles watched the exchange with a soft, approving smile. The students were engaged, their earlier hesitation replaced with genuine interest, and Spider-Man was clearly making an effort to involve everyone in the discussion. Seeing them all actively participate, with bright and eager expressions, made the entire lesson feel worthwhile. To be heard and respected, one student answered, her voice carrying a bit of uncertainty. Peter snapped his fingers and immediately pointed in her direction. She was wearing a long yellow coat, with a pair of bright visors resting on her head. Yes, that's exactly right. What's your name, kid? Jubilee, Spider-Man sir, she replied, giving a playful mock salute to her temple. Well, you are correct, Miss Jubilee, Peter said with a nod of approval. A good majority of villains are after one main thing, to be respected, acknowledged, feared, and taken seriously. Quipping does the exact opposite of that. It makes them feel like they're being mocked, like you're not taking them seriously at all, and that tends to drive them absolutely bananas. It goes a little something like this, Peter added, turning toward the board. He suddenly moved quickly, becoming a blur as he filled the space with simple chibi drawings. There were small versions of himself and Rhino, arrows showing movement, and speech bubbles forming a rough sequence of events. The first drawing showed a chibi Spider-Man and Rhino standing across from each other. Peter stepped to the side and began acting it out. So it goes a little something like this, he said, slipping into character, using high-pitched voices. If I knew you were in town, Rhino, I would have brought my nail clipper, Spider-Man taunted. Peter shifted his posture, mimicking Rhino's bulk. Rah! Take me seriously, he roared. Switching back instantly, Peter continued, I'm sorry, but how can anyone take you seriously when you've got an ingrown nail coming out of your forehead? You should get that checked out. Lucky for you, I know a good technician. Want their number? He paused and made a quick timeout gesture with his hands. Fun fact, for those that don't know, the horn of a rhino and a human nail are made of the same material. Also, keep in mind, for a quip to land properly, it needs to be both quick and clever. He jumped right back into the explanation, gesturing toward the sequence of drawings. Quip after quip, the rhino gets more and more enraged until he stops thinking clearly and just charges in blindly. At that point, he gets sloppy, predictable, and much easier to deal with. That's when you act. Peter moved along the board, narrating as he went. Boom, plow, WHSP, 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 he added, making the sound effects himself while flicking his wrists to mimic web shots. The next drawing showed Rhino with rage scribbled over his eyes, followed by a large cartoon dust cloud filled with flailing limbs and exaggerated onomatopoeia bursting out of it. Finally, they reached the last image, a larger drawing of Spider-Man standing triumphantly with one foot on a defeated, webbed-up Rhino, his horn cracked, while striking an exaggerated heroic pose. Peter cupped his hands over his mouth and began imitating a cheering crowd in a muffled voice. Whoa, Spidey. Go Spider-Man. You're the best. So incredibly handsome and talented. But we can't see his face. Ah, who cares, his personality makes up for it. Woohoo. The class broke into chuckles and quiet laughter, while a few of his friends simply shook their heads in amusement. He's having way too much fun with this, Felicia scoffed, though there was a hint of a smile there. Peter stepped away from the board and turned back to face the class, crossing his arms with a satisfied expression. And that is the importance of quipping, and why I place it in such high regard. However, he added, raising a finger slightly, be mindful of one thing. All good things come in moderation. Despite all the advantages, there are drawbacks. The two biggest ones are, first, it becomes harder for people to take you seriously, and second, if you're not careful, you can end up annoying not just your enemies, but your close friends as well. He paused briefly before adding, I'm happy to say that has never been a problem for me. Ha! Lizzie exclaimed loudly, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Ignore her, Peter replied flatly without missing a beat. She skipped breakfast and isn't feeling well. That earned a round of chuckles from his group of friends, along with a few eye rolls as the moment settled. Chapter 448, Superheroing 101, End. Third-person POV. Peter then moved on to the last topic of his presentation, and the last thing a hero needs, and not just heroes mind you, this applies to everyone. You need balance. And no, Peter said as he flipped the chalk in his hands, I'm not talking about physical equilibrium. Peter suddenly dropped to the ground and started balancing on the piece of chalk, drawing looks of awe from everyone. What you truly need, he continued, using one hand to perfectly balance on the piece of the chalk while his legs were raised above his head, is balance between the mask and the person underneath it. Between the hero stuff, and just being you. He hopped off the chalk with a casual flip, catching it midair and tucking it behind his ear like a pencil. The students, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor of the Xavier Mansion's Grand Lecture Hall, leaned forward, eyes wide. Finding a balance between work and being yourself is a lot more important than what people realize, Peter said, his voice warm and earnest as he paced slowly in front of them. One cannot function without the other. If you favor one over the other, the entire situation collapses on you. You can't be a hero full-time without being a non-hero sometimes. You'd lose sight of what it is you're fighting for, and you wouldn't even enjoy the fruits of your labor when you finally win. And the opposite is true too. If you only ever focus on normal life and ignore the part of you that wants to make a difference, that fire inside you starts to die. He paused, letting the words sink in. A few students shifted uncomfortably, clearly thinking about their own powers, their fears, the weight of the X gene. So a balance between both sides must be formed, Peter continued gently. That means you shouldn't neglect the people that are important to you. Your friends, your family, whoever makes you feel like home. Peter rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish little smile crossing his face. I'll be honest with you guys, finding that balance isn't easy. Even for someone like me. I have to juggle being Spider-Man, spending time with my family, my day job, or simply just time for myself. It can definitely get a bit overwhelming. He noticed the heavy expression settling over the young faces in front of him, kids who had already seen too much, carried too much. Peter's smile softened, turning bright and reassuring. Lucky for you, there's an easy solution to all that. The students looked up at him curiously, some tilting their heads. Peter winked toward the side of the room where his group of friends were watching from the edge, Harry leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Gwen smiling softly, MJ with that knowing smirk, Felicia twirling a strand of silver hair, Arya and Lizzie both grinning like they already knew what was coming. It helps having people you can count on to watch your back, Peter said. Finding balance isn't something you have to do alone. It's alright to lean on the people close to you. Doing so doesn't make you weaker, and it isn't something you should be ashamed of. I do it all the time, and I'm grateful to my friends for always having my back. At that, Harry, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, Arya, and Lizzie all smiled, some a little smug, others embarrassed, cheeks tinting pink as they exchanged glances. Peter turned back to the students. The X gene might make you superhuman, but you're still human. You aren't invincible. So count on your fellow classmates, your teachers, your principal, and most importantly, your fellow heroes when you start to feel overwhelmed. He winked directly at the group of X-Men scattered among the crowd before giving a theatrical little bow. A thunderous applause erupted through the lecture hall, from the students on the floor, from the X-Men standing along the walls, and especially from Peter's friends who clapped loudest of all. Kurt, sitting cross-legged among the students with his tail curled around his legs, had tears glistening in his golden eyes. He sniffled loudly, clapping with enthusiastic, three-fingered hands while trying, and failing, to hide how moved he was. Peter chuckled, holding up his hands for quiet. Thank you, thank you. You guys have been a great audience for my TED Talk. A ripple of laughter spread through the room. Before we officially finish, Peter added, raising a finger, I have one more thing to add. Homework. The students groaned loudly in unison, some dramatically flopping backward onto the floor in exasperation. Peter waved them down with a laugh. Hey, easy. It's simple, I promise. No essays, no pop quizzes. Your homework is this: after you leave this room, go out and find your own motto. Something that means something to you. During conversations, throw out a light-hearted quip here and there, make it natural, don't force it. And most importantly, do things you love. Spend time being yourselves. Be kids. If there's something you've always wanted to try but never had the time or the courage, make the time. Push past those fears. Many of the students smiled at that, some nodding quietly to themselves, a few whispering excitedly to their friends. Peter looked around the room, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Now, who wants a picture to remember this day? Every single hand shot up enthusiastically, even Jean Grey raised her hand up towards the ceiling, waving it enthusiastically. Scott turned to her with a raised brow, his expression. Seriously. Jean just smiled, a little embarrassed, and shrugged. What? It's a good moment. Peter grinned wide. All right then, everybody squeeze in and don't forget to smile. Let's make this one for the yearbook, or the Xavier Mansion Wall of Fame, whatever you guys call it. As the students scrambled to their feet, laughing and chattering, Peter glanced once more at his friends. They gave him thumbs-ups and proud little nods. Chapter 449, Bye-Bye Grandma. Third-person POV. Spider-Man and the rest of his team were having a one-on-one conversation with the X-Men, away from the students who were still gathered in the distance, excitedly celebrating and comparing the pictures they had just taken with him. The energy from the crowd carried faintly into the quieter corner where the adults stood. I want to thank you for going out of your way to do this for them, Charles said, his voice warm as he glanced over at his students, a soft, proud smile resting on his face as he watched their excitement. Nonsense, I had a blast, Peter replied easily, turning slightly as he looked back over his shoulder at the kids, clearly pleased. Honestly, this whole exchange has made me consider getting an official teaching certificate. I think I'd make a pretty great, friendly neighborhood substitute teacher. I'm still in awe you managed to give a lesson about quipping and be completely serious about it, Scott said, rolling his eyes behind his quartz glasses as he folded his arms, though there was a hint of reluctant amusement in his tone. It's vast, very educational, Kurt added with a pleased nod, stepping forward a bit as he eagerly showed Peter the pages of notes he had taken during the lesson, his handwriting neat and organized. Peter leaned in slightly, looking over the notes before letting out a small impressed sound. Wow. Just know that if I had a good noodle star, I would have given you one, Peter said as he gave Kurt a light pat on the back, earning an even brighter expression from him. If you like, Jean began, her tone warm and inviting as she stepped forward slightly, you can be a recurring lecturer at the school. The kids already love you, and I think they'd really benefit from. Peter interrupted softly as a notification suddenly appeared across his HUD, cutting through his focus. His head tilted slightly as he brought a hand up instinctively. What does he want? Peter muttered under his breath as he glanced at the caller ID. The name displayed caused his posture to shift just slightly. It was none other than Papa Fury. Is something wrong? Rogue asked, her brows furrowing as she noticed the subtle change in his demeanor. Peter brought his hands together in a quick apologetic gesture, his tone still polite but more distracted now. I'm really sorry, but I need to take this call. It could be important. Life and death, honestly. He didn't wait much longer before stepping away, moving toward the corner of the room to give himself a bit of space. As he walked, he tapped the side of his mask, accepting the call. Despite the distance, the room had quieted just enough that those closest could still hear him speaking. Hello. Is something wrong? You rarely call. There was a brief pause as he listened, his posture shifting as one hand moved to rest on his hip while the other remained near his mask. No, I'm not extremely busy, I'm just finishing something up on my end. Why? What's wrong? Another pause, longer this time. His head lowered slightly. What? Now? Seriously? You couldn't have told us this before so we could have prepared for it. Weren't there any signs before? He turned slightly, pacing once, tension starting to show in the way his shoulders tightened. This type of thing doesn't just happen suddenly. Silence followed on his end, and when he spoke again, his voice had softened. No. I'll be there, don't worry. I'm not going to miss it. Just, give me a little time to wrap things up here. He exhaled slowly, the sound heavy, before lowering his hand from his mask. For a moment, he just stood there, still and quiet. When he turned back and began walking toward the group again, the change was immediate and noticeable. The easygoing energy he carried earlier was gone, replaced with something much heavier. Even through the mask, the tension in his expression was clear in the way his brows had drawn together. He didn't speak right away, which in itself was enough to raise concern. Is everything all right? Aurora asked gently, her voice calm but attentive as everyone's focus shifted fully onto him. Anything VE can do to help? Kurt added, taking a small step forward, concern evident in his posture. Peter stopped a few feet from them, hesitating. He ran a hand slowly over the top of his head, as if trying to steady himself or find the right words, but they didn't come easily. No. He started, his voice quieter now, lacking its usual lightness. I don't even know how to say this. He paused again, as if the words themselves didn't feel real yet. But that call. He continued, his voice tightening slightly, that call was to tell me my grandma just died. Jean audibly gasped, her hand flying up to cover her mouth as tears immediately welled in her eyes. The rest of the group fell silent, their expressions dropping as the weight of his words settled over them, the atmosphere shifting instantly into something heavy and somber. You stupid fucking dumbass, what the hell is the matter with you? Gwen said through gritted teeth as she kicked him on the backside. The entire group froze for half a second, the sudden shift in tone catching everyone off guard. Oh, for Christ's sake! Harry exclaimed as he immediately stepped in and started throwing punches at Peter. Why do I always keep falling for your bullshit? You don't even have a grandma. Don't joke about that. MJ added, each word punctuated with a slap as she joined in without hesitation. Wait. Stop. Stop hitting me. I'm sorry. Peter shouted as he was dragged down to the ground, curling slightly as his friends continued to kick and swat at him from all sides. Wait, he was lying. Kitty asked, her brows furrowing as she looked down at the scene, her eyes narrowing toward Peter, who was now on the floor reaching a trembling hand up dramatically. Yes, his group of friends shouted in unison, not even pausing as they continued to jump him and beat him up. Not cool, bro, Kurt said with a deep frown, clearly disappointed as his tail flicked slightly behind him. Ugh. You're such a jerk, I was already crying, who does that? Jean said, tilting her head away as she wiped at her tears, her frustration clear. All the credibility you just gained seriously just went down the drain, Scott added with a low grumble, shaking his head. Charles let out a long sigh, placing a hand over his forehead as he listened to the chaos unfold in front of him. After a moment, the assault died down, and Peter slowly pushed himself up to his feet. He looked completely disheveled, swaying slightly as he held his arm. There were visible shoe marks across his suit and even on his mask, and his posture screamed regret. "I would like to formally express my sincerest apologies for my actions," Peter said weakly, trying to compose himself despite the state he was in. A short while later, Peter and the group stepped back through a portal, returning to their hideout. The moment they were through, the portal snapped shut behind them. The group moved forward, but nearly all of them were still glaring at Peter or shaking their heads in disappointment. Felicia, however, seemed to be the only one amused, letting out a quiet giggle. "I thought it was quite funny." "No, it wasn't," Gwen replied immediately, rolling her eyes as she crossed her arms. "You don't make jokes like that with people you barely know." "What are you talking about?" "We're already practically best friends with all of them," Peter said, puffing out his chest proudly as if that somehow justified everything. "Right, of course. We forgot," Harry shot back with a scoff. "You're the guy who could somehow find a way to befriend a wall." "Anyways, what was so important that we needed to leave so quickly?" Lizzie asked, glancing around as the room settled, the earlier tension still lingering. Peter's mood flipped almost instantly. A wide grin spread across his face, and the shift was so sudden that MJ could practically feel the excitement radiating off of him. "All right, get this. That call just now." "That was Nick Fury," Peter began, gesturing vaguely back toward where the portal had been, his tone picking up energy. Most of them raised a brow at that, not because Fury called him, but because Peter actually referred to him properly without using some ridiculous nickname. "And he was calling to tell us that Captain America is about to wake up from his hibernation," Peter continued, barely able to contain himself. "What?" they all shouted at once, the surprise instantly turning into excitement. "Like now. Right now?" Harry asked, a wide grin breaking across his face. Now. Peter confirmed quickly, nodding his head over and over. "Then what are we even doing still standing here?" Felicia said, her earlier amusement replaced with clear excitement. "Let's go. Let's stop wasting time already." Lizzie added, already moving forward as the others nodded in agreement. Without missing a beat, Peter lifted his hand and opened another portal. The moment it formed, the group surged forward all at once, practically tripping over each other as they rushed through, shoving and squeezing past one another in their hurry to get to the other side. Chapter 450, The National Anthem. Third-person POV. "Sir, are you sure it was the best call to bring them in before the captain woke up?" Maria asked as she stood beside Nick Fury, her arms folded as she glanced between him and the monitor. "No disrespect to Spider-Man and his team, they're good at what they do, but this is a serious and delicate situation, and timing matters here." "It's fine," Nick said, not taking his eye off the screen. Steve Rogers lay asleep inside a carefully secured chamber. "We owed them this much. It's thanks to them that we managed to even find him in the first place. If they hadn't gotten involved when they did, we wouldn't even be having this conversation." "I'm not saying I don't understand that," Maria replied, her tone measured, "but sir, you of all people understand how unpredictable they can be. They don't exactly operate with subtlety." "I don't think they're too bad," Coulson added from nearby, his hands loosely at his sides. "They can be quite charming when they want to be. You just have to let them express themselves." Maria gave him a look. "That's exactly what I'm worried about." "Don't worry, Agent Maria," Nick said, finally shifting his stance slightly, though his attention remained mostly on the monitor. "I know what I'm doing. I've handled worse variables than them." "Oh say, can you see, by the dawn's early light?" Nick immediately lowered his head, his shoulders dipping just a fraction as a long, tired sigh escaped him. He didn't even need to turn around to know exactly who that was. Maria pressed her lips together to keep from laughing, while Coulson looked mildly pleased, like this confirmed something he already believed. "You were saying, sir?" Coulson asked, a faint grin forming. "What so proudly we hailed, at the twilight's last gleaming." Nick slowly turned this time, his expression flat. A glowing portal opened across the room, and Peter marched out first, one fist held firmly near his chest as he stared off into the distance like he was leading a parade. Behind him, the rest of the team followed in a loose conga line, each with their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them, all singing loudly and completely committed. "Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight?" One by one, they stepped through the portal, keeping formation without missing a beat. Arya came through last, still in sync with the group, her voice blending in as naturally. Coulson straightened immediately and raised a salute without hesitation. A few nearby agents followed his lead, standing at attention and saluting out of respect for the anthem despite the unusual delivery. Nick didn't move. "Are we being serious right now?" he asked, his voice completely dry as he looked at the ongoing performance. "Sorry, sir," Coulson said, lowering his salute a bit sheepishly. "We've all just been feeling incredibly patriotic lately. It's been going around. Hope you can understand. Are you clowns finished?" Nick asked, his gaze fixed on Peter and the group as they reached the end of their verse. The singing tapered off, and Peter placed a hand dramatically over his chest before exhaling like he had just completed something deeply meaningful. "Wow, Nicky," Peter said, sounding genuinely offended. "You call us paying respect and singing the song of the nation, which you serve, by the way, a circus act." He shook his head slowly. "Shame on you. And here I thought you were supposed to be the world's top government guy." "You're already making me regret inviting you," Nick replied, rolling his eye as he turned slightly back toward the monitor, though he was clearly still listening. "You guys really know how to make an entrance," Clint said from across the room, leaning casually against a wall. Natasha stood nearby, resting one arm along a railing as she observed the scene with mild amusement. Peter shot a web upward and pulled himself across the room in one smooth motion, landing lightly on the railing beside Natasha without disturbing her balance. "Sup, you two, it's been a hot minute," Peter said, lifting a hand for a casual high five. Clint returned it easily, and Natasha followed with a small nod and a quick tap of her hand against his. "Who's the new recruit?" Natasha asked, tilting her head slightly toward Arya, who stood a bit apart from the others in her purple outfit, clearly unfamiliar to them. "Oh, right," Peter said, glancing back as if he had just remembered. "You guys haven't met, have you?" He straightened up a bit, puffing his chest out with unmistakable pride. "That's my daughter." The room went completely still. Conversation stopped mid-sentence, small movements halted, and even the background noise of the station seemed to fade for a moment. A few agents slowly turned their heads, eyes shifting between Peter and Arya as if trying to process what they just heard. No one said anything. The silence stretched just long enough to become noticeable, every pair of eyes now locked onto the two of them. Even Nick's one good eye finally shifted away from the monitor and toward them. The change was subtle, but noticeable. It was clear the mention of Peter having a daughter had caught him off guard just as much as everyone else. "What?" Peter asked, glancing around at the room. Why did everyone just go silent? A few of his teammates started to giggle, clearly enjoying the reaction, while others deliberately turned their attention back to the monitor where Steve Rogers still lay, as if that was suddenly the most interesting thing in the room. "You're seriously a father?" Clint asked, his brows raised and his expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. "Yeah. Why is that so hard to understand?" Peter shot back, looking genuinely puzzled by the reaction. Nick's gaze lingered on Arya for a few seconds, studying her face carefully. She didn't look uncomfortable at being referred to as his daughter, and more importantly, didn't deny it. Arya noticed the looks being thrown her way and rolled her eyes. "Yes, he's my father. Now please stop looking at me like that." Natasha raised her hand and mimed a small explosion beside her temple, silently indicating her mind had just been blown. Peter let out a short scoff, clearly amused. "And you guys were calling me the clown," he said as he flipped backward off the railing in one smooth motion, firing a web and swinging over toward the group gathered around the monitor. A few minutes passed in relative quiet as Steve Rogers remained still. Then, slowly, his eyelids began to twitch. The movement was faint at first, but it didn't go unnoticed. His eyes gradually opened, revealing bright blue irises. They were unfocused at first as he stared up at the unfamiliar white ceiling above him, trying to make sense of where he was. A faint sound reached his ears. A radio nearby played softly, the crackle of static blending with the distant noise of a baseball game being called. Steve turned his head slightly, his brows knitting together as he focused on the source of the sound. He stared at the radio for a few seconds, confusion settling in, before pushing himself up into a seated position. Almost immediately after, the door opened and an old-fashioned nurse stepped into the room, her presence oddly out of place against the sterile environment. "He's awake! He's awake! He's awake!" Peter and Harry shouted at the same time as they locked arms and began skipping in a circle without a shred of restraint. Around them, the rest of the group reacted with excitement of their own. Some cheered, others clapped, and a few simply smiled in quiet relief at the sight of their long-lost hero finally opening his eyes. "Pretty big smile you've got there, Agent, huh?" MJ said, nudging Coulson lightly. Coulson tried to compose himself, straightening his posture as if that alone would restore his professionalism, but the grin stretching across his face refused to go away. "Someone's clearly a big fan," Arya added, folding her arms with a knowing look. Coulson cleared his throat, his voice dropping slightly as he admitted, "I am. I even have all of his collectibles." That earned a round of amused chuckles from the group. "Whoa, oh," Peter suddenly said, his tone shifting as he leaned forward slightly. "We have a runner." Everyone turned toward the monitor just in time to see Steve burst out of the room at full speed, moving with urgency and confusion. "Dibs." Peter and Harry both called out at the same time, already moving. Two portals snapped open almost instantly, and the pair jumped through without hesitation. Steve ran barefoot through the busy streets of New York, his breathing steady but his expression tense. The tight white shirt he wore did little to shield him from the unfamiliar world around him. Everything felt wrong. Towering skyscrapers stretched high into the sky, far beyond anything he remembered. The streets were packed with people moving quickly in every direction, cars honking as they rushed past intersections filled with glowing lights and signals he didn't recognize. Everywhere he looked, something was different. His eyes darted upward as massive digital billboards lit up the sides of buildings, flashing advertisements and images that made no sense to him. Then he saw it. A figure swinging rapidly between buildings, moving with unnatural speed and agility. Another followed close behind, dressed in green and riding some kind of glider as they both headed straight toward him. Steve's muscles tensed immediately. He turned, preparing to run again, his instincts telling him they were coming to capture him. Before he could take another step, the blue and black figure flipped cleanly over his head and landed directly in front of him, forcing him to stop. "Capitan," Peter greeted, snapping off a quick salute. Steve's head turned sharply as he sensed movement behind him. Harry dropped down from above, landing lightly at his side. "Had a nice rest, Captain?" Harry asked, grinning widely. "Who are you?" Steve asked, his voice cautious, his eyes moving between them. "And what's going on?" "Allow me to be the one to answer that." Nick Fury stepped into view, walking toward them with steady, measured steps. "What you're seeing now is the advancement of a country that hasn't been in a major war for close to 7 decades, Nick said evenly. Steve's expression hardened slightly. "What exactly are you trying to say?" "What he means to say," Harry added, spreading his arms out to gesture at the city around them, "is welcome to the future." Peter took a small step forward, his tone softening. "You've been in a state of suspended animation until recently, for close to 70 years. So things aren't exactly how you remember them. But don't worry, we're here to help you." Steve didn't respond immediately. His eyes moved slowly across the city, taking in the buildings, the people, the noise, the impossible scale of it all. "What?" he finally breathed out, the weight of it hitting all at once as confusion and disbelief settled in. Chapter 451, Autographs. Third-person POV. Steve ducked slightly as he stepped forward and then glanced back over his shoulder at the portal he had just walked under, his eyes lingering on the glowing ring of energy as it hummed faintly behind him. "What's?" he asked, lifting a hand and pointing at it, clearly unsure how to even phrase the question. "Oh, it's magic," Peter answered immediately, a grin already spreading across his face. "Right, of course. I should have known," Steve replied, his tone awkward as he tried to process that answer without overthinking it. He looked ahead again, still adjusting to everything around him. Just how much of the world has changed? "It's just him and his group that are weird, not everyone is like that, so it's best if you ignore him," Nick replied with a tired sigh, not even bothering to look back at Peter. "Now that's just rude," Peter said, pouting as he crossed his arms slightly, clearly offended but not seriously. Steve slowed his steps for a moment and looked more closely at Nick, studying his face like he was trying to place something. "I'm sorry, but you look familiar." Peter immediately tucked his lips in and snapped his head off to the side, shaking it quickly as if trying to physically stop himself. "No, I have to hold it in. I can't look bad in front of the captain," he thought, barely containing himself. Harry, who had been watching him the entire time, kept a straight face before suddenly punching him in the shoulder. "Not cool, bro. I didn't even say anything," Peter exclaimed, throwing his arms out wide in protest as he looked at Harry. "That's not fair. You didn't have to say it. I know you too well to know exactly what you're thinking, which makes you just as guilty." "Seriously, don't embarrass me in front of the Captain America," Harry said, giving him a reproachful glare. "Hey, if you think you know what I'm thinking, then that just makes you just as guilty because that means you're thinking it too," Peter shot back immediately, glaring right back at him without missing a beat. Harry paused for a second, then clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Darn." Steve looked between the two of them in confusion, clearly not following what had just happened, but Nick exhaled sharply and cut through it. "Ignore those idiots. And to answer your question, my father, Nicholas Fury Sr., used to serve as a member of the Howling Commandos." Steve's expression shifted almost instantly as recognition clicked into place. "Yes, I see it now. You are the spitting image of your father, son," he said, a small smile forming as he stepped closer and placed a hand on Nick's shoulder, clearly relieved to find something familiar in all of this. "Wait a minute," Peter said, already snickering as he leaned forward slightly. "You're a junior?" "Oh, for the love of..." Nick muttered, dragging a hand down his face in frustration. He, you and I both know I shouldn't have gotten a hold of that information," Peter continued with a mischievous grin. "Junior. I don't remember giving you permission to call me that," Nick replied flatly, irritation clear in his voice. "Is someone shy because the Captain America is watching?" Peter teased, giggling with his usual chaotic energy. Come on, Nicky J, there's nothing to be embarrassed about our love, Peter added, spreading his arms wide as he leaned in and draped himself over Nick's shoulder like they were actually close. You have 1 second to let go of me before I have every agent in this base gun you down, Nick said through gritted teeth, his patience clearly gone. Noticing Steve's growing confusion as he watched the interaction, Peter decided to quote-unquote help. Junior here and I were lovers in our past lives, but he's too shy to admit it and resorts to violence and anger, he explained casually. I've told him many times now it's an unhealthy form of expressing himself, but he's too stubborn to listen. Harry was already snickering beside them, barely holding it together, while Peter kept going. Honestly, I've told him many times that we should get couple counseling. Nick had enough. Without warning, he grabbed Spider-Man's arm, flipped him cleanly over his shoulder, and slammed him onto the ground. Oof. Peter let out as he landed flat on his back, now staring straight up at the ceiling. Nick didn't even look back at him. Instead, he turned towards Steve and motioned for him to follow with a small tilt of his head, a faint, satisfied smile resting on his lips. I mean, honestly, what did you expect? Harry said with a chuckle as he looked down at Peter. Peter reached a hand up toward him, a satisfied grin still on his face despite everything. So worth it, he muttered as Harry grabbed his hand and pulled him back to his feet. Hello, sir. Coulson greeted nervously, grabbing Steve's hand with both of his and shaking it a bit too enthusiastically, not letting go as quickly as he probably should have. I'm a big fan of everything you do. You're the reason I even became an agent in the first place. You've been an inspiration to me my entire life. All right, Coulson, I think he gets it, Maria said with a faint chuckle as she watched the interaction. You're scaring him. Excuse me, Captain, sir, Gwen said, raising her hand slightly as she stepped forward. Can I get your autograph? My dad's a huge fan. So is my uncle, so can I get your autograph as well? Peter added quickly, stepping in right after her. We would really appreciate it, Sir Captain. I just want one for myself, if it isn't too much trouble, Harry said, his tone more reserved, though he still looked hopeful. I just want one because it would sell for major money. Imagine the kind of cash I could make from an authentic Captain America autograph, Felicia added, already grinning to herself as she pictured the profit. Leave him alone, you guys, Clint said as he walked up with Natasha, shaking his head at the growing crowd around Steve. The guy clearly just woke up. He still needs time to defrost. Clint walked past them toward Steve as he casually took his bow off his shoulder. Which he can do right after signing my bow, of course, he added, holding it out expectantly. Wow, how shameless can you be? Harry said, laughing as he nudged Clint, and the others quickly joined in, lightly pushing him around. Yeah, get in line like the rest of us. No cutting, Peter added, giving Clint another shove while Clint just smiled faintly, a little embarrassed but not backing down. Sorry about all of them. If you haven't figured it out yet, you're pretty much a big deal around here, Natasha said as she stepped up beside Steve, her tone calm but slightly amused. It's all right, I'm surprisingly used to this, Steve replied with a small, stiff smile as he looked at the group. It's a bit overwhelming, especially with everything going on, but I don't mind it too much. Chapter 452, Autographs, 2. Third-person POV. Uncle Ben, don't I have a surprise for you, Peter said as he stepped through the front door, nudging it shut behind him. Over his shoulder, Arya sat casually, holding onto his forehead without really saying much, just simply resting her cheek on the top of his head. A surprise for me? Uncle Ben replied as he came out from the kitchen carrying 2 bowls, having just finished putting together a light snack for himself and Aunt May, who sat on the couch knitting quietly. What is it? He asked, walking over and handing one of the bowls to Aunt May. Why only Ben, don't I get a present as well? Aunt May said, her tone clearly teasing as she looked between them. Sorry, there wasn't much of a chance, this is mostly situational, Peter said, reaching into his pocket before pulling out a photo. He held it out toward Ben without much ceremony. What's this? Ben began, but his words cut off as soon as he actually looked at it. He froze mid-motion, eyes locked onto the image of Spider-Man leaning casually against none other than Steve Rogers. No way. Aunt May leaned over from her seat, curiosity getting the better of her, and her expression shifted as soon as she saw it too. Is that Captain America? The one and only, Peter said, nodding with a quiet sense of pride. Flip it. Uncle Ben turned the photo over carefully, like he was half expecting it to disappear if he moved too fast. His eyes scanned the writing on the back. To your uncle, thank you for serving your country in more ways than one. Captain America. Aunt May watched her husband's stunned expression for a moment before letting out a laugh. Well, someone is clearly starstruck. You got me a signed autograph of the captain. I have to frame this, Ben said, his tone shifting completely as he held the photo with exaggerated care, like it had suddenly become the most valuable thing in the house, despite being right next to pregnant wife. He set his bowl down on the table without even looking at it and stood up, already reaching for his keys and wallet as he moved toward the door with purpose. Peter and Aunt May both stared at the front door as it shut behind him, sharing the same look of disbelief. A second later, the door opened again and Ben leaned his head back inside. "Thank you, Peter," he said sincerely, before pulling back and closing the door just as quickly. Not even a full minute passed before the sound of his car engine started outside, followed immediately by the loud clatter of a trash can getting knocked over and then the fading sound of him driving off. Peter and Aunt May looked at each other for a beat, then both broke into laughter at the same time. George Stacy sat in his office, working his way through a stack of paperwork that seemed to barely shrink no matter how much he got done. He leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly as he tried to reset his focus. A knock came at the door before it opened slightly, and Yuri Watanabe leaned in. "Sir, your daughter is here to see you." "What?" George asked, caught off guard. "My daughter." "As in Gwen. Do you have another daughter I'm unaware of?" Gwen's voice came in right after, followed by her stepping into the room with a small smirk. She gave Yuri a quick thanks, and Yuri nodded before walking off, leaving the two of them alone. George straightened up in his chair, his surprise quickly turning into concern. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?" Gwen replied, scoffing lightly, clearly amused by the reaction. "You know exactly why. Since when have you ever visited me at work?" "Last time you did, you were barely tall enough to reach my waist," George said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he studied her. Gwen rolled her eyes at that. "I just wanted to give you something, and I couldn't wait until you got home, so I figured I'd come by and give it to you now." "It's not a positive pregnancy test, is it?" George asked, his expression immediately tightening as his mind jumped straight to the worst possible conclusion. "What? Of course not. What is wrong with you?" Gwen shot back, staring at him like he had completely lost it for even suggesting something like that. "I'm sorry, but can you blame me? You suddenly show up at my job out of nowhere with no warning, saying you have something to give me," George said, raising his hands defensively. "Forgive me for thinking the worst." "Ugh, you're seriously something else," Gwen groaned, rolling her eyes again. She reached into her back pocket, pulled out a picture, and slid it across the desk toward him. For a brief second, George braced himself. When he saw it was a picture he immediately thought it was an ultrasound, but he kept that thought to himself. Instead, he looked down at the photo, and then he froze. It was an image of Steve Rogers standing beside Gwen in her ghost spider suit, her hands planted confidently on her hips. "Is that," he started, not quite finishing the sentence. Gwen's lips curled into a grin as she nodded. "He woke up for the first time today. We actually managed to get him to agree to take pictures with us and sign them." "Sign it?" "This is signed," George said, his entire demeanor shifting as he quickly flipped the photo over, his eyes scanning the message written on the back. He let out a slow breath and closed his eyes for a moment, clearly savoring it. "This is probably the best present you have ever given me." "I know." "You're welcome," Gwen replied with a proud smile, clearly satisfied with his reaction. "I need to frame this," he said almost immediately, his tone turning serious again as he looked back down at the autograph like it was something fragile. "Gwen, honey, I need you to do me a favor," George continued, already pulling out his wallet and handing her some cash. "Find me a picture frame so that when I get home, I can put this up right away." Yeah, Gwen said, breaking into amused giggles as she took the money without hesitation. While Peter and Gwen were busy giving their uncle and father their presents, things were already shifting elsewhere. The same day Captain America was awakened also marked the beginning of something new. Tony Stark sat back on his sofa wearing a simple tank top. One of his arms was encased in a red gauntlet, and in his other hand, he held a screwdriver, slowly turning it with absent focus. In front of him, the news played, showing coverage of the 10 Rings and their recent activities, the same organization responsible for his capture. The footage cycled through reports and grainy images, but Tony didn't visibly react. He just kept turning the screwdriver, over and over, his eyes fixed on the screen without saying a word. Chapter 453, Iron Man. Third-person POV. "What are you doing?" MJ asked as she stepped into the base and spotted Peter lounging on the couch. He had a large bowl of popcorn resting comfortably in his lap while he watched television. "I'm watching one of my favorite movies," Peter replied, turning his head to look over his shoulder with a warm smile. He beckoned her over with a tilt of his head. "Come on, join me." MJ's face lit up instantly. She skipped over without hesitation, her voice full of excitement. "Yay, a movie date." Peter set the popcorn bowl aside for a moment, reached out, and gently pulled her onto his lap. They got comfortable cuddling together as MJ grabbed the bowl and settled it in her own lap instead. She leaned back against his chest, perfectly content. She blinked in confusion as she focused on the screen. The shot showed an aerial view of a sleek, modern mansion. A moment later, a red and gold suit of armor burst out from it, blurring through the skies at incredible speed. What movie is this? MJ asked, tilting her head. I don't think I've ever seen it before. It's a story about redemption and transformation, Peter explained, his lips twitching with barely suppressed amusement. A spoiled rich kid goes through a traumatic experience that completely changes him. It leads him to use his intelligence and money for something bigger than just himself. That actually sounds pretty interesting, MJ said, already becoming more immersed in the film. She popped a handful of popcorn into her mouth. I like the premise. Can you tell me more about it? Peter smirked, a soft chuckle escaping him. Yeah, sure. I don't mind at all. He launched into an in-depth explanation of the beginning of Iron Man 1, carefully keeping every detail vague so he wouldn't accidentally give away who the story was really about. Wah. Peter started to say as MJ suddenly began feeding him popcorn as well, placing pieces gently into his mouth. I don't know, she replied, her brows furrowing slightly in confusion. It just sounds really familiar, but I can't quite put my finger on why. Well, you know what they say, art mirrors life, Peter said with a calm shrug of his shoulders. So it probably isn't the first time you've heard something remotely similar. That's very true, MJ nodded, though she still looked a little pensive as she continued watching. Not to mention, it isn't the first movie that's tackled this type of premise before, so it's not exactly revolutionary, Peter added, finally managing to steer her away from her suspicions. This scene has been going on for a while, MJ wondered aloud. How long is this movie anyways? Not that long, Peter replied. Oh look, it seems like something interesting is about to happen. He caught himself midway through the sentence. He had almost said this part was his favorite, which would have been hard to explain once the truth came out. On screen, Iron Man landed in Afghanistan where the terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings was roughly manhandling a group of refugees. Almost immediately, he began aiming his repulsors at them, sending the armed men flying with powerful punches. Their bodies crashed against stone houses and walls with heavy impacts. Whoa, what's the budget for this movie? MJ asked, clearly becoming more invested. It looks so realistic. Peter almost broke character. A loud snicker nearly escaped him, so he quickly covered his mouth and turned it into a cough when he noticed her confused expression. Sorry, Popcorn Colonel. You know how they get stuck sometimes. MJ raised an eyebrow and leaned over toward him with a flat, knowing look. You do realize I'm a spider empath, right? I know when a spider is lying. Ah. Peter looked away, his lips curling into a reluctant, guilty smile. What are you hiding from me, Spider-Man? MJ asked, her tone carrying a clear hint of teasing. How much I love you. Peter answered smoothly. He gave her a quick, affectionate peck on the lips. Now SHHH, you shouldn't talk during movies. MJ huffed playfully but settled back against him once more. You're lucky you were telling the truth that time, she said, getting comfortable again as she leaned into his chest. She watched intently as the terrorists took several hostages, forcing Iron Man to lower his hands. His repulsors slowly dimmed as he seemed to hesitate. Then, from his shoulders, small turrets emerged and took precise aim. Each terrorist was dropped with a single, clean shot. After dealing with the commander of the group and handing him over to the refugees to decide his fate, Iron Man blasted off into the skies once more. MJ was fully invested in the movie now. She leaned forward slightly as she watched Iron Man soaring high above the desert landscape. Suddenly, a tank fired at him from below. The impact sent him crashing hard into the ground, creating a massive crater on impact. When Iron Man climbed back to his feet, he calmly aimed a miniature rocket at the tank and fired. He started walking away without even looking back as the tank exploded dramatically behind him in a ball of fire and smoke. Okay, that was cool, MJ said with a light chuckle, clearly impressed. Peter smiled and nodded in agreement, enjoying her reaction. Now, are you going to tell me what we're really watching? MJ asked, turning to him with a scoff. I hope you don't think I'm gullible or stupid enough to believe this is just some random movie. Okay, fine. You got me, Peter admitted with a sheepish grin. He started explaining what they were actually watching, real footage from Tony's first mission as Iron Man. What? That's Tony? No way. MJ exclaimed, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. She stared at the screen for a second before bursting into laughter, almost in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. She watched a bit longer, but her expression soon shifted. She stood up from his lap, looking more serious. Wait a minute, some of those refugees were gunned down. That was happening in real life. Were we seriously sitting here watching that as entertainment? You really think I would be that heartless? Peter asked, shaking his head. How do you think I got those cool, cinematic shots? My spider-bots were already on the scene handling the situation when I found out about it. They made it look like some of the refugees were shot down, I made sure they were protected. Tony handled the terrorists while I focused on keeping the civilians safe. It was a team effort. Even though Peter tried to sound nonchalant about the whole thing, MJ could tell something was bothering him. As a spider empath, she could easily sense the tension and conflict he was trying to hide. MJ set the popcorn bowl aside and wrapped her arms gently around his neck, pulling him closer. Come on, Tiger. Talk to me. You know you can tell me anything. Peter looked at her for a long moment without saying anything, his expression complicated and conflicted. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Sorry. It's just that a lot of things are going through my head right now. Mainly my conversation with the one above all. This entire situation feels way more messed up than it seemed at first. I'm a busybody, I can't help it. I knew people were going to die, and I couldn't just sit back and let that happen just so Tony could have his neat little origin story. Peter groaned, running a hand through his hair. Ugh, I'm sorry. This is much more complicated for me than it probably seems. MJ could see how difficult this was weighing on him. She gently brought his head closer, resting it against her chest while she laid her own head on top of his. She held him there comfortingly, her fingers lightly stroking through his hair. It's all right. Don't think too much about it. Just know that you did the right thing by making sure those refugees didn't die. Focus on that. Nothing else really matters. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, What is a relationship? Third-person POV. I've said this before, but I really hate using you like a therapist. I don't want our relationship to just be me dumping all my problems onto you like that. Peter grumbled in dissatisfaction as he snuggled closer against her, his voice quieter than usual. Peter, babe, my love. For someone that's so smart, you can be really dumb sometimes, MJ said gently, running her fingers through his hair in a slow, comforting motion. Peter lifted his head slightly and looked over at her, confusion clear on his face, which only made her chuckle softly. Pete, what do you think relationships are supposed to be exactly? She asked, raising a brow. Definitely not something where you take advantage of the other person. Peter replied, his lips pursed in a small frown that MJ couldn't help but find endearing. She rolled her eyes fondly before leaning in to give him a quick kiss. If you can't come to me, or Gwen, or Felicia, then who exactly are you supposed to turn to when something's weighing on you? That's kind of the whole point, you know. A relationship is about supporting each other, being there when things get heavy, and not having to carry everything on your own. I love it when you come to me, whether it's for advice or just to get something off your chest. MJ pressed a soft kiss to his forehead and lingered there for a second before whispering, you can count on me, just like I know I can count on you. Peter relaxed into her a bit more, closing his eyes as he let out a quiet breath. Have I told you how lucky I am to have you, he murmured. MJ giggled under her breath. Yes, you have. But I don't mind hearing it more often, she teased lightly before tilting her head to look at him again. So, are you finally going to tell me what's been bothering you? Peter hesitated for a moment, his body tensing slightly before he let out a long sigh. It's kind of a big moral dilemma, he admitted. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about letting others do the killing for me. I mean, I know, they're terrorists. I shouldn't be feeling guilty about it. But I don't want to take a life. Part of me understands that they've done terrible things and that they deserve to face consequences, maybe even death, but I just can't bring myself to be the one who does it. He paused, his voice dropping a little as he continued. At the same time, if I'm standing there and letting someone else do it, or not stopping it when I could, then what's the difference? It feels like I'm still responsible either way. Peter shifted closer, burying his face against MJ's chest as his words came out more quietly. And I know it probably sounds stupid to be worried about something like this. But it's just who I am. I can't help it. I don't want to become someone who finds it easy to end a life. But I also don't want to be the reason innocent people get hurt or killed just because I couldn't bring myself to stop a threat permanently. MJ didn't respond right away. She stayed quiet, continuing to run her hand through his hair in a steady, soothing rhythm, letting his words settle without rushing to fill the silence. After a moment, Peter shifted slightly, guilt creeping into his expression. I'm sorry. I know this is a lot. MJ cut him off quickly, her tone firm but gentle. No, don't apologize. There's nothing to apologize for, she said, shaking her head. I was just thinking about what you said. She adjusted slightly so she could look at him better, her expression soft but thoughtful. And you're right, it is a moral dilemma. There's no clean or easy answer to something like that. She paused briefly before letting out a small sigh. But honestly, a big part of your problem comes down to one thing. She tapped his forehead lightly with her finger. You overthink everything way too much. I'm not saying that's a bad thing per se, but in this case it might be, MJ continued, her tone gentle but firm as her fingers kept idly playing with his hair. You think there should be something wrong with letting others handle the killing for you, but there really isn't. It's okay to leave it to someone else if you can't bring yourself to do it. That doesn't make you a bad person, Peter. She shifted slightly so she could look down at him more clearly. I think what you're really worried about is becoming some kind of cold, deranged killer. Tiger, I believe you're one of the smartest people on this planet, and more importantly, you're sensible. You're more than capable of knowing when you're crossing a line and when you're not. You understand boundaries. You understand consequences. Only an idiot pushes too far without realizing it, or doesn't care that they have. Her expression softened even more. You have one of the strongest moral compasses I've ever seen. You already know what's right and what's wrong. The problem is that you start second-guessing yourself, and that's where everything gets tangled up. MJ leaned down, pressing a series of quick, affectionate kisses across his face, making him scrunch up slightly in response. Get out of that big head of yours, she murmured between kisses. The fact that you feel pity and guilt already says everything it needs to. And you know the saying, those who kill should be prepared to be killed. Those terrorists knew exactly what they were getting into. They've already terrorized enough innocent people. Don't let them start terrorizing you too by letting them live rent-free in your thoughts. Peter didn't respond right away. He just looked up at her quietly, his gaze soft as he rested his head against her chest again, taking in her words. MJ let out a small giggle, tilting her head. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Mary Jane Watson. I love you. I really do, Peter said softly, a warm, affectionate smile spreading across his face that made MJ feel her cheeks heat up. She laughed again, this time a little more shyly. Oh really? Peter simply hummed in confirmation before leaning up and kissing her. She melted into it almost immediately, her hands coming up to cup his face as she gently caressed his cheek, their lips moving together in a slow, unhurried rhythm. When they finally pulled apart, their foreheads stayed pressed together, and MJ let out a quiet breath. I don't think I even need to say it, you already know, Tiger, she whispered, her fingers tracing along his jaw. I love you too, more than anything. They shared another soft kiss before parting again, lingering close. Thank you. Peter murmured, his voice full of quiet affection. And hey, if something ever starts weighing on you, don't hesitate to come to me too. Like you said, this goes both ways. MJ hesitated for a brief second, her expression shifting just slightly. Well, there is one thing, she admitted slowly. Peter's brows knit together with concern. What is it? She shook her head lightly. It's nothing serious, I promise. Just something about my mom and my sister. Then, just as quickly, a playful glint returned to her eyes. With a smooth movement, she shifted their positions so Peter was sitting upright on the couch while she settled herself comfortably across his lap, one hand resting against his chest. But first, she said with a mischievous smile, don't you think I deserve a little reward? Seriously? Peter asked, caught off guard by the sudden change in tone. MJ raised a brow at him. Are you saying no? Am I crazy? The day I say no is the day I've been replaced by some kind of imposter, Peter shot back with a scoff. That was all it took for both of them to break into laughter, the tension from earlier completely gone as they leaned into each other again, sharing a few more light, affectionate kisses.